right. Let's see. Are we live? Here we go. Mic check, mic check. All right. There's like a little lag going on in here. There's always like a little lag difference. Let's see who we got here. All right. Are we live, chat? Let me see if I get a response. Oh, well, I think we live. Chat responded. All right, what's up? Welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. What's going on this beautiful Friday evening right here with another Puerto Rock Live that goes on now every Friday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 p.m. Pacific time. So now it's another weekly live. And today, to kick it off, we got a special guest. We got my brother, right? You know, a different side of the same coin, right?
Wow.
I want to give a little salute, you know, to the OG right there, the man who's been battling. We've been battling MPD, data, games, predictions, all of it.
Years.
Everything for years.
Years we've been in the trenches.
Week after week,
After
multiplayer podcast. Sometimes he had like 10 people on top of me. I'm like, where the fuck are all the ponies at? Like, you got K Mega and 100 and Next Gen in the middle, like Don King setting this whole shit up. This shit.
Facts.
We got Post Up State of Gaming. What's going on, my brother?
What's good, brother, man? Thanks for having me on. It's been a minute, bro, since we sat down on a panel and been able to talk about gaming and things like that. So I appreciate you from having me here, man. Let's get straight into it. Let's cut.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know how we do it, right? Like, what are we doing here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man. So first off, hey, I want to say it's for everyone tuning in live, thank you so much for rocking out with us. If you could hook us up, you know, hit the like button, share this out. If you go to my Twitter, PuertoRock77_, all together, retweet that out, get the people going. You know, we're gonna chop it up. We're gonna talk about some current topics, and then we're gonna reminisce, you know, on the days of podcasting last gen, you know, and yeah, man, and then comparing it to what we see in this gen and how's it going. You know, talk about how we see things in gaming, because I'm telling you, gaming's changing fast. For better or for worse, it's changing, right? That's whether it's a better or it got worse, we'll see. But man,
it depends. I think it's subjective. Man. I think it's
yep. It depends, right? It you know, but something's gonna happen and stuff like that, right? Here we go. We got Ruham. Ruham's in there as a member. He shows up. Thank you so much, brother, for being a member. Truly appreciate my brother. And we got Naven Zor. Man, Naven, listen, we're gonna show respect, man. We're gonna have a little bit of
already.
I
blame J Dub in the chat. I blame J Dub in the chat. He done sucked out the signal. He done sucked out the signal. I blame Kratos. I blame Kratos.
It said, can't hear Post. Get Phil's pillow out your mouth. Oh, man. What we doing here already? Fucking, we got J-Double antagonizing. He's getting his goons.
I ain't answering not one question.
Yeah, you didn't even come up with your time. You didn't even say your opinion yet. That's it. Oh, shit. Oh, man. But we're going to have a good time. Now, just to let you know, the reason why I'm doing lives and potentially getting guests, I think this is a better venue to get a guest. So that way it's one-on-one.
Yeah.
And then it's just a more relaxed, chill environment, you know, versus the 60 frames don't like podcasts where that shit could get crazy. You know how it is, right? And some people don't have energy for that type of content anymore.
You have to fight your way through this conversation.
Oh, yeah. Man, what I'm saying, you're going to be, 60 frames is rough, bro. I'd be nervous when I get a guest. I'm like, oh, shit, man. They're going to fucking chew this guy out for one comment and shit, right? But I think with these lives, I could get more people on, and just one-on-one, it's just a conversation. And that's the intent for the audience. So if you're wondering what's the intent of this, it's just two people talking, chilling, depending how long I knew the person, reminisce, maybe talk about some past, because there's a lot of new viewers that didn't get to see what we did last year. I'm surprised how many people didn't see us. To me, that was the golden age, bro. They had no idea what they missed, bro. That shit was entertainment, bro.
Bro, I when I go back to them years, I think Royal Rumble.
God, it was amazing.
Because sometimes you will have up to 7, maybe 8 different people on the panel. Everybody talking, fighting, yelling over each other. You gotta force your way into a conversation to get your opinion. And then at one given point, it could be me against 5, 6, 7 different people from from PlayStation, or it could be you against 5, 6, or 7 people from Xbox. Crazy time, bro.
God, man,
Crazy
it was
time.
insane, man. It was just a mixture. Everybody was just mixed in, getting in the podcast, grabbing a mic. Like it was
Yeah.
wild, bro. It was a wild time, man. But it was good times, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
it
we'll
was.
talk about.
Yeah, man, it was fun. It was really fun.
It was really fun, man. So we'll talk about that. But a lot of people missed that era. They missed the boat on that one, right? But let's talk about this, right? The big change of Xbox strategy, right? And the reason I want to talk about that because that's like it's like what Sega did in a way, but we were too young to really notice the impact. All we knew was like, oh
Yeah,
shit, Sega's not making a console, but we were never really into social media wasn't really fully developed. We didn't have content creation. We never really talked about business strategies and stuff like that. So this is a
yeah,
huge fundamental shift of the future of Xbox, right? For better or for
yeah,
worse, it's the shift of Xbox, right? They talk about redefining Xbox
yeah.
everywhere, So there's questions on would the console survive on this and stuff like that. So I want to ask you, how do you feel, right? And not so much to understand it, because I think we all fundamentally understand the why. It's a business.
Yeah.
Microsoft
Yeah.
sees this is the best way for them to make lots of money. So I could get that. But you being a console centric personality for a while, starting with the OG Xbox, the 360, the Xbox One, right? And what you saw with the acquisition, what you thought they could do with those capabilities. How do you feel about Microsoft, especially technically in the middle of the gen, right? Because there's still a lot of Series X life, even though the sales are bad, but you know what I mean? How do you feel about this direction, stuff like that? Like your concerns
I
or anything?
I don't like it, but I got to deal with it pretty much, and that's what Microsoft is saying at this point. Um, in terms of the console community, the hardcore console community in Xbox, I don't think they care. Their focus is no longer on the hardcore community of the Xbox community. So if you're a hardcore Xbox player, and you think you're going to be noticed already, no, that is over and done with. They're transitioning away from you. I think they're transitioning away from consoles. It won't happen. Well, it depends, but I think they're transitioning away from consoles in the sense of this. They already told you they're going to a more PC centric theme in terms of their content. That's why Play Anywhere is so important for when you buy content to be able to buy at one time and then access it anywhere. And I think that probably entails multiple stores if they can do it. I don't know if PlayStation or Nintendo is going to be down with that. But I think from a console, the Xbox console community, I think that is over at this point. And I
Okay.
think they're making that very clear. I do think they're going to get away from the console hardware. Now, whether that show up in a more PC centric like box, we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait and see. But Film them already came out and said they're going to do a handheld. I don't
Mm-hmm.
think that's going to be a console handheld. I think it's going to be a more so a PC centric handheld. If you look at the games they're putting on PlayStation, they're starting to say Microsoft Corporation versus Xbox. We already know when Tim Dog came out and said, "Hey, everything going everywhere," and people saying he lying, but everything is going everywhere, and they no longer care about pillars. They no longer care about community, anything like that. They're trying to put their games everywhere on everything, and either you're gonna be down with it or you're not, or either you're so ingrained into the ecosystem that you're not gonna be willing to just give up 3, 4, 5, 6 thousand dollars worth of product and stuff because of the changes that they're made. I don't like it, but it's gonna have to deal with it. At this point, I'm just gonna have to choose the best place to play for me,
Mm-hmm.
and I will be building me a PC this year. I will be getting a PC handheld this year, and I'm gonna see how everything else goes.
Did you ever think it would come to this point? Like, would you, if you told Post from 2016, like, bro, one day you consider PC, what would he say to you? What would 2016 Post Up say to you?
Man,
He'll slap the
26,
shit out
bro.
of you.
26 Pro say be trying to beat my ass, right? Nigga, you lying.
He'll stomp you the fuck out. He's like, don't you ever say I'm gonna play on
hey,
PC.
Hey, bro, hey, 2016 PC and be saying you lying. Bro, you saying what in the future? Nah, bro. Nah, it wasn't supposed to happen like that, bro. Yeah, but
he'll be like, what the hell happened? Yo, it's a long transition. Like we didn't like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Just like let me ask you this. If you were a king for a day and you go back to 2021 and it was on you, would you still greenlight the Bethesda Activision acquisition, knowing what you know now? That's a good question. Because I'll be honest.
The Bethesda, yes. Okay. The Bethesda, yes.
ABK,
but the Activision joint, the ABK joint,
yo, I never
that
seen
came with a lot of stipulations that we didn't even realize.
Like, listen, I honestly, so for a while I said Xbox was going to put games on PlayStation, but I didn't know it was going to be this fast. I was thinking like 2032, only because in my mind, they're going to see how bad the Series console sold. So the next generation, they're going to be like, listen, this ain't baseball. We can't do strike 3. We can't do it a third time and fell again. So that was my mindset, right? For a little bit, at least towards the tail end of this gen. But it seemed like ABK was an accelerant. Like that motherfucker, like I was talking about like a little spark. ABK came in with gasoline and lit that shit into it. I was like, yo, ABK changed the game, but not in the way we thought was going to happen.
Bro, I've talked to some people that said, man, at this point, I wish they would have got Sega instead of Activision.
You thought we should have won. The pony should have. CMA should have blocked that shit.
You seen the work I put in doing that Activision.
Now you're looking at Lulu. You knew, Lulu. You knew. You should have said something.
And if I would have knew then what I know now, because right now they're on the fact. Just think about what has happened. You got Indiana Jones that's announced for this year. You got Forza Horizon 5 that's announced for this year. And then you also got the other game, the RTS they just announced. Age of Empires. Hold on. That's three IPs in 1 year. On play. Look, and it could possibly be more. So what pisses me off is if I look back over the last 10 years, I'm trying to figure out where did Microsoft, for the Xbox community, give them 3, 4, 5 strong first-party IPs in 1 year? Because right now that's what they're doing for PlayStation.
Yeah,
we had to wait 10 fucking years for the shit we get now, and when we get it, you dropping these many games on a PlayStation hardware in 1 year, Puerto Rock?
When you finally get it, you have to share it now. And you're sharing it with the people who talk shit about the games.
Well, guess what? The PlayStation dudes don't have to wait 10 years. When they get Indiana Jones now. They getting Forza Horizon 5 now. And whatever else is coming. I'm pretty sure more stuff. The year ain't even over yet. I'm pretty sure more stuff is going to be announced.
Like how much more?
That's 4. Outer Worlds 2. Bro, that's 4 banger IPs in 1 year. Can anybody name me 1 year in the past, even in the and I'm talking about the Xbox One era to now, where Microsoft didn't drop that many IPs for that community in 1 year.
Yeah, you're right. Not on the Xbox One. 4 IP bangers.
Thank you.
They even even the One X didn't even do it. Even the One X.
Exactly.
Yeah, they never did it.
And PlayStation friends for to get that shit in 1 year. 1 year, my nigga. Not even 6 months. Not even a year, bro.
Like spread that shit out.
I'm pissed off. I'm pissed the fuck off, Pete. It wasn't supposed to be like
this.
Give us
Forza Horizon 5 after 6 is announced exclusively for Xbox. Like some shit like that. Like do something. Don't make it too fucking... Yeah, I know what you mean. It's weird. It's fucking weird.
And then you publish Ninja Gaiden 4 and you put that at your showcase and put PS5 on at your show. Okay, you third party now.
At least
on the showcase.
At least that's one thing I have to say. At least don't name PlayStation at your show. Like when the show ends, do it like a Twitter. Hey, this is coming out on PlayStation. Like, all right, side note. But don't do it at the show. Because now you have to be like, whose show is this for now? Because technically this show is just as much PlayStation as it is Xbox guys. Because they're getting the same information for their console.
That's when I knew. That's when I knew.
You know.
Yeah, that's what I knew. Like this is not going to end well. So, pissed me off is a lot of content. A lot of these Xbox content creators knew what was coming. Even when Tim Dog was out there pouring his heart out, they knew.
And they let him. They
didn't say anything.
And they didn't back him up. They just let him.
None of them. They didn't back him up. They called him crazy, and they doubled down, saying he was lying. And now those same ones is out there toting the company.
And none of them apologized. None of them said, "Hey, we were wrong. Tim Dog was right." No, it didn't. You know what I'm saying?
None of them.
This is what's crazy. You know what? You perfect, because I was meaning to ask you this. So you were doing your thing during ABK. You were out there reporting the news. You were the CNN. You were C-SPANning that shit, right? Right? Yeah. Giving up to date information, all that stuff. While that was happening, behind the scenes, Rare was porting Sea of Thieves. We didn't know that until after the fact. When they finally announced Sea of Thieves, I'm thinking, wait a minute. They're going to need at least a year and a half to have done this. That means this whole time, during APK, and this is what confused me.
All of was lying.
Let me tell you something.
Microsoft was lying.
Yo, but here's the thing. Even I'm confused as a PlayStation guy, because I'm like, what the fuck was Jim crying for? He knew.
Exactly.
He knew they were making games. He gave them dev kits. So what was Jim crying? That was Jim crying, Ryan crying
He told them. He told
they're gonna take games everywhere.
They're gonna try to get access to our damn kids and get access to our technology.
Kids, he said, you made a good point, because he said, we're most likely not gonna give them access to future dev kits. Why, he already gave it to them. He already gave it to them. I don't know what happened that year now. I don't know.
Bro,
that shit was set up. That shit was a WWE setup.
I think his main goal was to delay that process for as long as possible. And by him delaying it, it threw a wrench in Microsoft plans in terms of the ABK rollout, because they didn't expect it to go for 2 years. So Jim did his job. They spent a lot of money doing it. They did his job. And the repercussions are probably that Microsoft said, look, we just gave you $100 billion, and probably more than that, because we had to spend all this money on this case and these lawyers and all this shit.
Also,
that was probably one of the.
Also, they couldn't make the decisions that it probably put their decisions on. All right, we're gonna put this game this month. It put them on hold. Yeah. So now they have to do it the next fiscal, which means but that whole shit was weird. I'm like, what the fuck was Jim Ryan crying for when he knew they're making Sea of Thieves? He knew that whole time.
Doing the whole court case. The whole court case, Rare is pulling up at PlayStation. They couldn't wear none of their stuff. They in secret rooms with Sony engineers learning their damn kids' hardware API. Crazy, bro. Crazy.
That shit was crazy. Weird. That shit fooled us all. I'm like, I don't understand none of it. What was the crying for? Like,
and when I found that out, I say, okay, so if Rare was in there and have the dev kits for that long, and they've been, who else?
It can't be just them. That's what I was saying. When the first 4 was announced, everybody said, it's only those. I'm like, that shit don't make sense. Why only them then? And like, you got to still sell the consoles. I'm like, all right, so hold on. You couldn't sell the console with all exclusives. You're going to try to sell consoles with some exclusives? That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that you say, you know what? We're only going to sell the console with just Halo, Gears, and Forza, but everything else is good. What? No, that's not how it works. You need all your exclusives. Even the ones that are weak is still exclusive. From the good to the bad, the whole portfolio, you got to keep the whole portfolio. But once you broke ice and gave up a whole bunch, like, wait a minute. Like, I was like, nah, this shit's over. It's done. The whole slate's
Yeah,
coming. Like
when
it doesn't. Like how you gonna let Rare get PlayStation fans, but Coalition gets none of it? They're gonna be like, get the fuck out of here. Like why Sea of Thieves but not Gears? Oh, because it's an Xbox centric title. I'm like, I don't think people are gonna fall for that.
You know what's even crazier though? Microsoft said they sent those 4 games because they wanted to see how they do over in that ecosystem. They already had that data. Remember the Ghost game from Bethesda? Oh, yeah. You already had that data from what's the name was exclusive over there. 2 Bethesda games. The Ghost game. Deathloop. Yeah.
Listen.
You already had the data. You had the data from Activision when you brought. What data did you need? You already had it.
Data. You're gonna be like, God damn, these motherfuckers play Call of Duty.
You already had the data. Deathloop showed you, the Ghost game showed you. So what you didn't really need to see how it would do in that. I mean, you probably wanted to see how Sea of Thieves. Of course, Sea of Thieves was going to do well, but you didn't really need the data. You just wanted to confirm the data. That's all. You wanted to see was those IPs going to get over there and do anything. But I think that was bullshit. I think that was what really happened. Tim Dog fucked up their plans too. Cause that spring business showcase where Tim Dog saying they were supposed to come out that spring and say everything he was saying. He fucked all that shit up when he came out and exposed everything. And that force Phil and Sarah to come out and do their interview and talking about the first 4. He fucked it up. I think if Tim Dog don't come out and say none of that spring showcase, everything we learning now gets said at that spring showcase.
Yeah. But I think people saw Tim Dog when he said it before them. They saw the reaction. And they're like, nah, we're not ready. They're not ready to hear this. So we got to pipe down a bit. We got to pipe, I know what you mean. Got to pipe it down.
And I think he threw a wrench in their plans. And that spring showcase, whatever that business update show, it never happened. It never happened. Mm-hmm. And so I think from there, he's got, okay, now we got to slow feed him. Now we got to slow drip him. But then when I blame the Xbox community too, because when this started to happen, which y'all didn't get mad or nothing. Y'all say, well, as long as I got Game Pass, I'm good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Y'all literally said we don't care about games going to PlayStation. They got to pay as long as we get them on Game Pass. We good,
and
right?
They double down on
so
that.
What?
They double down on
and what
that.
Microsoft do?
Now. You pay, we play.
What Microsoft do? Right. Cool. And they allowed Jeff Kegley to announce Indiana Jones. And what's the name? They did that intentionally, Porter Rock, because we want to see how the community going to respond. Is it going to be backlash? We think it's going to be worse. And it wasn't no backlash.
Barely.
It wasn't no backlash. It was barely. And Microsoft said, okay. And they say all the comments.
Shit, you saw Quantum Break, and that was PC.
Yeah. If they would have said what they said now in the Xbox One era, it would have been a motherfucking coup. Nigga, they would have rushed the Microsoft building. But see, those Xbox gamers in that generation is different than the ones in this generation. You have the go along, get along in this generation, and then you had the fighters back. We don't got no fighters back in the community no more at all. Even on the content creator side. I mean, you have a few out there, but it's not a lot of them. It's rare now. And when I seen that Indiana Jones get announced, and I looked at, and it was everybody said, we got Game Pass though, we don't care, this and that, and there was no uproar or anything like that. Microsoft said, okay, if they doing this against Indiana Jones, Forza 5 come out, you got the same Xbox people who were screaming exclusivity out on Twitter congratulating PlayStation players for finally getting a chance to play Forza Horizon 5, coming from the same people who was years ago saying you will never play Forza Horizon 5, it's exclusive. It's a lot of flip-flopping in the Xbox community, Porter Rock, and I'm here to talk about it. It ain't the same no more, bro. The same dudes who talk that shit against PlayStation dudes about Forza Horizon 5 and having no games that have never been on place is out on Twitter congratulating PlayStation dudes for getting the opportunity to play. What are we doing here, Porter Rock?
They're telling us, now you get to play a real game. Is that a shot? Like, you talking shit, or like, that's a weird way of talking shit. You know what I mean? Like that's not how it works. Like you can't like they're still trying, man. They're still trying to find a way to get a W out of a complete L, bro.
What are pitchforks? Why to hold Microsoft accountable the same way we tell PlayStation dudes to hold Sony accountable? Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah. It's crazy. And then what really pissed me off is when Tim Dog, I had a conversation with Tim Dog in the DM when he first came out and was saying everything. And I know Tim Dog won't lie about nothing. So when he told me, I believed him. Mm-hmm. Right? And then the same community went against me for backing him up, for believing him. Oh, you deranged, you crazy. Tim Dog don't know what he talking about. Tim Dog ain't got no connects to Microsoft, to nobody. I'm like, Tim Dog not this and this and this and that. And now those same people, Puerto Rock, now that it's all coming out, said, oh, we knew this a year ago. You ain't know shit a year ago because you was calling Tim Dog a liar a year ago.
Yes. And we see the tapes. We seen the podcast. They said, oh, he went pony bot or he lost his mind. Hell, they even talk shit. You know what's crazy? Remember the whole Tim Stewart shit,
They talked about his family and all that shit, bro.
Yeah. The whole Tim Stewart shit, right? When that shit happened, when he did that Wells Fargo summit, right? And a lot of content creators saying, oh, PlayStation guys got it wrong. A lot of them call my name out, saying, my ass got raped or whatever. Excuse me. Oh, shit, I probably get flagged. Some weird shit. And I'm like, and I look back now, right? I look back now on the channels. Post up. I was the only one in the content creator space that actually showed the summit. I'm like, hold on, let me go to the Xbox channel. None of them showed the summit where you can actually hear Tim Stewart talk. All of them. None of the content creators. I was the only one that actually took the time, got access to the summit, and I played it for everyone to hear themselves. While everybody else did, they just clipped the article that just took paragraphs. And then at that point, everybody was interpreting paragraphs. I'm like, no, listen to this motherfucker. It's live. I ain't editing this shit. We're just going to stay here and we're going to listen to this motherfucker. And when you listen, when you sit down with a man, you hear this whole conversation, I was like, this motherfucker's telling you we putting games on PlayStation. And I was like, yo, and I found that weird. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is happening? Dudes is like really, like, listen to him. And I was the only dude that actually put it live and stuff like that. So this whole thing was crazy and stuff like that, right? Oh shit, Post. You alright, Post? Uh-oh. Give him a minute. Let me catch up to the
lock the dog up here. Oh, shit. It was even me too, because at one point I was like, well, give me the dates of when they going. Give me the dates. Yeah. I was hopeful, but when Tim Dog broke that shit down to me, I was like, yep, whole slate. And you saw me start making tweets after that whole slate coming in. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, do your
Let me do the super chats. We got J-Dub, of course, your boy. He says, good to see Post up on here. Now that we got the nice stuff out the way, stomp him out. We were right, Puerto Rock. Oh, this guy always instigating, bro.
As he should.
As he should. We got Charles Hawk with a member. He says he's enjoying the show. Thank you very much. I'm glad you are enjoying the show. Of course, Post up's going to make this entertaining, Yes, sir. We got Cyfix38. He says publisher wars will never exist, no matter how hard they try. We'll talk about that because that's what they're trying to do. And I'm like, that's boring, bro. That's like, doesn't mean nothing. But I'm going to get your thoughts on that. And then Charles Hawk again, he says, nice to see brother Post up on the show. Cheers.
Yeah, salute to the chat. Salute to the chat.
Hit the like button, share this out, and stuff like that, right? So as far as I know, you're looking into PC, which is a smart move, right? Especially if you want to stay in the Xbox ecosystem, Game Pass, and all that stuff. That's the best way to do it. It's the most, and I will say this, I think it's the most safe way to do it, right? Because, and this is why I'm going to ask you, how do you see Microsoft's future in Xbox consoles, especially with no exclusives? Like the sustainable, like for the people that are diehard consoles, what would you say to them?
I would say get a PC.
I'd be like,
I would say get a PC. I mean, I look at it like this: the only value right now, you have in the Xbox ecosystem right now is Game Pass. And if that's valuable enough for you to remain in the ecosystem, then go ahead. I'm gonna stay in the ecosystem. But if I look at the PC offering, I get access to everything: Sony, Nintendo, and Xbox, right? PC Game Pass on PC is cheaper than the Game Pass on the console, which they're
Sure.
now devaluing, right?
Mhm.
Another thing is that multiplayer on PC is free.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay for it. I've been on my Twitch channel with Amazon. Amazon give out free games every month. I've been collecting all of those free games. So when I hop on and I get my PC handheld, I have a plethora of games
I saw that.
to
I saw your tweet
play.
today
Yeah,
because
I have a plethora of
they
games to
listed a
play.
whole bunch of stuff
A
for
whole
free.
bunch. And then when I finally got a chance, because I haven't been paying attention to that, but one day I just went through that. Man, how many games I can't even list. But I got like crazy amount of free games. And they don't do that on
No,
consoles.
they don't.
They don't do that on consoles either. Plus, if Microsoft is really fit to double down on this play Xbox anywhere initiative, meaning buy one time and just play it across all your devices. They fit to double down on that. I think then that's another thing for me to do that. And then in the handheld space, which was what Phil's been talking about lately, I think they're going to make it more easier to access Xbox games on a handheld, like a
Mhm.
specific UI pertaining to that. So from that point, I get cost efficient. PC games are cheaper than Xbox games. It's just so many. It's just so many things, Porter Rock,
Mhm.
that you can go
Mhm.
on the PC side. Now you might have to deal with sometimes the inconvenience things that happen on the PC side, driver updates and things like that. But if you're not technically inclined, I can see how that could be an issue for you
Mhm.
and you sticking with the console. So if that's your choice, you could do that. I have no problems with doing driver updates and things like that. Um, I have no problem with going into hardware and updating memory and all that shit. Hard drive. I know how to do all that shit, even though I don't talk about it. So,
Mhm.
but yeah, I'm gonna just see how it is on that side for a minute.
Mhm. So I remember maybe like yesterday or whatever, you made a comment about Windows Phone and like it's Windows phones all over again, right?
Yeah,
Can you give people a little bit of clarification of what you mean by that? Because I know what you were talking about because we went through it. That was last gen. We saw
yeah,
what happened to Windows Phone and Mixer and shit like that, right? But there's a lot
yeah.
of people who weren't there or they didn't pay attention to podcasting, right? Can you elaborate on Windows Phone all over again?
What I mean by Windows Phone all over, uh, Microsoft knew when they was getting out of the phone game, even though they was telling their customers on different things, right?
Mhm.
So one of the ways they did that was when they started making specific software for the Windows phones, they will put it everywhere but the Windows phone, right? Office and all of that went to Apple, and a lot of that stuff wasn't even accessible on the Windows phone on your own device, right? It wasn't accessible on your own device.
Yeah.
So you start creating all this software, putting it on every other device, but the one you own. And so that's what I mean by that.
Mhm.
When I look at Xbox and I'm like, okay, now you starting to spread your software everywhere. I think at some point you're starting that same move to get out of the console business. Now, whether getting out of it is a transition more so over to the PC crowd, I
Mhm.
know everybody been talking about them giving OEMs the ability to create their own kind of Xbox hardware and handhelds and PCs and things like that. I do think that's a factor. But even if that's a transition, you're still getting out of the console market. You just have a PC that's pretty much mass as a console, but it's really just pretty much a PC. So that's what I mean by that. By them
Okay.
just saying, "Hey, we're gonna be what Nadella been pushing since he been with us, and that is software and services, because that's where our expertise are.
Mhm.
This hardware shit, we don't really care about that no more, and
Mhm.
that's how I feel.
How do you see? this potential, if it does happen, this whole OEM, what are your positives and negatives on that plan? Because I have my views on that. But I want to see what do you think? Let's say the positive. What are the positive aspects on that? That they put the console in the hands of Acer and Asus and Dell.
The positives of that is if that happens, I'm looking at Windows 12. And I'm looking at Windows 12 being like the Xbox ecosystem being super integrated in the next Windows operating system, meaning that you're going to have probably two sides of it. One where you boot into Windows and do your thing, where you want to office stuff and all that stuff. But on the gaming side, you boot into an Xbox like shell and make sure everything is dedicated to the Xbox ecosystem. With that becomes what I said about the Xbox Anywhere, meaning that you could get any of these hardwares from any of these clients and things like that. But all of your information, your data, your progression, your games, and everything comes with you, no matter what hardware you on. The difficulty behind that is that you kind of saturate the market depending on how much hardware is created around it. When a person goes into the store and they try to select a device, what device? Now you got to get into, okay, this PC got this specs and this memory thing and this and that, and this is an Xbox, but this PC over here got this spec and this spec. A lot of people don't know about PC specs, hardware specs, memory configuration, and all that stuff. So you have all these plethora of different devices that you're forcing your consumer to choose between, and now they got to make a choice. And so when you put that many choices out there, it becomes hard and difficult, especially if you don't understand what you're looking at. The outside of that is that you have different hardware SKUs from the cheapest to the highest, and hopefully the games are supported from the lowest form factor to the highest. So it's good and bad to it. I just got to see how it's going to play out and how much hardware they're going to allow these OEM.
Oh, I think you cut out.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now we're here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's like I said. I think it's a good, bad side to it. I got to see how it's going to play out, where how much hardware Microsoft allow these OEMs to saturate the market with. Am I going to be able to go into a computer store and say, "Hey, let me get that little HP right there and buy it," and then just be able to come home, boot it up, and hop in, and all my progressions, all my games, and everything come with me, and I'm able to play it with no hiccup and no problems, just like if I was trying to boot up an Xbox. Because they're gonna have to make it that convenient if you're gonna do that.
So my concerns with the whole OEM is the fact that when you put it in the hands of these companies, their strategy for success is different than what Microsoft and Sony did, right? Because what Microsoft and Sony, right, when they sell their consoles, their number one concern is massive amount of console sales so they can have that market, because the real money is what happens after the console sold. The subscriptions, the game sales, peripheral sales, third-party sales, money transactions. So that's their thing, right? So that's why, so let's say like the Series X, right? The Series X and the PlayStation 5 will use the high-end version, right? The one with the disc and everything. They both sold it for $500, but we both know when they launched, they sold it at a loss, right? Because they want powerful technology in the hands of gamers, but at the same time, they're not going to break the bank, right? So they want it sold at a reasonable cost. So $500, they chose $500. Let's assume both Sony and Microsoft, everything built together was $600, and they decided to take $100 loss per sold, right? But they know they're gonna get it back with subscriptions, the game sales, the 30% cut, all that shit, right? And they'll keep at it until they keep releasing the different variable models that makes the production cheaper. But they're willing to do that, though. They're willing to start out like that. The OEMs, they're not gonna do that. Like for example, in my opinion, if it was an OEM, and by OEM I mean Acer. Let's say if Acer made the Series X, that motherfucker would be $800, because they're not gonna take a loss on that. Like if it costed them $600 to build, they're gonna drop $200 on top of that to make a $200 profit, or maybe $150. It's not gonna be a $10 profit. So let's say at least $150 profit. That means that Series X could be around $700 to $750. Now, in your opinion, is the Series X a $750 product?
No.
And that's where I'm saying where the hiccups at. Imagine this.
I see what you're saying.
Acer
cost
creates
incentive.
Yeah, Acer creates an Xbox, right? And it costs $850. And it gets outperformed by a $600 PlayStation 6. That shit's Xbox One all over again. People are going to be like, what the fuck am I paying $850 for? But the truth is, that's the only way Acer can make money, because they're not going to make money off a subscription service, off of game sales. They don't have a store. So when they create an OEM box, that box has to be profitable. That's the only way they make money. They only make money off the hardware. They don't have an Acer store where you're gonna buy Halo and they get a 30% cut. They don't get no software sales. So their business model is going to be pure hardware revenue profit. So they'll build a $500 Xbox and they're gonna sell it to you for $7. They'll build a $600, $800 Xbox. They're gonna sell it to you for $9. And I'm thinking, how is gamers gonna react to a $850 Xbox console?
The only way I can combat that is this: and I look at the Series S, and I think the Series S is a good SKU in terms of its hardware implementation. And what I mean by that, it almost have like a handheld in terms of its innards, the parts that's in there. You can probably compare it to a handheld. If you see people, they always say, hey, you can put the Series S in the handheld like form factor, and we'll be good. That's where hardware configurations come in, and I think that's where the handheld in Series S is going to help, because I know Phil Spencer said the Series S profiles will help when they do deliver their handheld. It will help them prioritize and optimize their games for lower end hardware.
Yeah,
I just think on that particular thing, you're going to have multiple SKUs for lower end GPUs all the way up into the higher end. And that's when we get into that conversation we used to have back in the day about scaling, which I'm not going to get into. Hold on.
We'll leave that shit alone. But that's another
thing. They're gonna have to do it to where it scales from the lowest end of hardware to where it's affordable for customers to get all the way on up to the high. Yeah. It's gonna have to do that.
Here's a question. Who has the optimized experience then? If you bought an Acer and I bought an Asus and Z buys a Dell and King's Blood buys, a Lenovo, who gets the optimized experience? Like nobody.
See.
And that's what's going to be challenging, because console's all about optimized experience.
And that's what
sure, it ain't the best of the best, what I'm saying. But at least it's optimized.
Well,
sure, our shit's like 792p, but at least it's 792p optimized. You know what I mean? At least it's as optimized as possible.
Well, what I would expect them to do is that when you're on the Xbox side of things, on those PCs, that you have performance profiles for customers where, hey, these are the best recommended settings to come in to play at, where some of them settings is already set. I know some handhelds already do that. Okay. And so I expect that on these PCs and different SKUs, where when you boot into the Xbox side of things, they already have performance profiles there for the average customers that don't understand, to say, hey, these are the best settings. And what they're doing with AI probably do that too. Say, hey, this is the best recommended profile for you to do it.
Hey, bro,
I think some customers be like,
she's 1080p, dog. I don't know what to tell you.
I think certain customers will be like, set it and forget it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna play.
That's true.
Because I don't think the average casual gamers can differentiate between 30-60 frames. I don't even know if they know when they see screen tearing or a glitch or slow anything like that. So I think they'll just get it, and wherever it's at, they're just gonna whatever is at. That's how I look at it.
Okay. Now how would that compare to, let's say, a PlayStation 6? If Sony, because Sony's not gonna do this, obviously, right? They're gonna go the traditional console, optimize, blah blah blah, normal routine, right? Same strategy, that whatever new shit they do, whatever. But you have a PlayStation 6, you know you're gonna have Digital Foundry try to compare this stuff, right? And if on average, right, people see that the PlayStation 6 is more consistent than these OEM models, how would that, like, would you think it's like a potential another Xbox One 1080p 720p debacle where people would be like, wait a minute, man, PlayStation 6 is more optimized. It has Xbox games anyway. I'm just buying PlayStation 6. I'm not doing this. I'm not gonna worry about fucking
it depends on what
and shit.
it depends on what Microsoft do.
Yeah.
And it depends on what Sony. If Sony go to traditional of a console, which I think they came out and kind of hinted at, what Microsoft gonna do by what I hope that they do by Sarah Bond coming out saying, hey, we're gonna have the biggest hold on. We have the biggest technical.
Congratulations. You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna say congratulations on the PlayStation 6 launch. Hey, on
well,
launch
they're gonna
day,
do that.
we got Halo
But,
on launch day.
Okay. You know what, brother? Don't give me that future yet. It's gonna be hard to see.
We also have an exclusive Halo console bundle.
P-Rock is gonna be hard to see Chief over there. But let me tell you this:
we got a Halo themed PlayStation 6, and they won't even do it for their own OEM consoles.
I look at it like this: hardware from Microsoft won't cut it anymore.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen that with the eras, and I think that's one of the reasons why in the Xbox One era, I wish they would have stuck with their plan on what they was trying to do originally for the Xbox One. Because if they would have did that, they would have had factors that differentiated them from just the PlayStation 4 and the Nintendo Switch at that time. It would have differentiated them from just being just normal consoles. But when you took those things away, you put yourself in the same wheelhouse as PlayStation and Nintendo. And with PlayStation and with their brand power right now, you just can't be in the same house with them and then have the same thing. It's not gonna work. And you've seen that. So this time around, just hardware specs is not gonna cut it. You're gonna have to do something to differentiate yourself from what PlayStation is doing and from what Nintendo Switch. What that is, whether it's from a software perspective or AI perspective, just coming out here saying we got 50 teraflops and this, and it's not gonna cut it.
Yeah,
because if Sony came out and say we got, if Sony come out and say, hey, we have the same thing, then they'd be like, well, you know, Sony, I'm just going to stick over here. Sony got the same thing. They got just much power. They got games and this and that. It's no need for me to have get what you got over here, especially if all your games is over here where I'm already at. Mm-hmm. So my question is to Microsoft, what are you going to do in the Gen 10 that's going to differentiate you from your competitors? Because now you're putting your games on their system, and you're finna ask your community to go out and purchase your Gen 10 hardware again. And what's going to differentiate it? Yeah. What's going to stop people from saying, you know what? PlayStation got their own exclusive. Those games, Spider-Man still ain't on Xbox. God of War ain't on Xbox. I get that over here, and I get Halo, and I get Gears. What are you going to do? What's going to make you special to keep or prevent another migration of people picking PlayStation when they say, hey, I got the best of both worlds over here? Mm-hmm. They're gonna, and it can't just be teraflops. Yeah. It just can't be resolution or anything like that. It's gonna have to be something more
impactful, right? Because it's games easily sell consoles, right? When you approach a dude, right? When you approach somebody, you could be like, listen, you could buy this console and play Blade. Or you could buy this console and still play Blade, but you also got Spider-Man, Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2, and Wolverine. It's hard to make the person say no. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you could play Halo, Gears of Forza on this side of the house, or you could play Halo, Gears of Forza and Gran Turismo 7 and Uncharted and The Last of Us. You see what I'm saying? That's a hard, so games, when people hear that, they're like, yo, I'm going to go with the games, right? It's hard to sell hardware. It's especially now, where it's hard to sell specs because like on paper they seem like huge, like, man, this is going to be a huge difference. But then in practice it's like, all right, you need Digital Foundry to help you get the differences. In a normal world, in a normal settings, you really not gonna notice the difference. You need somebody to tell you, hey, if we stop here and we zoom in 300, you can see the shimmering and like, all right, but what the fuck? Is that really a big deal?
Mm-hmm.
Like, not seeing Spider-Man on your console is a much bigger noticeable. Like, even the biggest casual can understand that. Like, bro, PlayStation got Spider-Man, Xbox don't. You don't need Digital Foundry to tell you the repercussions of that, right? And I still think like this. I still think like the deep casuals, the bigger group of casuals, still don't realize what happened. I don't think they realize yet that Halo and Forza and Gears is going to PlayStation, because when that shit happens, when your cousin that only plays Call of Duty, and he calls you one day, he's gonna be like, yo, Pose, I heard Halo's going to PlayStation. When that dude calls, that's when it's over. When, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those guys that are out of the loop, but out of the blue, they hear something, that's when you know it's over.
But see,
if he knows, everyone knows.
and what you're saying right there, and what Microsoft is saying right now, they saying we don't care, right? Mm-hmm. We don't care if you can play Spider-Man and God of War on PlayStation and Halo and Gears of War, and you can't play those games on Xbox. We don't care, because you're buying our software and you're in our ecosystem, and that's what's giving me hesitant. I know more hardware is coming.
It's just for how long?
My thing is, for how long, and the incentive to buy it. What's the new incentive to buy it? Right? What's the new incentive to buy it? Because now, from a PlayStation, even this year, PlayStation don't have to do no work this year. They don't have. They can put out 1 or 2 for you. You didn't gave them Indiana Jones. You didn't gave them Forza Horizon 5. You giving them Outer Worlds 2, and Outer Worlds 2. I think it's going to be day and date.
Yes.
You gave them retold. What's the name? The RTS. You giving them all of this, and then all they got to do is say, "Hey, here go Ghost of Yoda. Here go maybe Wolverine, maybe. What's the name? Part 2. Yeah. Not Wolverine, but Kojima joint. Part 2. Death Stranding. Here go Death Stranding 2, because our competitor, they're no longer our competitor. They in cooperation with us. They're going to do a rollout on their side. We're going to get 30%. You know, the 30% that Phil says that we use against them. We're going to get those 30. We're going to use that 30%. You know what I'm saying, to help get back us on track. We can hold off our first party titles, give our studios a little more time to cook, because we're going to have a lot of revenue coming in with Microsoft dropping all their Xbox games on our system this year. So I don't blame them why they ain't had nothing to say or said anything. Microsoft is doing it for them at this point.
Yo, it's crazy. So let me. So I think so. The only concern on behalf of other gamers, right? I understand if they're gonna say, "Well, I'm on console because of Game Pass," but I'm thinking you're on console as long as Microsoft creates the console. It reminds me of Mixer, and I use Mixer. I remember it was in the middle of the pandemic. They shut that shit down. I was like, "Yo, these dudes are ruthless." You know, they encourage content creators. You know, and a lot of them were Xbox guys, right? A lot of them were, Xbox influencers. They enjoyed Xbox. And instead of going to Twitch, they're doing Mixer. They started building up their fan base, make a little bit of money. 2020.
Mixer was fire too.
Yeah.
Mixer was
fire.
A
lot of people using it, right? But despite it being fire, and I hear a lot of people, they said they love it. Had great features. They liked it better than Twitch. But that didn't matter.
That 1-to-1. That 1-to-1 shit with the chat, man.
Yeah, they said it was great for interacting with the chat. They said it was better than Twitch. Some people said it was better than Twitch in terms of functionality.
That 1-to-1 latency was incredible. Latency was incredible.
But guess what? The moment Microsoft said we're done, they didn't care what people thought about it. They shut that shit down. And they didn't even give their content creators heads up. The day they shut down is when they all found out, and they're like, what the fuck? They built the audience, they were making revenue. Gone. And that's what I say. Microsoft could do the same thing for their console. They could release it, and then 2-3 years in it, they'd be like, listen, we're shutting this down. This is it. We'll support whatever you have, but we're not making it anymore. And now you're like, then fuck, I wasted money buying another console when I could have been moved on. You see what I'm saying? But I want to talk about let's move over to the PlayStation side, right? Let's move over to the PlayStation side, right? So let's start with the live service strategy. Now you probably know I have always been the biggest proponent against Sony trying to go hard on multiplayer. That was me, and you know I've been like that since last gen. I always said Sony does not need multiplayer. They honestly don't. I understand what you guys were saying.
You definitely told me that.
I told you. I said that, and people think I said it since last year. There's a difference between need and want. Two different statements. I understand
you told
Sony
me
wants multiplayer because they want more money. I understand that. But do they need more multiplayer? I disagreed with that.
You told me Sony needed to focus on first-party games and allow third-party games to do the multiplayer.
And it's been working for them the whole time, right? So, and I said that, and I told, and people say, no, Sony needs multiplayer. I'm like, if they needed multiplayer, then PS4 would have never been successful. Because PS4 is not the first-party multiplayer platform. There was no multiplayer other than obviously baseball and Gran Turismo, which is the common, right? There was no live service first-person shooter on the PS4 at all. Nobody was bragging about Sony first-party multiplayer shooter. The few that they didn't have, no one gave a fuck. Shadows, Killzone Shadowfall. Who the hell gives a shit? Ain't nobody give a shit about that multiplayer. Ain't nobody was playing that shit, right? They were fine. They had the biggest multiplayer games, like in console, right? The biggest multiplayer games on console, everybody was playing it on PlayStation. The Fortnites, the Call of Duties, the Madden, NBA 2K, you know that. They were all on there. All the motherfuckers were playing on there religiously. Nurture that shit. The shit that people want from Sony was their single player first party. It was the perfect balance. So I said, Sony doesn't need. I understand though, they want. Because they see the live service revenue. And I said, okay, I get the want. But my thing is, and I always say this, they don't have the talent for that. They don't have the talent. They don't have the insight. They just, and so it doesn't matter what you want. If you don't have the people and you're not smart, it doesn't matter what you want. You're not going to get it because you're not good at it. So it doesn't matter what you want. I know I want to play baseball, but I ain't that good. So I never played in the MLB. Do I want to fucking play for the Yankees? Yes. But can I play for the Yankees? No, I don't got that level of talent. That's just, you gotta accept who you are. And I never seen Sony overall be a good multiplayer company. To me, it's one-offs. To me, SOCOM 2, that shit was a monster. And then everything else after that was like, okay. Yeah, but they messed up SOCOM 3, they messed up Confrontation, and I was like, whatever. Resistance, it was okay. People forgot Resistance launched when the PS3 came out and no one gave a fuck. Because Gears of War was the shit. That came out the same month. November 2006. Ain't nobody was talking about Resistance multiplayer. That shit was about Gears of War. Right? Halo 3. That shit was a monster. Sony doesn't have those type of multiplayer games. They never did. The Last of Us was good multiplayer. But that shit wasn't a monster like Gears or Halo. And it definitely wasn't next to the third-party counterparts like Call of Duty or Battlefield. It was just on that level. It was, sure, all right, cool, Sony, you made a bunch of games. You made Warhawk. You made Mag. All right, it's cool, but they weren't juggernauts. You could clearly see they weren't the level. You could clearly see their multiplayer, their capability of making multiplayer was nowhere near on the level of them making single player. Because when they made single player, them shits were monsters. Yeah. Them shits were game of the year shits. Everybody talked about it. So I'm like, that's not Sony's forte. And sometimes I think, listen, the people spoke with their wallet. They bought your God of Wars. They bought your Ghost of Tsushima. They bought your Spider-Mans, right? They bought, feed the people what they want. Give them what they want. Feed them. I understand the data behind Call of Duty, Apex Legends, Fortnite, but that just tells me the PlayStation fans are good. They're happy with Call of Duty. They're not asking you to replace Call of Duty. What they're asking you is they want to take a break from Call of Duty, give them some single-player games. They'll play those single-player games, and then they'll go back to Call of Duty. Like, don't try to take them all, right? But how was your view about live service strategy with Sony? Do you think that, I know from a business perspective they should have done it, but do you think they should, what are your thoughts? Give me your thoughts on the whole thing, the whole execution, just your overall thoughts on Sony's live service strategy. You think they went too hard? Like they went retarded? Like, all right, you could have done a few, but just what your thought? Or you think, no, they went the right way, it just didn't work out? Because that could happen too. Like your idea was fine, your execution sucked. But the idea was what you're supposed to do. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it was fine what they was doing. And I think Jim Ryan was trying. Well, Jim Ryan knew they was late to the ball, right? I think Microsoft knew they was late to the ball, and not in the aspect of because Microsoft had Minecraft and things like that. So not to say they was late to the ball, but I'm talking about in terms of first person, third person shooters.
Mhm.
Halo at a time was a big juggernaut. It's not the biggest juggernaut that it once was.
Yeah.
And now you in the era where you're competing with the Call of Duties and the Fortnites. And for you to, it will take pretty much probably a miracle right now for you to develop something from the ground up to compete with that can reach that type of level of success, especially with even like with Roblox and Fortnite and Call of Duty. So Microsoft said, look, we'll spend more money trying to develop a game to compete with them when we could take that money and buy them. It's already done. The work is already done. The IP is already created. The success is already there. We're gonna go buy our Call of Duty. So we don't have to make a Call of Duty to compete with it. We're gonna go and buy one. Okay, we're just gonna go and buy it.
World of Warcraft, Overwatch,
Yeah,
Doom.
yeah, right.
Yeah,
Exactly. So, and I think Sony was trying to do the same thing. I think they was trying to do the same thing with Bungie. With I can't even think because they don't talk about that game no more.
Destiny.
Destiny.
Mhm.
But I think Sony spent them. I think they just made the wrong move with Bungie, and I think Bungie got one in on it.
Mhm.
I think Bungie really, really, really got one because I knew about, but I knew they went to Microsoft. I knew they had offered Phil $2 billion. I knew Phil had turned them down. I don't know if this was a reaction purchase or anything like that to the Call of Duty, but spending $4 billion and you bringing them in to get their expertise with live service games, and they come in and they telling all your studios that they live service games that they've been spending 4 or 5 years on developing to cut it. It's crazy, and I don't think they've got.
They might be right.
I don't think Bungie held up to the to that purchase. So now them falling back right now, saying, "Hey, we're going to take a step back." I don't think we're going to throw as many live services games against the wall. I think they still get to it because I think they're gonna look for their Call of Duty. They're gonna look because they can't buy it, and they can't buy it because Microsoft own it now. But I think they're gonna still continue to look for their Call of Duty or their Fortnite. It might not reach the same success as them, but something that gets real popular that brings in residual income. I think they're still gonna go with it.
I think so. So I don't really have a problem with them trying to expand the operation because you got to expand, right? My main thing was that pissed me off is it just seems like this strategy absorbed so much money and resources that they took away from the single player. Because what I mentioned in podcasts and what I talked about on my channel was the biggest thing that I was concerned about, and it seemed like it came true, is one thing to buy a studio for your like service strategy, like they did with Firewalk. They bought Haven Studios to do fair games. They got Bungie, so Bungie will take care of Marathon, and they spun off people from Bungie to create a new studio to create another idea. I'm cool with that, but leave Naughty Dog alone. Leave Insomniac alone. I mean, these dudes use Bluepoint to create a God of War live service game. What the fuck is we doing here? Like,
I don't know where they was going
I said
with
in
that
my
one.
poster voice, what are we doing here? Like,
Yeah, I don't-
Bluepoint, God of War's live service didn't even cross my mind. That shit, like, we already had Ascension. That shit didn't work. So why are we doing it again? Like, and then you use Bluepoint? Like, what the fuck is we talking about?
You know why? I know the PlayStation community love focusing on hardware, and that's cool. Sony trying to get their monthly active users up. they're trying to get their monthly active users up, and they need a game. They need some live services game, and that's why they had the issue with PC where they was forcing people into the PlayStation Network. They want them into that network because they want that as a monthly active user. If I look at between 23 and 24, you go from 123 million down to 118, down to 116, and then on June and October it holds at 116 million monthly active users. You got 118 PS4s on the market. You got 70 million plus PS5s on the market. Why your monthly active users still at around 116? I mean, you're selling all these consoles and things like that, but why your monthly active users is not growing? Even though you have people probably play Fortnite and Call of Duty on your system more than they do Xbox. And I think that is an issue for them. And I think that's something that they want to course correct. And they're going to try to do it with live services games. Single player games is cool. You play them, but once you're done with them and you've done everything, you're done. They want people there monthly, every month. I need you in the ecosystem every month. We need that residual income every month. And I think that's where the issue is. And they're trying to use live service games to course correct. Will they do it? I don't know. I don't know what they was doing with that. I don't even know what a God of War live service game will even look like. But that Spider-Man joint, that Spider-Man joint looked at fire. And I know Somniac said they couldn't find a way to monetize it. Hell, what? How could you couldn't find a way to monetize a live service Spider-Man game? You know how many my daughters and my sons asked me for V-Bucks because they want the latest new costume, or Roblox because they want the latest new character. And you mean to tell me you couldn't do that with Spider-Man? Mm-hmm. And work with Marvel with all the other come on now. I think the Spider-Man joint should have went. The God of War, I don't know what. I hope,
and then Blue Point.
I hope.
Like what the?
And
what
you know
do
what's
they know
crazy?
About multiplayer. They technically never made their own game. Period. Let alone make them a live service studio. You know what I mean?
To me, you're gonna have to go there, and failure is gonna come with that. You're gonna have to. Yeah, but I don't know, $400 million failure.
Let me say this. Because of this stupid idea, they missed the boat on trying to do something with Marvel Rivals. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what I said. Yeah. They need to focus on third party. They missed the boat on Marvel Rivals. They could have easily marketed that game. And you know how when Sony markets stuff, it makes it seem like it's an exclusive. Because that's just what they do. Yeah. They just confuse people, and people don't realize, oh, wait a minute, this is on Xbox? Yes, this fucking game's on Xbox. People just, the way they market it, they just make it seem like it's exclusive. And they missed the boat on Marvel Rivals. They completely missed the boat on that. And they could have paid attention, be like, man, you know what? This game's going to pop. Let's try to convince people, play this shit here on PlayStation. We'll do a bundle, a Marvel Rivals console bundle. Get free skins, all that shit. And that's what I was talking about. Like, the third party is clearly, and even then, a lot of third party are failing at it too. Right? You saw Avengers, that was a failure. Suicide Squad, that was a failure. Last month, not even like 2 weeks ago, Multiverse, they dropping that. Defiant got dropped. You see what I'm saying? It's hard, like you said. It's
hard, and that's why Microsoft made the right move with Bank. I don't care. The repercussions that came along with it is fucked up, but I think they made the right move with that move. We're not finna compete with this. We'll spend more money competing with it than let's go out and buy it. With Sony, I think this too, because I look at what the CFO said in terms of them needing to generate more profits and things like that. I do think I mean, y'all do say Sony have the best studios in the world, and if they have the best studio in the world, they should be able. No, they should. No, Puerto Rock. No, Puerto Rock.
Listen,
y'all told me they had the best studios in the world.
They should be player. Listen, I'm gonna cut you up right now. Let me cut you up. No. We're gonna stay on this topic real quick. Is Michael Jordan one of the best athletes of all time?
The best athlete or the best?
Of all
time. I see what you're trying to put.
He is. He's a top tier, but the motherfucker can't play baseball.
But look.
But you see what I'm saying? When I say the best studios, I'm talking to single player. No, we been all come to get multiplayer. I'm like, bro, I ain't talking about that. Like dog. They ain't Bo Jackson. I never claimed they were Bo Jackson. Bo don't know. These guys are not Bo Jackson. They can't play football and baseball and be great at both. I'll be honest. You gotta do what you know and be great at that. You know what I'm saying? That's how I think. Look, you know that. Jordan went back to basketball, and what did he do? He won 3 more rings for y'all. Do what you bring them rings in.
Hey,
you ain't got to bring the World Series. You got to bring in the chip. No one asked Jordan to win the World Series.
I'm going to say this. I akin this to what Microsoft learned when they start relying more so on third party than their own first party. I think at some point Sony is going to have to not so much force, but start creating a culture of a live service development. And because I know from the profit standpoint, they get 30% from Fortnite and these other games, but I think they want their Call of Duty where they're getting the bulk, or that 70% of their profit versus the 30%. And
like Helldivers.
I look at that, like Helldivers. And Helldivers, man, nobody expected that. That shit is doing incredible.
Yo, people are getting on PC hyping that up. I'm like, I said it looked good, but I didn't think it was gonna blow up. I'm like, hey, it actually don't look bad. And even me saying, it actually don't look bad. Oh, Puerto Rock, you capping. I'm like, bro, I'm not the multiplayer guy.
But see, PC carrying that right now.
Oh yeah, they're mostly playing.
PC carrying it right now,
but it blew up.
Yeah, PC but that's what you want though. Because now you're bringing in a whole new customer data set now, but it's gonna hard to replicate that. So these next ones they got coming, fair game. Will that survive? Will that get cut too? Will that see the light of day? Is it gonna? It's a new IP from the ground up. They didn't already cut a whole lot. What they did cancel like 7 or 8 games already.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to do something. I know they're searching for it. Will they get it though? And then in terms of the sustainability of even the game we was just talking about, I can't even slip my mind that quick. The game we was just talking about.
Destiny.
How long will? The one we was just talking about with the aliens and shit on there.
Helldivers.
Helldivers. How long will it sustain in success? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. In terms of the content they can keep bringing to it, to keep it going. Because one thing I realized is whoever runs Fortnite, the Fortnite team, my God, they got some creative. They are really good, and they stay ahead of they are so in tune with the youngins. PR. They are so into, and you could tell by the things that the relationships and the business relationships with the content that they do with all of the artists, the rap artists, they're so in tune with what the young people listen to music wise. You could tell that by the selection of artists that they bring into there. Whoever be coming up with the ideas for Fortnite is fucking incredible.
Yeah.
Because it's like this. In the hip hop world, they say in order to sustain yourself as an artist, you have to keep reinventing yourself.
Because every generation is different.
Exactly. Fortnite is fucking incredible at doing that. And I wonder is that they're gonna need to have to find that formula with Helldivers 2 and any other live services games that they bring out. Call of Duty do it well too. With Call of Duty, the Call of Duty team, and I'm glad that Microsoft didn't really mess with that team, the marketing team or anything like that. They let it stay the same. Please don't mess with that because they're in tune as well with this young generation. In order for Sony to have that same success, they're gonna have to get some people in there that's in tune with the younger generation. Because Fortnite and Call of Duty, man, they just keep reinventing themselves every time, even though they had their issues. But they just do it every time.
Let me bring up my view. Maybe I just critique my view on this, right? Like Fortnite, right? I say that's fine because Epic is a games publisher. They don't have like a platform, except for Epic Game Store, which is obviously failing, right? Completely failing. They're probably a games publisher, right? So that level of detail in Fortnite, it makes sense, right?
Yeah.
And any third party, but take for example Warner Brothers, Suicide Squad, that flopped as a live service.
Yeah.
But the whole publisher doesn't get crippled over it. Maybe the shareholders might get pissed off, but for the most part, Suicide Squad failing is just Suicide Squad failing. That's just it, right? Same thing with like EA when they try to do Anthem, right? It flopped, but Anthem flopped, but EA as a whole is still intact. But when a first party platform provider like Sony, when a live service flop, it impacts the whole brand. It makes everything look bad.
Yeah,
like all of it.
That 400 hit hard. That 400 hit hard, bro. It's reshaping the whole song right now, bro.
Yeah, it changes everything, right? So I'm thinking like this is like, at what point did Sony? Because this is how I see PlayStation, and maybe they changed their metrics, but I always saw PlayStation as a marketplace, meaning they do the first party to get people onto the marketplace, so that way the real money is the third party. You understand what I'm saying? The money's not their first party, because you can never make enough first party games compared to all the amounts of, for every one Spider-Man you make, someone's gonna make Assassin's Creed, a Call of Duty, Resident Evil, a Final Fantasy, some game, like multiple AAA games, right? So the ratio of first party to third party ratio, third party is always gonna win. So the key is, all these third-party games, we got to get that 30% cut. In order to get that 30% cut, we got to convince people to come play here. So we got the first party, so that way it'd be like, hey, man, don't be playing Call of Duty over there. Play Call of Duty over here, because we got Spider-Man, and we got this game. Enjoy your Call of Duty here. Enjoy your Fortnite here. We got some games, right? But I think with the success of the PlayStation 4, it changed Sony. When they saw... right, because this was PlayStation 4 was the first generation where they had multiple 10+ million sellers. They never had that, and when they did have it, it was only Gran Turismo. That was the only game that was actually selling 10-15 million, and then that's it. But the PlayStation 4 generation, they had Uncharted at 16 million, Spider-Man at 18 million, God of War at 18 million, Horizon at 18 million. They're like, what the fuck is happening? And now they see themselves, in my opinion, they see themselves as a games publisher. To them, and this is my concern, this is my thinking. To them, they're thinking, consoles, yeah, that's automatic. People buy PlayStation, it's automatic. And then with the way Microsoft is moving, who's really their competition? They really got nobody that's going to say, should I buy this or a PlayStation? There's really nobody doing that. Most people are just buying PlayStation. So I'm thinking in my mind, they changed their thing like, PlayStation, yeah, that it sells itself. What we really got to focus on is being a better first-party publisher to make more money. And I'm thinking, but that decision impacts the rest of your businesses. Like by making Bluepoint, try to make a live service game and then canceling it, we're not going to get a Bluepoint game this gen from them on the PS5. We're not going to get any games.
I think a lot of people.
What the fuck did you do?
I think a lot of people don't.
And Sony Ben.
Yeah, because some of these developers like 4 or 5 years in.
Yeah, and then he canceled it. It's too late for them to make a game this gen. So like Sony Ben, if it's true, and it is true, they canceled their recent project. We're going to have a PlayStation generation with no Sony Ben game. How you have a whole first-party studio and they didn't release no games at all for 8 years? That impacts the whole brand. People are wondering, like, where are the games from? Where are the games from your studio?
Yeah.
So Bluepoint, the only project they made was Demon's Souls remake. Sony Ben's not releasing anything. It took Naughty Dog 6 years right? Because let's say if Intergalactic comes out in 2026, it took them 6 years to actually release a new game. Like, really, Insomniac was the one that's been carrying PlayStation for the most part. The only game we got from Santa Monica is
Insomniac been carrying the whole generation, and we don't even know what's. We don't know what's going on with that.
Don't get me wrong. We did have good games, right? Even though they were cross-gen, they were great on PlayStation. Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West. But I'm like, listen, when you look at PlayStation 5's success, it was the PS4 strategy that is saving PlayStation 5 this gen. Sure, you can say PlayStation 5 is better, but as far as the live service strategy, the only good thing is Helldivers. Nothing else. Everything else is negative. From the day and date on PC, which received negatively, to the cancellations, to holding back studios from getting their games out in a timely manner, it's all been negative. The live service strategy has been wrong. The only thing it did was Helldivers. Everything else is wrong. Everything.
I'm so glad that you're saying this. I thought I was gonna have to say this. I'm surprised that this is coming from you, bro.
No, it's not. Listen, that's what. Listen, but the PlayStation, a lot of the PlayStation guys don't like it either. When that shit was announced day and day, PlayStation guys didn't like that. We didn't come out like Xbox. Oh, more people. Fuck that. If you ask the PlayStation gamer today, do you want them to stop? They will tell you yes. Stop that shit. Stop the fucking PC. We're never gonna accept that. We're never gonna placate and say, it's good. The more people, fuck that. If you told us today, do you want Sony to stop? We will tell you stop. All that PC.
Hey, Pito, UK Lotto.
Stop that shit.
UK Lotto. A lot of them dudes was praising Jim Ryan for that shit when he first.
There's a few. But
a lot of them niggas was praising Jim Ryan for that shit.
Listen, I started Civil War. Team single player. I said, fuck this shit. I said from the get-go, this live service shit. And then when they showed the chart, and like 60% of the money is going to live service and 40% single player, I'm like, we ain't gonna have shit.
Yeah. That was a big. I do think they need to have a balance with it, but I think Jim Ryan was trying to do a hard pivot. 12 of them in 1 year.
He tried to be Vin Diesel with the reverse. The fuck is you doing, bro? Like,
he was like, he knew they was playing catch up, but you ain't gonna catch up. You ain't gonna catch up like that, brother. It would have been better is if you stick to your single play and then you slowly transition into your live service until you give them, okay, you 1 or 2 here, okay, Helldivers 2 hit. We're gonna run it. We're gonna make sure it maintains its sustainability. Then let's do a few more out there and see how they hit. If they don't work, they don't work. We're gonna go back to the drawing board. But at least in that case, you don't lose as much money. You don't lose as much money or have that much investment into that. What's the joint? The 400 million joint, the Concord? Yeah. Lord have mercy, bro. And I think that Concord losing that much money, if that's true, I think that was the domino. That was the falling domino. Them motherfuckers like, hold up.
No, in my opinion, that domino is what caused the rest of the cancellations. I think that's triggered it. It triggered you know what? None of this shit and stuff like that, right? And stuff like that. And they definitely do, right? But the crazy part is I saw that shit falling a mile away. When I first saw that actual gameplay reveal, in 30 seconds, I'm like, oh, this is over. This game's gonna flop bad. Everybody thought I was crazy.
You talking about when they first showed? Not
the teaser bullshit that we didn't know when they first showed the gameplay. I think it was at a state of play.
Oh yeah,
they showed it for the first time. When I saw the gameplay, I'm like, this shit's Overwatch. This shit's.
Oh yeah. You know, but J Dub and a few other ponies, they saw that teaser trailer and say like, this is game of the year winner and contender. I say you ain't taking nothing but a teaser trailer. How you know it's gonna be a game? Because it's Sony. What?
Nah. And I never said that because I said you have to earn your place, right?
I know.
Sony never earned their multiplayer place ever. Like I said, SOCOM 2 was the last. Before Helldivers 2, it was SOCOM 2, and that was on the PlayStation 2. That was the biggest multiplayer they had.
It was so popular back then, bro.
But in between,
even that shit was up there with Halo back then.
Yes.
That shit was up there with Halo back then. Halo was doing numbers. SOCOM was still doing this thing, bro, even in the Halo era, bro.
Yes, SOCOM 2 was the shit. But after that, though, everything was okay. Warhawk, okay.
Yeah.
The Last of Us, okay. Resistance, okay. Hey, Killzone 2, okay, it was pretty good, but they didn't have a big killer multiplayer like on the levels of Halo 3 during that time on PS3 era or Gears of War. They just didn't. They just didn't have the talent. But the single player, that's what really pissed me off about this gen, because I'm like, they should have.
So P,
all right, I get it.
What's your future outlook on PlayStation?
So this is
Well,
this is
you
where,
say are they going under the reorganization right now? They cutting back on
I'm
shit.
gonna say this.
What's
I'm
your future outlook on PlayStation?
This is where I think they might have. I'll put this. They put the hardware guy in charge. They elevated the hardware guy, which is Nishino. Nishino was the hardware guy. Hers was the software guy. So if you remember last year when they did the whole strategy, whatever, it was Herman Hulse who broke down the strategy of PlayStation going forward. The tentpole exclusives, they'll be designed for the console, made for the console release first, and then later on it'll go on PC as a port. And then they said the live service strategy, day and date on PC. And then they came up with the experimental strategy, which one of them was Horizon Lego, which ended up on Switch. So that was Herman Hulse's thing, right? He presented that. Now, he's no longer.
But go ahead.
Yeah, but
get him the fuck up out of there.
No, but that was his plan.
Yeah.
That was his plan. Now, at the time, they said, hey, Herman Hulse, you're in charge of first-party software and all that stuff. Nishino, you're the hardware guy. You both are CEOs, but you don't report to each other. You're your own bosses. You report to Totoki. Now, Herman Hulse reports to Nishino, the hardware guy. He's solely in charge of PlayStation, and I think that's for a reason. And he said himself, hey, hardware is important. Hardware is our strategy. It is still the main focus of PlayStation, but he still understands the multiplayer strategy.
So, but
hold on.
Do you think they stick? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think they're gonna still continue to do what they're doing for now. I think they're still gonna do the whole whatever live service game is day and date. They're still gonna stick with that with PC. I think they're still gonna stick with the tempo because why not? It's working. They release it on PlayStation. They make it for PlayStation. It takes advantage of PlayStation, Pisser, all that shit. A year later, whatever, they put it on PC. And everybody's fine with that, right? But what I think is going to change is they're going to be more strategic with this live service because it was a bad plan. And in my opinion, it did hold back the growth of the first party. Because in my opinion, your first party shooters should get investments so they can make more games, right? One studio, right? If you got a console gen that's 8 years and a game takes 5 years to make, that means you have studios that might, if they're lucky, maybe make one game and a cross-gen game. And that's all they can do. They got to make more than one game per gen. You can't have a studio. You definitely can't have a studio don't make any game. Like Sony Ben. Sony Ben not releasing a game this gen? That can't happen. You literally have customers that bought a PlayStation and you have a studio that's not going to deliver a game to your customers. None at all. You can't do that. That's just that's not right. Right? You have Bluepoint. The only game they made for us was Demon's Soul Remake, which was great. That was 2020 though. We're in 2025. By now they should have given us a new game. Or at least tease one for next year. Give or take 5 to 6 years. I get it. We're not going to get a game from Bluepoint. At best, if they start now, even if they did a remaster, let's say if they did a remake, let's say if they did Bloodborne remake, and they could get it done in 3 years, that's 2028 post. That's a cross-gen game with PlayStation 6. So at best, 2028 cross-gen with the PlayStation 6. That's the best we're going to get. If let's say Sony Ben does a Uncharted remake, let's say they say, you know what, you're going to do a full remake of Uncharted. Because that's the fastest thing you can do. And they get that done in 3 years. Let's say they get it done in 3 years. Again, another 2028 game. Maybe. And again, cross-gen with PlayStation 6. That's the best we're going to get. That's the best. That's the best case scenario. If they start a new project, brand new off the cuff, 5-6 years. See you in 2030, 2031. And that can't happen. And it's because of the live service screwed it up. You know? So I would like to think that the strategy, they'll be a little bit smarter because they realize that hurts. And the hard part is though, I'm not even sure if it actually hurt PlayStation. I know from the content community we should speak out, right? Obviously, right? But the question is, did it really hurt PlayStation? Are people not buying PlayStation because of it? That's the problem.
The only thing,
and that's the thing. That's what happens when you don't got competition. Like when you say, "Oh, Sony, you fucked up," Sony's gonna be like, "All right, go buy an Xbox." Oh, wait, you not. What the? You see what I'm saying?
The only thing I disagree with is the PC release dates. I think they start to release a little bit earlier than a year or 2 years, like they was accustomed to, and I think at some point they're gonna go day and day. I don't think you can wait that long to hold off on PC like that, and we've seen that with some of their past titles, Spider-Man and all of that. You bringing them out too late, and they're not really doing the numbers that you would have expected them to. So I think at some point you're gonna start launching them day and date on PC as well, man. Especially if you're trying to grow your base beyond the console hardware base. I think you start at some point doing them day and date on PC.
So let me ask you this though, because I would say this. I thought about that, but the question is now it comes down to how many console sales you lose because you put it on day. There are PC gamers that have a PS5 because they don't want to wait, right? So the PC gamers that will not wait to play Spider-Man or a Sony first-party game, they're buying them. They're just buying them on PlayStation 5. The ones who will not get a PlayStation 5 because they said they could wait, they'll get the game anyway. They'll just get it at a later date. So really, the audience you're looking at, if you release a PlayStation first party day and date, is the FOMO guys. The guys that don't have a PlayStation 5 and they're like, we don't give a fuck. But if you release it day on their PC, they're like, oh shit, it's day and date, or I gotta buy it because FOMO. I don't want to miss out. So the question is that audience really that big enough? Because I'll be honest. I don't think PC guys really like PlayStation first party games. I honestly don't, and I'm not capping or saying that. Like it seems.
Hey,
like,
you know what?
Because I really think.
Oh man,
I don't think they do. I think it's just cap. I don't think they really like PlayStation first party games.
Oh man.
Because listen, Horizon Zero Dawn did 4 million, so I'm thinking.
Hey, the ponies don't be mad at you over here. The ponies don't be getting mad at you.
No, I don't.
They say everybody like PlayStation games.
No, but the truth, I'll be honest. I think if you talk to a lot of ponies, they'll tell you the same thing. Horizon sold 4 million. Yeah. Ever since then, that shit's been dropping with every iteration.
Yeah, that shit tanked.
I think Spider-Man sold 1.2 million, 1.5.
Yeah.
The fuck is that? I don't think I just don't think they like the games. I don't think the PC gamers really like that.
I do think they test it. I do think they at least try to test that market out to see the impact of sales versus releasing a lot closer or even on the same date versus waiting a year or two. And I do see them trying to see what the impact on going to be and what the numbers is going to be.
Okay, they did Until Dawn day and date.
Come on now, we're not talking about no damn Until Dawn. I'm talking about the heavy hitters, the Spider-Mans, the God of War.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
I'm talking about the heavy hitters.
Yeah, but the heavy hitters, again, you could release it day and date, but the question is, if a dude goes, oh shit, you put it on my PC day and date, I'm not buying it on PlayStation. I'm gonna buy it on Steam. So now you just have to.
They still getting the bread though. They still getting the bread
versus the 100. 70% versus the 100.
Hey, they got it.
Now you got to give Steam that cut.
The landscape is different now. It's different now. You got to get it way. You got to get it how you gonna get it. You know what I'm saying?
But if you're already getting it from the customer on PlayStation, why would you give them the option to give you less money? I'm not saying I'm defending the corporation, but I'm just wondering. I'm just wondering how far deep in the pool Sony sees themselves as a publisher, and they forgot you a market provider. Your main job is providing a market, that's where the real money is. Because I'm gonna tell you, it doesn't matter how much money they make on first party, it comes nowhere close to their third party offering. 60% of PlayStation revenue is money transactions alone. 60% of PlayStation revenue is money transaction. That's just money transaction. Never mind third party game sales. First party will never, ever. They would have to be as big, maybe twice as big as Microsoft, and release 7-8 first party every single year to even compete with the third party revenue. That's why I'm like, Sony, you are third party.
Well, I understand that,
Steam.
but
PlayStation is Steam. Literally, you are the Steam of consoles. Your money is the marketplace. But if you lose sight of that, shit could come out different. You can make your position worse. Because I understand, and let me ask you this. I understand the whole they say, oh, these games are expensive. We need these games to sell to keep making them. I totally get that logic. If you were EA, if you were Ubisoft, if you were Capcom, because the games, the revenue they make from games is how they make more games. But PlayStation, they have other streams of revenue. They have subscription. They got money transactions, 30% cut. They got third party, 30%. So what about that money? So you're no longer using that money to help you fund games? You know, and that's why I have a feeling. I have a feeling they don't want to use the rest of the revenue to make games. They want to solely rely on first party, but that's the advantage of being a platform holder. You have access to other money to help you fund games. So that way you get people back on PlayStation consoles. It's, you know, it's a thing, it's a system that feeds itself. But I have a feeling they don't want to do that no more. They strictly want to rely on first-party sales to make first-party games. And then you'd be like, well, what about your subscription? No. We're not touching that. Okay, what about the 30% cut of all the Fortnite money transactions? Nah, we're not touching that either. What about the peripheral sales? Yeah, we're not touching that either. And I have a feeling that's what they want to do. They strictly want to rely on first-party sales to make first-party games. And money they make from everything else, we're just going to put in shareholders' pockets. That's what I think is happening, in my opinion.
From my perspective, I still think the name of the game is money. And you have a console base that's from 150 to 200 million that haven't grown over 2 decades, and you're still selling to the same 150 or 200 million. And the only way you're going to go beyond that in terms of active users is you're going to have to go beyond your console. And they have verb like this. So I hear y'all in the chat. I see y'all in the chat. Don't turn a blind eye to them saying we're going to go beyond PlayStation and allow our players to play games beyond PlayStation while not needing a PlayStation console. So that's what I'm saying. In order to grow, to get beyond that, they're gonna have to dabble in the PC era. They're gonna have to grow on the PC side as well. And with them doing that might cause them to go day and date. Well, you got people in the chat where PC didn't save Xbox, but Xbox is seeing the most growth on the PC side right now. Y'all said xCloud was trash. They just announced 144 some million monthly active users for xCloud. So they seeing growth in those areas that y'all saying destroyed Xbox. It didn't destroy Xbox in terms of a bad thing. It's pretty much moving Microsoft to a more PC centric space because that's where they see the most growth. Because consoles hasn't grown in 2 decades. It's still the same 150 to 200 million players. That's my perspective on it.
So I agree.
That's what I see.
To be honest, Microsoft or Xbox as a console marketplace was failing because they weren't selling consoles. So if most of the people who are playing Fortnite is playing on PlayStation, if most of the people playing Call of Duty is on PlayStation, not Xbox, you know, Hogwarts comes out.
Well, that's their fault, though. That's Microsoft's fault, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that's their fault. And you're like, holy shit, you know, on console, we make up 10%, Sony makes up 18%, Nintendo makes up the rest. Like, we really not doing nothing when it comes to third parties, so we might as well shift and reprioritize where we can make money, which is the services the game sells, and PC's helping with that. The thing is, PlayStation's not in that position. People are buying the third party on that side of the house. When GTA, listen, there's only going to be 2 platforms GTA 6 is available the day it comes out. Only 2. Don't PlayStation. Where do you think most of the sales is going to be on?
You say you don't think it's going to be a Switch? You don't think it's going to be a Switch 2 version?
Yeah, nah, I don't think so. Nah, I don't think so. They might get Grand Theft Auto 5. You know what I'm saying? Maybe. But a no cap though. 2 platforms. GTA 6, the biggest game of the gen. Which platform is going to have the most sales? It's going to be PlayStation 5.
Do PlayStation got the marketing rights to GTA 6?
That was one of the first things they mentioned, that they're in close partnership with them. So you're going to see GTA 6 consoles, GTA 6 controllers, Vice City Bucks, whatever they want to call it. All that shit. Everybody's gonna flock to PlayStation.
I would say this.
And then I would say this. And one thing, and I'm gonna be on my soapbox. I'm gonna be in my bag. If that PS5 Pro has a 60 FPS performance mode, I'm gonna talk my shit, bro. Yo, post up. Don't even log on that day because you might catch a stray. I know you ain't say shit, but you might get hit anyway. You might be an innocent bystander on the newspaper.
Look,
boy,
I would say this though.
I'm gonna come in.
I would say
people are gonna be screaming, Ricky. Boy, them shotguns, the douche. Yo,
I would say this though. If Sony has the marketing rights, and it dropped this year, then I can see why there's no concern of them first party wise. Because I wouldn't even push it if GTA 6 coming. I'm not concerned. If I'm sorry, I'm not concerned about a first party game because ain't no point of putting it out when it release anyway. So you know what I'm saying? If we got the marketing rights, that shit is going to move. It's going to move units. But I got smoke for the chat because the chat say Post Up has no credibility. This and that. One Post Up and one. Oh no, go ahead, and I'm gonna cook their ass.
Let me do the super chats. We got King Thrash. Oh shit! He says if Xbox could have moved the needle with PC day and day, why would PlayStation be able to? All right. Okay. And then Navanzor, he says post dumb. If PC's so good, then why didn't it save Xbox? All right. Jay Hart, he says if Sony goes day and date, they will lose a big chunk of gamers to PC. All right. Gordo P23, PC guys only like certain types of games like Diablo, Overwatch, etc. They don't like games like Horizon, God of War, Uncharted. And Big Stout, oh shit, been a minute, my brother. He says when PC install numbers outweigh the console, same numbers, they will have no choice. Sony. All right.
I will say this to answer some of the people in the thrash and all that saying PC just sold more software than consoles. They're selling more software than consoles. Right? That's number one. Number two is why y'all question my credibility. I was the same one that told y'all Sony was going to put their games on PC when y'all was telling me they'd never put their games on PC. Some of you same dudes in the chat.
I said that. I did say that though.
Porter Rock said it too.
But took my
Jabari did. Yeah. Okay, hold on. You took your L though. Some of you same dudes in the chat was telling me that Sony will never put their games on PC. Yeah. Where y'all at now? Huh? I'm looking at the chat too. I am looking at the chat. Which one of y'all is going to take y'all L's? Because their games are on PC right now, brother. Their games are on PC, which y'all said will never happen. Huh? Chat? I don't see nobody responding. Okay, Porter, let's get back to the show, bro. Ain't nobody going to respond. We're going to get back to the show.
I will say this, in my opinion, day and date strategy across the board is more about cause and effect. The reason why I was able to predict Xbox putting games on PlayStation was because there was a cause, and the cause was their console wasn't selling. So if your console's not selling and you have all these publishers and stuff, you got to do something with it. So you know what? You might as well put it on the console that is selling. If you can't make money off your own console and everybody says, hey, we want PlayStation, it's like, all right, fuck it. It is what it is. The choice, we're done. You know,
oh, you talking about Xbox? Yeah.
Xbox, yeah, real quick, right? Now, for PlayStation, day and date, I think there has to be some type of cause that will make them be like, you know what? We have to start putting games day and day on PC. And because it triggers a couple of things. One, you need to now increase your resources. You need the people to help you make.
Well, that's why they come out. That's why they copped that studio.
Yeah, well, Nix is a reporting studio, right? But they can't. Yeah. So the thing about Nix is,
but I still think they're going to help them with their PC environment, where they can see ports out a lot quicker.
Yeah, so the thing is with Nix's is, all right, this studio's done with their game. Really, it's like a pipeline. Nix's picks up their pipeline and they keep producing games. But that's different compared to day and date because that's everybody at the same time as they're working. You know, let's say Santa Monica, Naughty Dog, Sucker Punch, Sony Band, Blue Point. Everybody's working at the same time. And if they all do day and day strategy, that means they all at the same time are working on PC. Nix's is not that big.
Right, but see,
not
that's
that big. You see, so
you point out a good point.
You have to hire more
Right,
people.
that's a good point. That's a good point. I do think they have to change up their pipeline because I think in the past their pipeline was just PlayStation centric. It didn't involve PC. But moving forward, I do think they're gonna broaden out their pipeline. That when they're developing these games, they're developing them with PC compatibility so they can get them out either day and day or they can get them out quicker. They're gonna have to. And then when you do that, I think the optimization is better. And games could come out less buggy than what they've been coming out. I know Spider-Man have had his issues and things like that, but I think this all is a learning curve for Sony in terms of these ports. So when they do make that transition, whether it's day and date or releasing them closer, they're putting out a better product for the PC side. And I think they're looking at Helldivers too. The PC for y'all talking about PC Master Race, they're running Helldivers too right now. They're holding up Helldivers too. It's not the PlayStation 5, it's the PC Master Race that's holding up Helldivers.
But that's a one-off. How come they didn't save Concord?
You said it.
I'm asking you. That's the thing, right? So look at this. If you look at all the games, right? Spider-Man sells 18 million on PlayStation, 1.5 million on PC, right? Returnal apparently only sold like 100,000 on PC, right? So like everybody uses Helldivers. That's just one off. It's literally, in my opinion, Helldivers is just lucky. Period. I don't think it's it's the only. I don't think it's a one-off. I think they knew the formula. Listen, it's the only.
PlayStation Studios got to learn the formula.
Listen, live service is the only live service strategy that worked this gen for PlayStation. Everything else was a failure. Everything. Nothing else worked. None of their live service game is popping.
That's because their Concord scared their ass. Their Concord scared their ass.
They realized.
That Concord scared the shit out of them people.
The real test is fair games. What if that? Let me put it this way. What happens if fair games? What happens if fair games flops? Marathon flops back to back. Then what? Are we gonna say Helldivers with this PC strategy day and day is working?
Yeah, I've been hearing some things about Marathon too. So,
but what happens if they flop? What happens if the only thing that worked this gen is actually the single player games that were built for?
And that's why I agree with you, and that's why they canceled all that other. Because these other two that we're working on, that we're keeping, if they come out and flop, the impact is less than if we have 4, 5, 6, 7 flopped.
You see what?
So I agree with you there. I agree with you there, and I think that's the right move.
You know, at a certain point, you got to, because remember, the live service, I would say this, the live service strategy is integrated with PC. You got to have another platform. You can't have an exclusive live service game. It's not going to work for PlayStation. To solely rely on PlayStation, which is the reason why I think it was such an easy decision for them to go day and day with live service game, to have access to a whole broader community, right? So I get that, right? But if the games are failing, then it doesn't mean anything. Then it's like, all right, so what do we do on PC? Our live service strategy is flopping. Like Helldivers is really the only thing that's working. What's the rest for? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I wonder. That's why I'm wondering.
And I think that's why
I personally want to see how fair games are Marathon, because if those games flop,
yeah. And I wonder how long are they going to sit on them. I want to know how long they're going to sit on them. Because Sony be having games in development for a hella long time, and I think Concord was in development for a hella long time, and for it to come out and lose, they like hold on, cut that. They see these two over here, we're gonna just leave these two alone. We're gonna see what they gonna do. But I understand you can't just have a game that lost you 400 million, and then you got these other games that you're unsure, that you don't know if going to hit. So you're like, look, we're just going, man, let's cancel these. We got these two over here. We're going to see what they do. If these two flops, then we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do moving forward in terms of live services. Is this something that we're going to continue to stick to? We know what you're going to tell them. You're going to say, hey,
shut this shit down.
You gonna say you got Fortnite, you got that's all you need. Call of Duty, you got EA Joy, oh, that's all you need.
This is what
Stop
we're
making
gonna
this
do.
shit.
We're gonna reach out to Marvel Rivals and get some exclusive content and make some bundle. That's what I'm gonna say. King Thrash with the super he says, didn't Sony just cancel 10 PC day-and-day games? Or are we just gonna ignore that? I hear GT7 PC got canceled too. Let me ask you this: because conversations having that they decided to cancel GT7 and Demon Soul remake ports. If that's true, what do you think about that? Is it just maybe they just want to move on, or is there something to it? Because there's a lot of shit coinciding with the change in leadership. Now all of a sudden, because think about it, right? You could always look at hindsight and be like, you know what? First we got the cancellations of the Bloodborne game, Sony banned, and now we have 10 cancellations. Then like a week or two later, oh yeah, we're doing a structural change. And now rumors of GT7 and the Demon Souls remake, the ports to PC, they cancel it, right?
GT7, I don't understand because I think it has a large enough fan base on PlayStation to transition over into PC.
Like it already sold.
PC,
sold what it sold.
Yeah, a lot of people on PC do have like the steering wheel setups. They got the multi-screen TVs. Like they race on PC.
Yeah.
Right, J-Dub, yeah, they race. So I don't get that. I think GT7 would have did good on the PC, especially from even from the single player aspect and from a multiplayer aspect. I don't know if they looked at the data, they looked at the numbers and said, "Hey, we didn't hit our ceiling with these sales, we believe, and we don't believe that we'll have a big enough impact or do enough crazy numbers on PC to warrant this port." I could see them looking at the Demon Souls remake like that, saying, "Look, we see what the numbers it did on PlayStation. It probably not succeed that on PC, given what it done on PlayStation. I don't think this is worth it right now." I can understand that with the Demon Souls being that it is a niche game for a niche market, but GT7, I think that would have did good on PC. I honestly think it would have did good with the racing community. PC has a big racing community, a huge. I think it would have did good.
Right. Naven Zor, he says, if PC is so lucrative, then why didn't it save Xbox? And I think
it is saving Xbox.
Well, I think he meant the console. Why isn't PC providing enough funds to Xbox to where they can say we don't need PlayStation? PC's more than enough. I think that's why. I think that's what people mean by save Xbox. I don't think it's like Xbox the brand. It's Xbox the console where you could keep the games exclusive to that environment. PC, Xbox Game Pass, PlayStation, we're not dealing with you. PC got our back.
Well, we talked about that earlier. It has nothing in PC saving Xbox. It has everything to do with Nadella and Amy saying, "Hey, we just gave you $100 billion. We want our money." Am I like shit? And Pete, know what I'm? If we're gonna get, we're not giving you $100 billion for nothing. What do y'all think? Ain't no freebies in corporate. What the Pete? What do you think? This is the corporate world. You think companies giving out $100 billion? We want to see profit. We want to. If we gave you $100 billion, we want to see why we gave you $100 billion. And if that means you got to put your shit everywhere, you're gonna go out there and slut your motherfucking self to the world until we exactly. Thank you.
Work that corner.
Let's keep it 100.
Let's
keep it 100, P.
When Microsoft Corp was like, we gave you $100 million, and your idea is to give it away on Game Pass, boy, if you don't cut your bullshit,
right,
bro, you better work that corner, ho.
if you look at the console sales right now, the console sales are too low right now. Phil to be able to go to Amy and say, "Hey, we can keep this stuff exclusive to our platform and still make your money back." Yeah, in 50 years. No, you got, bro. It's not enough hardware units on the sides to even do that. So Phil and Amy say, "Well, you know what? You see that corner right there? You see that stuff? Go post
raise your skirt.
What is you talking about? Raise your skirt.
Take it off.
You everywhere. We're gonna keep it up. Y'all think I was gonna come on here and cap? No." They got to make that bread back. And the dollar won't. All the divisions that weren't profitable at Microsoft, I think he got rid of. If I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
He got rid of them.
Yeah.
And then you had to tell him why. I mean, with the story, they were saying, I forgot who was telling us when Dolly was going to East Division, saying, why should we keep you? You think he ain't saying that to Xbox? Phil might not want it there. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of people there that didn't support it, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people there from a developer. You want your shit everywhere. But Phil said, look, hey, we got put that shit everywhere.
My boss lost 2 years of bonuses. I ain't going back to that dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Yo, how can you walk up to his office and try to pitch exclusives, and he goes, you do realize I lost $20 million because of you motherfuckers. And you're going to come in with this bullshit? Bro, man, if you don't get the fuck out my office.
Donnie, Emmy cut shit in a minute. We'll be saying R.I.P. Xbox. Feel better. Shit, fucking around with the doc, man. That dude don't play. No, man, he will shut shit down with the quickness.
He seems like them peaceful guys, like on the camera. It's like, let us compete. But when he's in the office, he's probably cursing the fuck out of everybody.
Yeah, bro. I'm just keeping it real, bro. They got to make that bread back. And you're not just making that 100. We want to see double.
That's payback. 100 million is just giving it back. You always
just giving it back.
Yeah.
We want to double or triple our profits here. And we're not just going to do it on Xbox, so we have to put it there with. Even though it hurts to say that, that is the reality. We have to go everywhere. We in the past, we've had one generation where it was easy for us to bring people to our player base, and that was the 360. Outside of that, we have struggled to bring, and if we're trying to reach beyond 200 million or 3-4, we got to go where people play. We got to go, and everybody don't want to play on the Xbox. That's just the honest truth. Everybody don't want to play on PC, or everybody don't want to play on PlayStation or Switch. We gonna support people where they play because we gotta go make this 100.
Yo, that was the
both owners.
No one saw
that. From there on our heels.
No one saw that. Lulu knew. Lulu, you gotta talk to your girl. Lulu Chan came out with the bag. She said, "Yo,
I was so caught up in that shit, bro. I was blinded, brother."
Yo, she said, you know, she was that gold digger, bro. She loved y'all. Yeah. Then as soon as that shit, she blocked all of y'all.
Hey, look, I want to say this though. I want to say this because I see the jokes. No, she didn't block me. I see the jokes. And since we 3 years away from it. Yeah. Shout out to Lulu because doing that whole ABK thing, she reached out to me. She got me with her PR team. I got to have an interview with people from ABK. I got to speak with lawyers who was a part of the trial and stuff. I got a chance to sit down and talk with them. I was getting press releases and press kits during the whole process and during the whole trial. And she put me on and gave me my first behind the scene experience of dealing with a publisher and gaming. So I salute her. I know a lot of people say, post up like her and have a relationship with her.
I'm gonna ask. Did you try to smash?
No. She's very enough. It was no. Yeah.
You tried to smash.
This was strictly professional. So shout out to her, and I thanked her. Yeah, and I thanked her for that though, because she saw what I was doing on Twitter with my coverage, and she reached out to me in the DMs. I got a chance to meet her team, her communication team,
good friends.
And and all that. And she wasn't the only one. I was speaking to people from big time writing publishers and editors who work for mergers and everything. And man, a lot of people was reaching out to me, so it was a good time. But that's why I'm cool with Lulu, because she gave me my first opportunity with a gaming publisher.
Man, stop lying. You try to put on that polo cologne. You're like, yo.
No.
Come by Chicago. Swing by Chicago. come through the Windy City. I got you, girl. Shout out to that's dope though. That's what's up, man. I would say this. I would say Microsoft and its affiliates, I guess, are very friendly to content creators, even at the lowest levels. I was like, when I had an interview one-on-one a couple of weeks ago with Tim Dog, I knew he had good connections with Microsoft, but I didn't know it was like right down to they used to go to football games together. I was yo,
and see, you know,
like him and Aaron
that
Greenberg
pissed me
went
off.
to a Giants game, chilling.
Yeah, that pissed me off because when all of a sudden prior to this, when Tim would talk about Xbox stuff, everybody believed all this and that. And then when he come out and tell people something they don't want to hear, now he has no credibility. He's not connected with Microsoft. When Microsoft came into New York, they will meet up with Tim.
Yes,
it went beyond just gaming. They will have dinner. They will go to games and things like that. So he had relationships that went, friends.
He was like family. Insider. He was their friend.
Right. I'm talking about personal phone lines. Yes. I'm talking about personal phone lines. You know what I'm saying? So he sacrificed some of them strong relationships that he built over the years to get that information out. Now, I don't know if he chopped it up with Phil and they fixed everything, because him and Phil, talk about families, their children and things like that. They have dinner together and all that. And for people to say that he was lying, that he didn't know nobody at Microsoft and didn't have no connects, you motherfuckers are damn. Y'all don't know how plugged Tim Dog was and is. Y'all don't know how plugged that man is.
Talking to Tim, what he didn't like was the fact that at a minimum, and granted, because he had personal relationships, they could have said, hey, Tim, listen, the thing that pissed him off, and I was talking to Tim, and he said what pissed him off the most was he was still out there saying, you're going to get exclusives, ABK, all this stuff, but in the behind the scenes, they weren't going to do that. So he's like, they could have at least told him, hey, Tim, you need to stop saying stuff. This is the deal, but don't say nothing. But we don't want you out there promising your community something we're not going to do. So Tim said he would have been fine with that. He would have just stopped and not said nothing. But he felt he kept saying something, saying stuff, hyping up, and then all of a sudden, out of the blue, and he's like, then what the hell was I talking about the last 6 months? And that's what pissed him off. If they would have told him just to shut up, he would have been fine. He would have been like, listen,
you had me out there looking goofy. I was gonna be looking goofy.
He looking.
I was gonna be looking like a goofy. Cause y'all still feed me the same old behind the scenes.
He's like, they could have just told me to shut up. That's it. That's all he wanted. Hey, Tim, you might not want to say that. Just shut up.
Might not want to say that.
And he would have been like, all right, I ain't gonna speak on it. And that's all he wanted. But he kept going out there. And in the end, he looked like a fool. And he's like, damn, why they made me look like a fool for?
So he got ahead of it.
He gave him
he got ahead of it.
Yeah, he got ahead of the thing. Gordo P23, their super chase says, I think they canceled GT7 because they were afraid of cheaters. In that tournament, they have built into the game. It's regulated by the FIA, which is like the organization for racing overseas. You cannot have cheaters. That could be it, man. PC's wild in that aspect.
PC is wild.
Maybe they realize
Call of Duty is a perfect example of that.
That could be true. They realize they don't have control of regulating, keeping PC gamers in check. And they're like, you know what? Hell, PSN's down right now, so they still can't keep that motherfucker up. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So they still have their hardware issues and stuff like that, right? Network issues. So maybe that's it. Maybe they're like, you know what? We're not good at the network thing. So we and we can't blemish, GT7's online integrity. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's just simply they don't want to deal with it.
Because I closed system. What was that? Was on the pirate sites? I think that was Spider-Man or what in a place?
Oh yeah, like 200,000 downloads,
300,000 downloads. Yeah,
the first day.
Yo, and I think they PC is wild.
Yo, that's a wild
PC is
West,
wild.
Bro. Oh man.
But I would say this, that over the next year or so, probably over. In terms of Xbox, things gonna change. Whether they change for the good, whether you consider they change for the good or better, will be subjective. I just say, man, find you a little place, whether it's PlayStation, Xbox, Switch, or PC, and just do your thing. No matter where you go, you're gonna get Xbox games on Switch. You're gonna get them on PC, and you're gonna get them on PlayStation.
Look at the good part. No more Xbox tags, because they'll review the PlayStation version.
You know what?
Xbox tax is finally. You can't tax them. They're gonna review the PlayStation version. Halo. Oh my god, best shit ever.
Puerto Rock, you motherfucker! I pulled my headphone out. Hold on.
Xbox tax is done. You can't give an Xbox tax if you played on PlayStation. That's not an Xbox tax no more. Am I right? Am I lying?
Watch how these. And I'm telling you. Because they told us Xbox tax and it says, watch how these motherfuckers.
They love that shit. Years
What?
Day. Game of the year you're gonna see nominations left and right.
Hey, remember they said Gears was too much brown and too much A button?
They're gonna come back. They're gonna be like, man, they're gonna be like, Gears is a refreshing environment.
All the points.
Oh man,
you hitting all the points I had in my pocket, P.
I'm gonna be captain, boy. You're gonna see me play Halo multiplayer.
Hey, look, that's the only thing that's gonna be painful when Halo show up on PlayStation.
Yo,
that's gonna be painful.
You can vouch. You can vouch for this. You can vouch for me because now the combo is wait till these PlayStation gamers play multiplayer. They don't know how to play multiplayer. They're gonna get smoked. Post up. You were there. I need you to recount when Call of Duty got crossplay. What happened between Xbox and PlayStation gamers with the Z tournament? You were there.
Wait, hold on.
You remember when crossplay became COD and everybody's like, these PlayStation dudes gonna get smoked? What happened when Z hosted the COD tournament and he faced off the PlayStation?
Was I there?
Yo,
I think they got smoked.
You were like, call it on Xbox. We need help. Them Xbox dudes got smoked. They're like, these dudes really only play Call of Duty. Hey, Post Up was on Twitter saying, he said, hey, we lighting the torch. Xbox gamers. Run into Z's channel. We need help.
Yeah.
These guys, you were giving up to their day. He's like, damn, they're down 2-0. Shit, and then you were like, it's over.
They got smoked.
4-0. It's over.
The only thing I is because Halo ain't quick or fast paced as Call of Duty, so I do think there'll be some smoke there. But Gears is a learning curve. Gears has a huge learning curve. Huge learning curve, and I think it will be smoke on there, in terms of the learning curve, but. It'll be interesting being able to. I could see in the future a lot of content creators. Hey, Xbox Gears of player versus PlayStation Gears.
That's good content.
Halo,
that's good content.
Yeah, Halo versus Halo players on PlayStation and on the Xbox side.
Don't lose live on the stream.
Yeah.
If you're an Xbox dude and you lose to a PlayStation dude in Gears.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the PlayStation dudes say Gears is trash, but they only said it because they don't have it. Once they get it, they're gonna see how technical it is in terms. It looks simple. All you're doing is running around with a shotgun. But when you gonna see why it's not easy.
Wall bouncing is not.
Wall bouncing, the movement. That shit is not easy. That shit is not easy. XZ, we had to teach him how to play. He was.
Oh shit!
That brother didn't know how to run in the game. He was just walking around getting killed. He did not. But he put in the work though. He cold as hell in Gears 9. He put in the work, but yeah.
Shout out to Z, man. All right, we got Ball Dante. He says, but everyone was saying 100 billion for exclusives. That's what we assumed. But
that's what some people assumed. Look,
I won't because I got it wrong. Spend that much money, but.
I got it wrong, bro. I got this whole thing wrong. I got it wrong. And I ain't afraid to say this one we got wrong. This one we got wrong, brother. And I know, like I said, I've spoken with people on the Xbox side that said it probably would have been better if they would have brought Sega than Activision, because we probably wouldn't be here at this moment in terms of this whole third party thing. But yeah, we're here now. I got it wrong. I was thinking it was going.
I think ABK accelerated it bad.
Yeah, it accelerated it fast.
Fine. I think it would have been fine with just
this thing is being
and go after the smaller studios, Sega, Konami, maybe whatever. But
Activision, and we saw in the court files that Sega was on their radar. Sega was on their radar, but when Activision came. When they saw that shit with Activision, I think they say fuck everybody else. Let's go after Activision. And here we are. And I extremely believe this thing is being fast tracked, Porter Rock. Like I said, Indiana Jones, Forza Horizon 5, Outer Worlds 2.
Age of Mythologies.
Age of Mythology.
I thought they were just like whatever.
That's four games. That's 4 games right now, and more could
more, bro. If they announce Starfield
for this year, though, more could be announced for this year. So you're talking to where you're getting Starfield. You're talking about where you might see Right. And all the titles going to be PS5 Pro. You're talking about a year where you might see 5 or 6, maybe 7 first-party Xbox IP on PlayStation in 1 year. Bro.
They put it in work. That's what that means. And I don't think people
That's
realize.
crazy.
All the time people were saying it's only 4. It's case-by-case basis. No. They work in the games. They work in the games. They're porting it. It's all porting. It's happening. So while we were all arguing back and forth, they already started the pipeline. They already said, "Yeah."
Oh, this was started.
Yeah.
This was started,
Yeah.
and I think this was started way before the ABK deal, or probably in the process of doing it. It had to. It had to, bro. You just don't.
You can't do this shit in 2 months. That's not how it works.
No,
you need the
this had to start a year or 2 ago.
The contracts for the 30% deal. There's a lot of work to do to get a game ported.
And let me get you something. I guarantee you when Forza Horizon 5 release, and I think it's going to be released around the time that the Switch 2 get announced, because I think it's going to be a launch title for the Switch 2.
Yo,
yes, crazy. I think it's going to be, and I think that's why we don't have a date yet. They're waiting for
if they putting these games on Switch, how would that impact their Xbox handheld?
Well, they have. I would say performance profiles.
Okay, all right.
They know how to optimize.
Like, why would you buy an Xbox handheld when you could get the Switch and play Nintendo first party and Xbox games?
You know what, Puerto Rock?
Like,
we ain't gonna go. Hold on, brother.
What I'm saying is they really make it hard for themselves to sell hardware.
Hold on, brother. Because the handheld that we got is. We be way more powerful, do way more shit than what that Switch doing right now. Come on, yeah, we did. Hold on, don't. You're not. Look, you not finna shun. Look, now I've been honest on this show, man. You're not finna shun the Xbox community in my face. Let me tell you, we still gonna have incentives to go out there and get that. Made a chat say Game Pass.
You got Zelda and Master Chief on the same handheld.
You know what? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, brother. I don't want to hear that right now. I don't want to hear that right now. I don't want to even see that. I even think about it right now.
Listen, you got Forza and Mario Kart on the same handheld, bro. This shit is crazy. That's crazy. Like, yo, this shit is so wild.
Crazy.
Oh,
that's
shit.
Crazy, bro.
Think about it. Mario, and Mario Kart sells.
You mean to tell me the?
You mean to tell me
the Switch 2 gonna launch? The Switch 2 gonna launch with Forza 5 and Mario Kart?
Oh my god,
that's crazy.
Fuck, bro. So
yo, that's crazy.
Think about it. PlayStation, Forza Horizon, Gran Turismo 7, Nintendo, Forza Horizon, Mario Kart, Xbox, Forza Horizon. That shit is like, bro, who thought of this? Who thought of this plan? Like, bro, that shit is wild.
Well, you know what the congregation of Game Pass told me that y'all will be funding Game Pass, so I'm just going to stick with that. I'm going to stick with the congregation. Just say, hey, we'll just take that money and fund more Game Pass. But that's going to be wild to see, bro. That means Switch 2 lineup might be nasty. They launch lineup because they might not just have Forza Horizon 5 on there. I could see Sea of Thieves, Forza Horizon, all the stuff that's already out on PlayStation, all of that coming to Switch 2.
It all depends on the type of hardware Nintendo.
And I wonder if they're gonna announce a Call of Duty for it too.
Oh my!
A version of Call of Duty.
They do that
because they've had the time. And
Microsoft reached out to them. They said, "Hey, we're gonna put Call of Duty on Nintendo."
Yeah. So imagine getting, and so we know we got one coming this year. So imagine getting. I don't know if they're gonna do. They might have a Mario. They might have what's the name 4. Metroid Prime 4, the Zelda, Mario Kart, Forza Horizon 5, Sea of Thieves,
Perfect Dark, and Metroid, bro, for the handheld.
They might have a nasty launch
lineup. Or you could buy an Xbox handheld and enjoy Perfect Dark.
You know what?
Yo,
Look, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I'm
I'm
gonna
just
put it like
saying.
this. Let me tell you something. I know we ain't trying to hear that shit over here.
know,
Now, I know I've been keeping it honest that I'm not happy about, but you're not finna shun the Xbox community in my face. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, brother. We're
Perfect
gonna have the
Market
best
Metroid Prime
motherfucking
4.
handheld on the
Oh
market.
shit!
Ain't gonna be nothing like this handheld. It's gonna do something new that's never
You better
done before.
pirate
That's
Nintendo
gonna
games.
make
That
you
shit
want that
better pirate.
handheld.
That
Shit.
shit
And
better
we can
pirate
play
Nintendo
Nintendo,
games.
and we can play Nintendo games on the handheld.
Pirate that
You know,
motherfucker. That's about what you got.
that's all I'm gonna say. We get PlayStation, Nintendo, and Xbox games on that motherfucking handheld.
Oh shit! You gotta
You know what
do
I'm
that
saying?
shit. Navenzor.
Right.
Oh my god, this dude has it in it. Shout out to Navenzor. He said PC was before the 88 bill. I got him. Extra chromosome motherfucker. Oh my god. Fuck yo, they coming after you, bro. Big Stout. He said, question. What is the ceiling price of the consoles in regards to the price to power and where PC is?
What is the ceiling price? Well, you know
What's the
what,
highest they're gonna be
Big
able to
Stout.
go?
Blame the PlayStation community who just spent $700, damn near $800 on the PS5, bro.
Hold
They
on,
up. Yes, I believe. Yeah,
No,
you
no, no, listen,
motherfuckers is gonna be the reason why we get $800-900 systems next year.
listen.
You
It's a
got a Pro
niche.
Rock?
It's
Did you get a Pro Rock?
Oh, I got the Pro.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
absolutely did. I absolutely did. Right. But to be fair, I'm a niche group. We are a niche group. It doesn't sell a lot. The PS5 is still the main seller. When you think about it, it's like no different when you bought the One X. You bought the One X for $500.
No, I ain't bad for $500. Traded it.
Well, you know what it is. Okay,
I do
you
trade
know,
ins.
you know,
I
you
do
know.
trade. I ain't
don't think-
Kratos out here.
I do think next gen PlayStation 6 might be $600. And here's the thing.
Yeah.
There's no way you're gonna
that.
release powerful hardware for $400. The technology is too expensive.
No.
But they're not gonna go crazy and sell you $1,000 console because that just killed the market. But I think $600 is gonna be the next ceiling for consoles. I think that's the next
I do think they need to get over that barrier for 4K 60 and all that. So I think they're gonna have to put out better hardware next gen. I don't think what they've been giving us is gonna cut it no more, especially with what's happening in the PC handheld space and what those profiles are doing. You got mobile chips out here that's a lot more powerful than a PlayStation 4, a Pro, even a One X. You know what I'm saying? By the time we get into Gen 10, you're going to have mobile chips that's competing with the Series X and or more powerful than the Series X and the PlayStation 5. So, yeah, they're going to have to you're going to be – I agree with Pete. You're going to be spending about $600, $650, maybe $700.
So.
You know what I'm saying?
I think 600 might be the next barrier. We'll see.
Yeah. The only thing I think that changes is that next gen – you're not going to get two console SKUs no more. You're going to have a console and you're going to have a handheld.
I think Sony right out the gate, they're going to do the digital console with the optional drive right out the gate.
Yep.
That's it.
Yep.
They just go digital console, and if you want the drive, buy it separately. And then that's it. It'll simplify the process, streamline the sales. But I think that's going to be $600. An all digital console, $600. You buy a separate drive.
And then the portal then gave them all the numbers.
And it'll probably be the same drive because you don't really have to buy an upgraded drive. It's just a disk drive. That's all it is.
And then the portal then gave them all the numbers they need. They know that, with the portal sales, I think it did pretty good. They now know. And they've been watching the PC market too. They've been watching the PC market in the handheld in that space too. And that's why both of them, and that's going to be a battle next in Gen 10 too, the battle of the handhelds between all three of them.
Impatient Fire, he says, I still remember when Post used to say MS didn't pay $100 billion to bring games to PlayStation back in the day. What happened, Post? You flip flop, bro?
You're right. Look, I ain't flip flop.
He flip flop. He's admitting he's wrong.
No, I admitted I'm wrong. I stood on that back then. I stood on that. Because we all do it. The whole Xbox community assumed that Microsoft had Activision. Oh, they got all the ammo they need, right? Keep Call of Duty everywhere else. Yeah, keep Call of Duty everywhere else. But any other games that they make from Activision, keep them exclusive and force people into the Game Pass ecosystem. We thought that didn't happen. That didn't happen. That shit did not happen. And we now know Our Phil Spencer interview that all that money Microsoft gave him came with stipulations and expectations.
He did say that,
From
yes.
Nadalia and Amy, the CEO of Microsoft. When he talking about Tim Stewart, who's the CFO of Xbox, we're talking about Amy, who's the CFO of the entire Microsoft. They got expectations and stipulations. They're not trying to hit that shit. We want a profitable division from you. And if you can't deliver that, then you know what's going to happen. And you know what's going to happen. Shut that shit down. Or they're going to transition away from hardware and just be software and services. Game Pass is already a platform. They already putting that shit on every screen and all that shit. Yeah. So, hey, ain't nothing we can do, man. Look, some things you just have no control over. I don't care how much of a hardcore gamer, Xbox gamer you is, and things like that. At the end of the day, Microsoft gonna make decisions for the best of Microsoft, not the game.
All companies.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's what I realized. I say, hey, I attachment down, Puerto Rico after this. I said, I've been attached too much. Because no matter all the community stuff and the whoop lines, you know, some shit, they've been lying to you even through all that. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So, yeah, I take that L. You know, Puerto Rock took his L on Spider-Man. I mean, he said that shit happened the next day. Puerto Rock's like, holy shit. But he stood there and was like, you know what?
I gave you $60.
He gave me.
I didn't pull
he gave me his. He didn't pull it back.
He gave you Unity code.
He hit me immediately like, Post, which ass shot. And I had forgot. And he stood on business. You won. And I was like, what? He was like, do you remember the bet? And he stood on that, even though the Spider-Man bet, and he stood on his business. You know what I'm saying? So I can sit up here and say the outlook for where I thought Microsoft was going to do with Active, I was fucking wrong. I was obviously we was all the way. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to switch up and tote the company line. You know what I'm saying? I still wanted them to compete. I still wanted them to see how they was going to. I think Microsoft being competitive to Sony and Nintendo would have put the game industry in a better place, because you see the years in the 360 era. All of these companies been built off fighting each other, slugging it out, fighting for your dollar. And Microsoft said, "Hey, we're no longer going to do that. We're just going to put our shit everywhere and just let it be that." But yeah, I was wrong. But I'm not finna sit up here and say, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? I knew this shit was coming. Yeah, put the games everywhere. That's a multi-platform. No, because I wanted them to fight. I'm not finna flip the script because Microsoft flipped their message. I understand, don't get me wrong. I understand what they're doing and why they're doing. And I understand the obligations on Phil. Look at Phil. You see how small he's gotten? You could tell he's dealing with a lot. You know what I'm saying?
That dude's
you can tell he's dealing with a lot, though. You know what I'm saying? So I understand the obligations that I might not understand, because those are huge shoes to fill. $100 billion. How many of y'all can manage $100 billion? How many of y'all can do that? How many of y'all can allow somebody to put $100 billion in y'all hand to go buy some and then hold up to the fact that, yeah, I can make your $100 billion back plus more? You know, there ain't too many people that can do that. Do I have to like it? No. Do I have control of it? No. Am I just going to go with it and see how this shit play out? Yes. But I'm not finna tote the company line. You ain't finna see me switch up here and there, this and that. Motherfuckers who went from, exclusives, it matter. They good on Xbox. We need exclusive to everybody saying now when everybody play, we all win. But just a couple of years ago, y'all was saying how much exclusives matter to Xbox and how y'all want exclusives on Xbox. Y'all was begging Phil for exclusives on Xbox. And now that they putting games everywhere, y'all switching up saying when everybody play, we all win. No, keep the same energy. Keep the same energy. That's all I'm saying. And you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I took the L, brother. I took the L.
I'm the same way on the PlayStation side. Like, I get when people can say, it's business, you know, with Sony putting games on PC. I understand the business. I understand they're making more money for their shareholders. I absolutely get it. But as a person who enjoys the PlayStation console, I feel, even though Sony says that PC is not a threat to them, I feel it is. I see it from the Xbox community. You know, I'll be like I said, I'm not towing the company line. I think day and date on PC across all their stuff will hurt their
Yep.
brand. It is not to the benefit of the console gamer because a console gamer doesn't benefit from that decision, right? That benefits the corporation. It don't benefit the console gamer, right? I think more games will be less optimized for PlayStation because they're gonna try to find that good balance between PC and console environment. And I think that also will impact on how they develop future consoles. I think they're gonna develop future consoles with how can we make it easier to port games on PC rather than how can we develop the best console
You
they
know
can
it's
ever
coming.
build.
You know it's coming.
So you know what I'm saying? So I'm not
But you don't agree with it.
I don't agree
But
with it.
you
I
know it's
understand,
coming.
But I don't agree
Yeah.
with it. I think we're
Yeah.
gonna lose. I think
And I can
console
respect
gamers,
that.
and that's why I say if they go full
I
blown
can
day and
respect
date, I'll be like, I'll go PC too, because then at that point, I don't think they're gonna put that attention to consoles that they should. Because why would they? If it's all about
can
every
respect
device
that.
at the same time, then I think they're gonna
Yeah.
they're gonna consistently make decisions for both environments to cater to both. And if you cater to both environments, the console gamer loses because the PC gamer, they're not buying their PC from Sony. They're doing it on their own. But the console gamer buys their console from Sony, but Sony's gonna give half the attention. That's not a full proposition for me. You know what I'm saying? That's like I just don't
I
see.
can respect that, Pete.
And that's
I can respect
that's why I say a full PC strategy means console and PC are on equal footing. And every decision Sony makes,
And
both
they got that
platforms have to
PlayStation
be
app.
equal.
You know that
Yeah, everything
PlayStation
has to
store
be
is coming.
yeah,
That
and it's
PC
like-
store coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
I can
fuck it.
respect that. And I feel the same way about Xbox.
Like it feels
I
like the
don't
decision
like the
is not
direction.
console centric, right? It doesn't feel like it's a console centric
doesn't.
decision.
It's not. That's why when my shout out to my brother Everborn when he broke it all down, he said Microsoft is telling the hardcore Xbox community your service. So he said I'm gonna go where I feel value, and that's PC.
No.
And he made his move, and now I understand that because it doesn't feel console centric no more at all, at all. And I think the more this year go along, and by time next year come around, by time the end of this year probably come, y'all gonna see. And so that's why I said earlier in this conversation that the Xbox, the console community is no longer Xbox no more.
No.
It's not. It's not.
Right. Shout out to Face23 BKNY with the super chat. He says, do you think Sony will do day and date with all of their games at the beginning of the PlayStation 6 gen? My opinion, if they do make that decision, that's the soonest they're going to do it. I don't think they're going to do that decision this gen.
Yeah.
Not this
I
gen.
think
If
they
do
take this
it,
gen to prepare.
It would be
I think they
if
take this
do
gen
it.
to prepare. I could agree.
But I will
with
say
that.
this. I don't think they're going to do it unless something disastrous happens. And
I think they do. I do think they take this gen and get their pipeline in order. I think because right now, the reason why it takes so long for them ports to come out is because initially they didn't have that console to PC pipeline. I think that's what Nix's is there for. I think that's what Nix's is doing outside of helping them port games. I think they're preparing their 10th generation consoles and putting their ecosystem in a point where it supports PC and console because it helps them save money. If you build one version of a game that supports both platforms versus building one towards that's console centric, and then you have to use more money to port that game to PC, and then depending on the sales you get on the PC, are you getting your investment back versus having an ecosystem that supports both and make the transition a lot easier. Microsoft made that transition years ago. I think Sony gonna do it. The only one that I think that has time is Nintendo. Because they get like Pete was saying earlier, motherfucking Mario Kart over there, 60 million units.
Yeah,
one game.
They're not doing that. Yeah, they're not doing day and day. They
good over there. You got one game selling 60.
No, 60
what?
Million.
60 million.
60,
Pete, I saw them. I'm like, what the fuck they doing?
Like what the
Mario Kart, bro.
All the games, Mario Kart.
Bro.
You know,
bro, it's
like And I would say
they the only one that could chill.
they're not doing it for a couple of reasons. Number one, they are able to sell their games and keep it at $60, and they're probably gonna sell $7 at $70. They don't do price drops.
None.
Fuck.
And they still selling 60 million.
Yes, that shit still say $70 for 2 years. No price drop, right?
The whole generation.
Yeah, they didn't price drop the console. Switch
No.
is still $350 for the OLED and $300 for that shit. They still at launch price,
And they just hit 150 million units sold.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
No price drop. No price drop. Right? And they do that because that IPs and their properties exclusives. They don't even want you calling another product Nintendo. They suing mothers. Mothers, you know, they be like, hey, you're going to play your Nintendo, because they just call anything Nintendo. If Nintendo finds out, they're suing her. Like, we're going to sue her.
They pulled up to do them at CES. The lawyers pulled up to do them over the Switch 2 thing. The little mock they had out there, the 3D the 3D print mock. Boy, they pulled up to them dudes at CES, boy. They pulled up with the lawyers like, boy, they don't play, bro.
No, they don't play, man. They're not trying to play nice. Yeah, you can't even promote their shit for free. They're like, nah, we didn't give you permission to promote our shit. Like, what? Like, bro, these dudes are ruthless, bro. So they're on a whole new wavelength. Like, oh shit. True SSJ Havoc, man. It's been a minute, my brother. He says, long time no see, Post. Shout out to you, P-Rock and Post. My question is, where do we go from here 5 years from now? I got a simple answer.
5 years.
I got a simple answer. Just play these games, bro. Just play
long
these
time
games.
No see, Post. Shout out to you, P-Rock and Post. My question is,
play
where do we go from here 5 years?
That's
the best answer, Puerto Rock. You just gonna have to fuck it. Just play the games, bro.
Listen, if you see a game you like, buy it.
Look, buy it. I don't care. At this point, look, the console war is dead, bro.
It's over, man.
The shit it's over, bro. Yes. It is over. And y'all gonna realize that the more and more, y'all gonna realize that the more and more the console war shit is over, man. And people talking about it's gonna go into an IP war, content war. That shit, just play where you play at, bro. Enjoy the games. That's all I can say.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna argue which game sells better on PlayStation consoles, or Sony IP or Xbox IP. I'm not doing that. I'm like, you know what? No. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's gonna move there, but nah, you ain't. And that's what I'm saying now, bro. The next 5 years, P-Rock gave the best answer. Just play the games. I don't care where the fuck you play them at this point. You're getting everything. The ecosystem, I fought for you getting everything from us anyway. You can play them where you want to play now. Shit, that shit pissed me the fuck off. You know what I'm saying? I'm mad. I don't like that shit.
They don't even like.
I don't like that shit.
These guys.
I told Puerto Rock.
They called it. Was it Game Pass fodder?
I told Puerto Rock. I told King Thrash, and I told Z that it will be likely that PlayStation go third party before Xbox.
You did.
I remember that.
I remember. Yes, you did.
And I'm eating salt like a motherfucker, bro. I'm eating salt right now. You feel me?
You did,
I told them that.
Yeah, he said that Microsoft had the money to fund that shit. So if anyone goes, it was PlayStation.
It was PlayStation. I said that, and I was fucking wrong.
You're like, fuck you,
Microsoft
retired. He said, you know, I'm retired. Like, I'm done.
Microsoft went there first. You know what I'm saying? Like, right now, you know what I'm saying? It's just gonna be focusing on playing the games and just enjoying shit, man.
If you enjoy Game Pass, enjoy Game Pass.
And me and P talked about this before we started the show. I wish I was here 3-4 years ago. At the height of the console, we were scrapping.
Oh, let's talk about it.
It was so much fucking fun.
Let's reminisce.
Multiplayer podcast.
God,
She used to do about 3 shows a week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Bro, you talking about scrapping? We used to scrap. You had to know your shit. You had to be in tune with the latest announcements and that. Man, you had to have your shit prepared before you even got on a panel. Your screenshots, your article, you had to research. You had to assume what counterpoints that either P Rock or Jake Dell was gonna bring to the panel, or P Rock used to say, I have to say, okay, I think Post Up gonna bring this up, and then at times P Rock be like, I knew you was gonna pull it up.
You had to predict what they were gonna say.
You had to predict what motherfuckers was gonna bring to the panel, and we scrapped. And even that turned into like debate wars where Z started doing debates. Yes. Man, I don't think we'll ever see that again.
No, man. We put in our work. We put in research. We used to put up links, screenshots, numbers. Yes. Like it was like when we podcast, we were used to prepare. Like I ain't gonna lie. Like every week, right? It was Wednesdays, multiplayer podcast, or Tuesdays. It was Wednesdays. It was Tuesdays. And I'm like, all right, what they're gonna talk about now? All right, they're gonna bring up this. All right, I need to.
Yes.
And I used to have my receipts. We both did. Like you had to be on point. Like you could have just said silly shit like they do now. Now they just say any stupid shit.
Yeah, and we weren't headline clippers. We didn't just clip the head. We read the articles. We pointed out and highlighted specific paragraphs in the article that suited our defense of what we. Bro, we did. Bro, it wasn't no boy. We wasn't just talking. We had research and knowledge behind everything we said. Oh, that shit was so. They don't do that no more.
No, man. They just say anything. They just make anything. Like right now.
They'll take the headline, clip that, and won't even read the article.
They'll make up shit. Like now, like these dudes, if they want our podcast, what they say now, they will get smoked. Like now, they're trying to say, well, like Microsoft is Trojan horse. The sales of the Microsoft games is gonna kill the PlayStation first party games. Like once PlayStation games start buying Xbox games, apparently that's gonna stop.
No. What
the fuck are we talking about here?
Hold on, Puerto Rock, because I said the same thing on the same lines of that. My thing is, I didn't say I wasn't talking about in sales outselling PlayStation game. My thing was from the monthly active user perspective, meaning that Microsoft is trying to invade PlayStation land to get their games, to get their gamers more active on their IP than Sony's own IP. Now, outselling, I'm not going to say outselling, but I can see where when Forza Horizon 5 dropped, I can see that giving GT some issue in terms of active users. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't know about it outselling it. I do know that Forza Horizon 5 is going to sell a fucking lot on PlayStation. Let's just be honest. My thing is that Microsoft sees a vulnerable moment right now with Sony fighting to get money after users, and they, let's go over there, invade they turf, and force their players to spend more time with our games than their own games. Especially if they're only making single player games, Pete. That's all I'm saying. They're only making single player games, and you got Forza, you got Gears, and you got Halo over there. And you said Microsoft is third party right now. You the one said lead the multiplayer games up to third party. Well, Microsoft is third party right now, and they coming over there with their games trying to get them monthly active users.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. How is that any different than Grand Theft Auto 5 monthly active users, or Call of Duty, or Apex? That's what I was trying to say. PlayStation has been home to some of the biggest selling games every generation, and that didn't stop PlayStation from having a successful first party. We have Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead, Apex Legends, Fortnite.
Yeah, I know that
it's just more games. That's all it is.
Right? I know it's more games, but at the end of the day, when you're done with that Sony first party game, if I'm Microsoft, I know we got COD. We know you're gonna pick up COD, but we want you to pick up Forza instead of GT7. Right?
That ain't gonna happen.
We want you to pick up Gears. We want you to pick up. Okay, we're gonna see, bro. We're gonna see. We're gonna see.
No, that's like saying.
I'm just saying if I'm Microsoft. Microsoft.
Yeah, no, but what's gonna happen is the reason why I'm saying what's gonna happen is it's just like Grand Theft Auto 6 is gonna be the biggest game of the generation. That's not gonna stop intergalactic sales. People are still going to buy Naughty Dog's intergalactic sales, right? Say it's just like it's not going to be a one or the other. They'll pick up, like if you're a racing fan, a hardcore racing fan, you're going to buy both. You're gonna get both. You're gonna enjoy.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I do
you're gonna
agree
get
with
both
that.
because one,
But that Horizon,
Forza
for
Horizon,
people who
give you
play that
nice
shit, that shit get addictive.
Yeah, it's fun. They're gonna give us that arcadey feel. But Gran Turismo's that sim feel. It's that sim racer shit. That's how they do. So they're gonna play both. There's gonna be people who play Gears E-Day, Halo E-Day.
But where they spend most of their time though?
They're gonna play that. Why?
Where they spend most of their time? Where they gonna spend? I'm talking about where they gonna spend most of their time.
But here's the thing.
That's all I'm saying.
No, but I'm saying you can't conflate
eat into their time,
right? Because the thing is, single player games end. That's why I don't understand the argument. People say, "Oh, they're playing Call of Duty more than Spider-Man." Yeah, because Spider-Man ends. What the fuck you want people to do? You can't. Like that's literally the nature of the beast. When you play Spider-Man,
I know that. That's why I said I wasn't worried about sales. My thing is that when you're done with that PlayStation game, what is the next game you put in there? And Microsoft is saying, "Hey, choose us. Let us be one of your options."
The Sony's fault is they should make more single player games. That's because it's gonna end, and then once that's why I said the third party strategy works, right? You play Call of Duty now, let's say Gears, now Halo, and you keep playing. You putting lots and lots. Madden. You could name all the live service games, or multiplayer games that people put in thousands of hours, from the Call of Duties to the Apex to Madden to 2K. Let's say Halo's now included. Let's say Gears is now included, right? So all those games are being played over and over and over. And then Sony goes, "Oh, yo, we just dropped Intergalactic." They're gonna be like, "Oh shit, let me put a pause. Let me play Intergalactic." Boom, got it. Intergalactic, beat it. All right, cool. Now you go back to Call of Duty. So they'll be like, "Hold on, we got Wolverine." Oh shit, hold on, guys. Pause. Play Wolverine. That's the mutual relationship. You feed the gamers the single player, so that way they could be like, "Yo, I'm gonna play on PlayStation because I could get my monthly active users, the players, like I get to play my Halo, I get to play my Call of Duty, I get to keep playing all these games I always play. But when they drop that Wolverine, I'm gonna play it, but I'm gonna beat it, and then I'm gonna go back." That's
and then you're gonna go balance. And you're gonna go. And my Microsoft saying you're gonna go back to Gears, Forza, Halo.
That's fine.
And
every time
that engagement is important.
Yeah,
engagement is important, and Sony know that. But I don't worry about sales. I'm talking about the engagement.
No, but engagement is only important if. And this was funny because last year one of the quarterly briefings from Sony. One of the quarters, they released the highest levels of engagement, like 200 something million, some ridiculous number. They say, "Hey, we had the highest level." One of the investors' Q&As was, "How come that didn't correlate to revenue?" Because they didn't see an increase. That's the thing. Engagement doesn't mean anything unless it's tied to revenue. I play 1,000 hours of a game and I don't buy not one goddamn map pack, Sony takes an L. It doesn't mean anything. Hours don't mean. Hours doesn't lead. You got the engagement has to lead to some type of. Are you buying the map packs? Are you buying something?
Jim Ryan was trying to throw 12 live services games against the engagement. It matters. It matters. No, and what they're saying is that what I mean by this is that, and I think the reason why live services is important is because they're saying, and I know they had a spike in engagement, but what I believe is that Sony is saying, look, when they get done with our first party games, I want us to have a multiplayer game or live service game that they can go to versus Fortnite, versus Call of Duty, that can keep them within our engagement perspective of PlayStation, not just Fortnite or Call of Duty, but keep them in there to get our engagement. Because the more people keep engaged, at some point they're gonna buy something. I don't care what it is. At some point, if you keep a person engaged long enough at some point, they're going to buy some or purchase some game, a piece of game content or whatever. I'm saying Microsoft is saying, okay, they got little issues over there. Their numbers ain't moving on there in effect of how much players spend, how much time they spend on their own first party games, right? And even in some cases, even though they might still play the single player, in some of them games, they might choose our games over. That's all I'm saying. Sales wise, I think Sony going to continue to do the single player numbers that they've always done. I'm not disputing that. My thing is the fight will be in terms of the players' engagement and where they spend their time at. And I think Microsoft is trying to
Well,
attack
Microsoft
that.
already won. It's Call of Duty. So you already did that.
Yeah,
It's already done.
yeah.
Minecraft and
We
Call
got
of
more
Duty
work
already
to
got
do.
you.
We
That's
got
it. You know
it
what I'm
ain't
saying?
enough.
You know?
It ain't enough. We got more work to do, Porter. We
Here's
got
the
more
crazy
work to
part.
do.
I showed people Helldivers, right? And Helldivers is successful. But on PlayStation, I showed them when Matt Piscatella, now he gets like weekly engagement numbers or monthly, whatever. He gets those data now, engagement numbers. At one point, more PlayStation gamers was playing Mortal Kombat 1 than Helldivers.
See,
and I flipped out.
and they have to
I made a
change
video.
that.
But that's the thing though. Here's the point what I'm trying to say, right? Sometimes you have to be who you are and recognize what your audience wants from you.
I see what you're saying.
You got Helldivers 2, which is the most successful live service game Sony created, and on PlayStation, motherfuckers play Mortal Kombat 1 and WWE Wrestling.
No.
WWE Wrestling. I'm like, yo, you can't even beat WWE
I need your
Wrestling,
Hellblade moment,
bro.
I need your Hellblade moment, bro.
Like, what is we talking about?
P, I need your Hellblade moment.
Like, I understand you did good, but sometimes you gotta recognize what your audience wants, bro. They'll pay the $7.
I need your Hellblade moment.
What?
I need your Hellblade moment. Because, a lot of the PlayStation niggas hyped up Helldivers. A lot of my, I need you a Hellblade moment. When you saw the community, bro, when you saw the PlayStation community hyping up Helldivers, Hellblade.
I put it on the screen. I'm like, yo, we can't even beat Mortal Kombat. Like, who the fuck is actually playing Mortal Kombat 1?
Bro, that shit had me rolling, bro.
Asked the Hellblade, no, the Scalebound.
The Hellblade when they hyped up, when they hyped up Hellblade, and it came out and did 250. Bro, you went the fuck out.
Like, get the fuck out of here. Don't talk to me about y'all hyping. Yeah, I remember that one too. 150K. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all was mad as hell. Then they get in this game. We weren't talking like that a month ago. Y'all were rubbing the Xbox face. Now it's itch. Yo, I had the whole podcast. I had like 10 people trying damage control. I'm like, yo, we were all here talking shit to the Xbox community. Ninja Theory, look at the graphics. 150K.
Yep.
The fuck is we doing?
Yeah.
Here? Ain't nobody paid that shit.
And nobody brought shit. Hey,
like,
bro.
I ain't trying to hear this shit. I was mad. I bought it. I was like, yo, and it was $30. That's what made it worse. $30.
Yep.
It was just $30, bro. $30. It wasn't even 60.
That's
it was
crazy.
$30. I'm like, bro, we shit 150K. I see games that failed that sold more than 150K.
Yeah.
I was wilding. That shit was a wild time, bro. But
Yo,
that goes back to let me do super chat real quick. Patrick Allen says, remember, Microsoft owns 2% of Nintendo. Huh? Oh no, they don't. No. They don't own 2% Nintendo. They have a mutual, because that's from the Activision thing. They have a mutual. Somebody that owns shares in Microsoft also owns shares in Nintendo, and they were trying to see if they could leverage that relationship and see if they could work a purchase of Nintendo. I don't think Microsoft directly has a share directly in Nintendo.
No. Yeah, that's when they was trying to get Microsoft.
There's a person that has shares in both. There's someone that has
came
shares
out
in
in
Microsoft
emails.
and Nintendo. Yeah, it came out in emails. That they
Yep.
Ball Dante. Thank you for the super chat again. He says, yo, P-Rock, I want to post that masterful cross-examination clipped and ready to send it. Did you send it to me in a DM? Let me see. Let me see what you're talking about. Let me see. What are you talking about? Where you send it to me at? Yo, I want to post that masterful cross-examination clipped and ready to send out. Masterful cross-examination. Maybe something on the podcast, my brother? I'm not kind of lost. And shout out to True SSJ. Says P-Rock, when you said that ain't gonna happen, I was course, bro. You hate card games. Laughing my ass off. Oh shit. He's talking about, yeah, I do hate card games. Right now I'm trying to look at. I'm trying to let's see, man. I'm trying to look at.
I beat Hellblade too. I ain't beat the first one, but.
Let's see. I'm trying to, man. I'm looking at Z's channel, right?
Hold on. Why you doing that? Hold on. Jay said JC C20 Hellblade 2 wasn't even a game, it was a tech demo. Wasn't y'all the same one hyping up that tech demo from
Ladies and
Epic that
gentlemen,
showed the PS5 power and it wasn't even a game?
Oh, shit.
Keep the same energy, Jay.
Oh shit. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
That tech demo from Epic with the girl flying through on off the SSD. They hyped up that tech demo. It wasn't even a game, and he's trying to tell me not to hype Hellblade 2 because it looked like a tech demo. Keep the same energy.
Listen, let me tell you something, man. That SSD was a game changer, bro.
No, that shit went out the motherfucking window.
That shit's a game changer, bro. That shit, everybody loving that SSD. Oh shit.
Oh man, they got me with that shit, man.
Yo, listen, man, I'm done with tech talk, man. That shit didn't come out like none of this shit came out like it's supposed to.
Bro, that ain't shit. Bro, I brought Ratchet and Clank because of that shit, and they got me, P.
No, but that game was good.
Got me, bro.
That was smooth. It was smooth. I mean, it was a smooth transition. It was smooth. It was. My main thing is, here's the thing. My main thing is, and not even the shit talking SSD, is that more developers just stopped, like, okay, Ratchet and Clank did it, and nobody else is doing something similar, or we're back to the same gameplay. It's faster, it streams smoother, but nothing really changed. You know what I mean? Like the map, the layouts didn't really change. In fact, we still got.
No, I thought that jumping through worlds was gonna be. I thought we was gonna be able to jump through worlds on our own. That shit was on rails. I say never again, P. I was pissed off. I beat the game. I beat Ratchet and Clank too, but I was pissed the fuck off. I said they won't give me
the riff roll was smooth. Like it didn't have no transition. It was smooth. But what I'm saying is, more games didn't.
I wanted more than smooth. I wanted to be able to throw to be able to throw enemies into other worlds and shit.
Bro, that's just the first gen game. We needed more games to evolve and make it better. The problem is, no one did it. It stopped. It stopped with Ratchet and Clank. No one was interested in doing that, and that's where it fucked. Like the first game ain't gonna be like the end all be all. Like the blueprint's there. Now somebody else be like, you know what? You made it a hot line. I'm about to make this shit a hot song. No one cares. They stuck with the same maps, the same routine. I'm like, what the fuck? I think the other closest one was Spider-Man 2 with the whole portal from Doctor Strange, and that was only a little bit of it. But like nobody really took it to the next level. Like nobody really created a game and be like,
and you got all those weapons and different suits in there in Ratchet and Clank 2, and you didn't even really need that shit to game, really. Because you could have used the same gun throughout the.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it was all right, man. And then when it ended, I ain't
but
man, I'm like, what? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But yo, yeah, like let me see. I'm trying to look for like a good like from years ago, a good multiplayer podcast and shit like that. Because let me ask you this. Compare Xbox content creators during last gen compared to this gen. How do you feel? Do you feel like there's a huge difference? Did it get better? Did it get worse? What do you think between? You don't have to call out names or nothing, but just overall the Xbox content creation of how we talked about gaming and how it's done now. Do you see it got better? Did it got worse? Or it's just different? How do you feel?
You know what? I got stuck to who they are, like Dirk Griggity, and Sean them. Shout out to them. Mm-hmm. They stuck to who they are back then, and they just supreme hardcore Xbox. But the content creators now, I don't even think it's a lot of Xbox content creators. I think a lot of content creators that moved in the middle. Now. I don't think it like it was back in the day. Like you had really, really hardcore Xbox content creators out there. And right now, it's a few, at least that I know of. I'll say that I know of specifically. But I don't think it's the same back in the day as it was now. I think a lot of content creators tote the company line. As Microsoft messaging changed, their messages changed with Microsoft. First, it was exclusive. Then Microsoft said, hey, we're going to start softening y'all up. When everybody plays, we all win. Then people start doing that and saying, hey, I don't care if Microsoft games go this and that place. As long as I've had Game Pass, then it's all good. And I'm like, man, what is going on? Like, what is going on? Like, what happened to the age of holding people accountable? We like to hold PlayStation accountable. Each time they come out and say something and they renege, we held Jerry on his backwards compatible stuff and all that shit. We held them accountable. But we know Phil has said a lot of things over the last year or last 2 years that he reneged on and walked back. You know, don't just transition and say, okay, what Phil say, I say. Hold him accountable for that for that shit. Well, Bethesda say he said Bethesda games will be on all that support Game Pass. That wasn't true.
He was specific. He said specifically these games will be
that
on
wasn't
Game
true.
Pass supported platforms.
Yeah, but then
Which
back
makes
in,
sense. Like, all right, we
back
get it.
when he did that interview on with him, Matt Booty, and I think if I believe that was Sarah, when they was on they do the interview after every E3. Where they go on Giant Bomb.
Yeah.
I think that was Giant Bomb. They did that interview where they were sitting on the couch, and he specifically said on that couch, "We are not becoming a third-party publisher." He said, "We're not a third-party publisher." He specifically said that last year on that couch.
And the games were being made. They were being made because you can't announce Forza Horizon.
And even when he was
months.
saying that, they was prepping for third party. But that's what I'm saying. But if you're an Xbox person and you support the Xbox community, it's cool to call this shit out. Like it's and I don't care if I get, and I might get pushback or flack. You might see Xbox people do they clip farming and shit like that and say, look at Ponybot. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? But you can't call out everything that Sony say and then they renege on their community and hold them accountable. And then when Phil does it, instead of holding him accountable, you go with the flow and find an excuse to push the marketing messaging. No, it don't work. It don't work like that. You've been a fucking hypocrite. Now we seen those things, but that's the games. We'll support all platforms with Game Pass. He sat on that couch and said, "We're not a third. I want everybody to know that we are not a third-party publisher." And at that time, Sea of Thieves were being made for fucking PlayStation. Grounded, and all of them games were being made for PlayStation behind the scenes. They was transitioning in a more third-party centric role. That's why we start hearing rumors about Halo being moved to Unreal Engine. Why? Because Unreal Engine is a multi-plat engine. Come on now, we gotta be 100, yo. We have to be 100. You know what I'm saying? And I think when you do that, when you hold when the community as a whole, when you invest in the community and you hold that whoever you buying for accountable, then you can probably affect change. But when everybody the mood swing change with the mood swing of the company, they don't believe you. They know you're gonna switch up every time they switch up they message. They know your message gonna change every time they change their message. They know you're gonna fall in line. This shit is crazy.
True. That's so true, yeah.
This shit is crazy.
What shocked me, like some Xbox podcasters watching, and then they slip up. Like they talk, and then they mention, "Oh yeah, I'm playing the game on PC," and I'm like, "Wait a minute, you're not even playing on the console? So you talking about the console? What the console needs
because
to
some
do,
of them already moved to PC for the
exactly. I'm like, wait a minute. So why are you still worried about the console? You I'm like, you switch.
They didn't all. I'm telling you, a lot of the content creators is telling you, yeah, keep an Xbox console. They're already playing on PC. They have their PCs, they have their 4090s, their 5080s or whatever, and they have their PC handhelds or their Steam decks. They're already moved. And that's what pissed me off, what I said earlier. A lot of these content creators knew the same thing them knew. And they didn't say nothing.
You can't
and they made Tim Dog look like he crazy. And now that is out there, guess what they doing? When everyone plays, we all win.
Oh yeah, now.
Why should you
everybody
get
knew.
like Yeah, and then now everybody knew. Oh, we knew this a year ago. They told or 2 years. Well, if they told y'all a year ago or 2 years ago, then why y'all make Tim Dog look like he was crazy then? If y'all knew, right?
Facts.
Why
Why
y'all
you
make him
shamed
look like
them
he?
if you knew?
Why you shamed him? Why
You
you?
should have told him, yeah,
Yeah,
you're
why
right.
you call him out his? Why you call him out his name? Right? Right?
Yeah.
Why should you be worried about I know, and I was having a conversation with Paris. Shout out to Paris. Paris saying, why are you concerned why other people get to play um that game that you get to play? As long as you get to play, you shouldn't have to
that's
to worry about
right?
it.
Because that's not what we're talking about.
Yeah, but I know, and we was going back and forth with that. And the reason why I disagree with him because that wasn't the conversation or the energy.
He didn't even have that energy.
You know what I'm saying?
He even said, you know what I'm saying? You don't spend $6 billion to put your game on another competing platform. That was his words.
Right. So even and I respected his opinion. Yeah, I respected his opinion and where he was going. I understand shots at Paris. I'm just saying we had this conversation on Twitter, a little short conversation, and that's one of the questions he's asked. And I'm saying that to say this: we all know that we grew up in a competitive console era, whether it was Nintendo, Sega, any of them eras was all competitive, and we grew up we grew up knowing that shit. Some of us is in our 30s and 40s, and y'all want us to flip this shit at a switch and say, okay, we're not gonna be concerned about the 20 or 30 years we done seen these companies fight for our dollar and bring exclusive content. Well, we're just not gonna be concerned with that no more. We're just gonna say, hey, let's all play together. The ecosystem you want to invest in, you want that ecosystem to provide the best content for you. PlayStation do that for their ecosystem. They get games that they're not put on Xbox. Nintendo got game. Microsoft did a lot for Nintendo. Nintendo ain't put a Mario character or Mario game on Xbox. Period. Not one Nintendo game is on Xbox. But Microsoft has published a lot of games for Nintendo. It's the same with PlayStation now. You know what I'm saying? Why be concerned with that? Because we grew up in an era where that mattered. And you as a company told us that exclusives matters until they didn't. And I'm not just going to be able to switch up at the bit of a dime because I wanted that same thing to happen. I wanted to see what Microsoft with Bethesda and Activision would have looked like going up against Sony and what kind of pressure that would have put on Sony to succeed. And imagine a Bethesda and a Microsoft and Activision going up against a Sony, putting Sony back towards the wall and seeing what comes out of that. What came out of that would have only benefited us as gamers.
Yeah.
Because it would have forced competition. It's just like when Madden went exclusive to when the football went exclusive to EA. What happened?
Yeah.
When they stopped getting that competition from 2K. What happened? But now y'all telling me to say, Kumbaya. No, man, we didn't. We wanted to see. Hey, we wanted to see when your hands is fully loaded, when the deck is loaded, you got the best hand on the table. We want to see that motherfucking hand played.
Yeah. Like now that you had the hardware not the hardware, but the software as a behemoth.
The software.
Yeah,
you have the content. You have the IPs now.
Yeah.
I wanted to see what that hand. I wanted to see play your hand. Don't fold. Don't say, nah, I ain't gonna do them like that. Play that hand. And I think one of the biggest things, regardless how this shit play out, a lot of Xbox dudes will be mad because we'll never get a chance or opportunity to see Microsoft play that full hand that they had.
Yeah. So hey, I'm gonna put this on the screen, so everybody watch it. So this is probably one of the biggest Remember the Black Friday bet that became huge between us back then? Because Xbox One X was coming out. And that was the bet I had with D-Batch. You remember that? That shit became, that shit.
One he didn't pay?
Oh, no,
that was one for $20,
right?
right?
A year later, yeah. But he paid a year later.
That nigga held on $20 for a year, nigga.
That shit got
a whole year.
That shit got depreciated.
He held on to $20. Poor P. I used to press him about that $20. He
trying to give me Assassin's Creed Unity codes. But the thing is, let me show y'all so we can just remember this. But this was somebody chronicled the whole event. Yo, this shit is funny. So I'm gonna play this for everybody so I can see. Yeah, look, check this out. They chronicled the whole event from the get-go. They took clips, receipts, the whole event. This shit is funny. But I want to share this with you because you were there and this shit so ladies and gentlemen, we're just gonna watch this, the chronicle whole event. This is just gonna give you an idea of how podcasting was. Because we used to podcast together. So this is just an example of how shit was, man.
決まりね途中でやめるとかなしだからね
その格好
名標言うな
What do you think the chances are, Tim, that Xbox wins November MPD? They're in desperate need of a win there.
I think that they could win. I just think the Nintendo is Nintendo has the.
Here's the perfect storm for me, right? Xbox wins handedly, right? They sell over 1 million. Xbox One X's alone. The Switch wins second. At a distant third is the SNES Mini, and then in fourth place would be the PS4. So yeah, that's really what I'm predicting right there. Maybe even the 3DS ahead of the PS4 as well. So I see the PS4 coming in dead last.
I don't think people realize, man. Crap was on one back there, boy. That do you remember Post? Crap was ruthless.
Man, Crap was a super bot, bro.
God, he was ruthless, bro. He gives PlayStation no credit last gen.
Yeah,
nothing.
He didn't give him nothing.
Yo,
but it's all different now since market. And I rock with because crap right now he pissed
He's disappointed.
Off. He's trying to hear shit. He's trying to hear shit right now.
He's like, man,
he's trying to toe the line. None of that. You know what I'm saying? You know, he ain't trying to do none of that. A Mooch then went full PlayStation.
He gave up. He's like, whatever, man.
No,
like,
y'all go back and listen to that.
He's like, oh man, I'm gonna show Mooch in his early days, ruthless,
bro.
Ruthless.
Like, y'all go back and listen to that Crap and Mooch content back when it was hard for Xbox, and listen to him now. You'll be like, get in the PlayStation. Them guys was ruthless with the Xbox talk back then.
It was so entertaining, bro. That's what it was too. But listen to this right here.
I see the PS4 coming in dead last. I see the PS4 coming in dead last.
You never see it coming.
PS4 dominates hardware sales with best ever month. Call of Duty is key.
Well, looks like the Xbox One X didn't help the Xbox win November NPD, sadly.
What's up, babies? It's your friendly Ken Morgan.
But that's how it was, man. But you know what? At least we admitted when we took L's. Like we didn't like switch up the script. Like when you took an L, you went back. You didn't want to, but you're gonna show up on the podcast and you're gonna take your licks. You could. That's how it was back then. That's one thing I appreciated last gen.
The cat was supreme back there because even though you took your lick, you had counterpoints.
I had to find something. I switched it up. I brought a whole that shit lasted like a minute. Then I brought up something new, bro. You were not gonna indulge in my failures too long. Like, I'm gonna give you your props. All right, let's move on to the next year. What about this pose? And you're like, whoa, hold on. Nah. We talking about this now. This is the new one. That's just old shit. That shit was old shit. My L was old shit.
The goalpost movement was perfected back then.
Man, we had that shit to the science. Because I had a whole week to prepare. I'm like, man, I took an L. I gotta come up with some new shit. We gotta move on to a new topic. We can't stay on this for the whole show.
Exactly.
Yo, look at this.
Back with another video. I know that this video is going to be very confusing for most of you people who are gonna watch this all the way through the end, especially to those who don't really follow the console fanboy wars in our small community in YouTube, so I am going to give you a quick explanation of what this video is all about, and hopefully you guys can catch up and understand all the good stuff I am going to show you in this video. So here is my explanation. Number 1, what is the NPD? NPD is basically the group that tracks the monthly US sales of all gaming hardwares, such as the PS4, Xbox One, and the Nintendo Switch. They also track the numbers for software games sales. Now, why is this such a big deal? It's because around this time every year, during the holidays, all of the Xbox fanboys and the PlayStation fanboys are gathering up and preparing for battle to see who is going to win the NPDs for the month of...
And that was true, bro.
That was true. Yep.
Yo, November was a glorious month for content and shit talking, because we used to try to predict who's gonna be the number one. It's not like now, right? Now it's obvious, but back then, you know, depending on the hardware, depending on the software, when Xbox One X, you guys rejuvenated, right? Because the PS4 Pro wasn't. It came out the year before 2016, and it wasn't all that, right? Then 2017, true like 4K textures. All this shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, Xbox
when we start hitting that 6 teraflops, motherfuckers like, yeah, that's $700-800. They finna give you 6 teraflops for no Nissan.
And that shit was 500. Oh, you guys were on it, bro. You guys couldn't be touched for like 2-3 months. Like no one could talk to you. You got a $500 console with 6 T-flops of fucking power,
the games never
and
came.
4K textures. 4K textures.
The games never came.
No,
that's
bro.
The games killed this.
Of November. And if you guys didn't know, November is the biggest month in the entire year for hardware and software sales, mainly thanks to Black Friday.
What's going to be the big item everyone goes for this Black Friday? It just might be the PlayStation 4. Sony has just announced they're offering a special Black Friday bundle called the Black Friday Bundle, which will include 4 controllers, a map of Japan, a $100 rebate, and allow you to automatically pre-order for Metal Gear Solid 5. No doubt Sony has just raised the stakes.
Some of you might ask, why do fanboys on all sides care about the NPDs so much? Well, it's a little bit complicated to explain. First of all, the Xbox One Scorpio, aka the Xbox One X, was launched at November 7th, 2017. So most of the Xbox fanboys were pretty excited to see how their new hardware is going to perform on the month of its launch.
You know, no cap though, from a hardware perspective, the One X was a nice machine. From a hardware perspective.
Fire.
Right? $500, it looked nice, whisper quiet, the games look good.
Yep.
From all hardware, they did right.
Yes.
That ain't gonna lie. That's not a lie. It does look,
Some of them even made bets that the Xbox One X is going to dominate the sales for this holiday season. And secondly, with the PlayStation 4 already dominating the entire world, when it comes to popularity and sales, the Xbox fanboys are left with really no choice or other options but to focus on the Xbox One's home turf, which is the United States of America. Number 2, speaking of bets, we had a couple of passionate Xbox hardcore fans making bets with a PlayStation fan. This is pretty much going to
this is when it gets good.
Be the main focus of this video. I'm going to explain this as easy as I can. We have a PlayStation guy named Puerto77 who is very confident that the
Damn, only 2,000 subscribers, bro. That shit, wow, kid. That shit's a long time ago.
PlayStation 4 was going to outsell the Xbox One in the holidays. Earlier this year in January, Puerto77 made a bet with Next Gen 720 on which system is going to sell the most in the month of November. And this Next Gen 720 fellow is a known die-hard Xbox fanboy in our tiny console war community here on YouTube. So of course he had to put his money where his mouth is and bet on the Xbox One X to outsell the PS4 in November. I think their bet was $60, or the loser have to buy the winner a $60 retail game. For Mr. Next Gen 720, it was do or die for the Xbox brand this holiday. He even said it himself, that if the Xbox One X cannot dominate on its launch, then he will concede defeat.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna say this though, real shit, right? On some real Xbox shit right now. If the motherfucking Scorpion don't come out and kick ass, I'm really concede defeat, yo. It's over. If this motherfucker don't come out here and be the second coming of
Wow.
Remember that?
Baptist, I concede fucking defeat, man. It's over. It's rap.
Well, we all know that it didn't go well for Mr. Next Gen, but we will get into that later in the video. Number 3, with Puerto77 and Next Gen 720 riding on their bets throughout the entire year, from January to November, they were going back and forth in their weekly podcasts, and in their podcasts.
So that was the thing. So we made the bet January of 2017 for a November bet. So this shit went on for months. Like literally every week this bet was being brought up because we did it early. So that was the cool part, right? Because there was like no advantage on who had advantage on the bets. Like we didn't know deals. It was just a straight up raw guess in January, but every single month. But because I said PS4 was going to win the bet, every Xbox dude try to jump me. Like, Puerto Rico, you're stupid. And of course, you're going to see how D got
another
involved.
Xbox hardcore fanatic called D-Batch. Now just look at his avatar. You can tell right away that this guy is really about that Xbox life.
You remember he switched up? You remember that day he switched up his avatar? Yo, you remember? I don't know if you were there that day on Twitter. So he was out there talking and he was on PC, whatever. And people be like, then why the fuck is your avatar background Xbox? Yo, he switched it up that day. Yo, no lie. Removed it to some weird PC looking thing. Yo, he's like, yo, I'm PC. They're like, why you got an Xbox avatar? Yo, he switched it up. He removed that shit with the
we always call D-Batch a flip-flopper, though. And he's always been known as a flip-flopper. And he's still doing it to this day. There's nothing new.
Shout out to D-Batch. I remember that day. I'm like, yo, that was the fastest avatar switch up I've ever seen, bro. I was like, yo, he got rid of that shit real quick.
The PlayStation 4 Pro definitely.
But it's not sold out. It's not sold out.
It is sold out in certain places.
What are you talking about, man?
It is sold out in certain places.
It got launched on Amazon. It's sold out in record amounts of time. They cannot keep the console in stock. So if you want to pretend like the PS4 Pro was even doing this numbers, that's fine, bro. But you know what? It isn't. And a lot of people, and including myself, kind of were upset with the $500 price tag. But you know what? People are sold on the Xbox One X.
And this D-Batch guy also wanted to make a bet against Puerto Rico on which console is going to sell the most on the month of November.
Xbox is done, man. There's no hype for that console, man.
Look at
you just say Xbox is done. There's no hype for that console.
Look at him.
Xbox is done,
He
man.
said Xbox is done.
Yo, that's what's beautiful about these podcasts, man. You had so many diverse opinions. We would just say, oh shit, that dude said Xbox is done. Stop this shit.
I ain't talked to what's the name in a minute. That was
what's his name? He's from Britain.
Britain, yeah, I think he followed me. I think
was
he
a
still follows me
Nintendo
on
dude.
Facebook.
I forgot his name.
Yeah,
It starts
he's
with
a
an M.
Nintendo dude. Yeah, he make beats
what
too
he
and
left?
everything. I forgot his name, but he used to
Oh,
come
my
on the
God.
podcast. Man,
the
yo,
time.
that take us. Wow.
McDonald. Oh, I forgot his name. Fuck, I forgot his name.
I forgot his name.
Magadon or something. I forgot his name, man.
Some shit.
You know, I'm here.
Hey, do me a favor, bro. Choke this nigga the fuck out, man. Put that nigga in.
You know what? Just the fact that Xbox One X is selling out worldwide, it's silly for anyone to think
Worldwide, except for where I come from.
It ain't in Jerusalem. I don't know what's gonna happen in February or March, but I know for sure November and December Xbox One X is gonna be the best-selling console. But I know for sure November and December Xbox One X is gonna be the best-selling console. November's
Those
is
guys are
back.
gonna come back to haunt you, my nigga.
And in the words of my boy 108 Dragons TV. Hey,
yo,
Z.
Shout out to 108, man.
Hey, yo, Z. The D just doomed you. He put his certified stamp of approval, so you know it's doomed, dog.
Nah, you know it's gonna go wrong.
Facts.
Look at all these people in the podcast, though.
Yeah.
Man, Look at all these diverse opinions and shit like that.
I go Juice, Xbox Juice.
Yeah.
Let's see.
He was on one too. Xbox Juice was on one, bro.
King Blood, D. We got
K Mega on there all day.
Look at Moss right there.
Yeah, Moss too. The real Masterlin.
Yeah, what's the name at the right? I think that's Masterlin.
DRM is Masterlin.
Yeah, that's Masterlin. I ain't
yeah, that's Mass. Yeah. And
then,
all day was there.
Yeah. Man, bro, we used to
K Mega was on there. That's right. We were all together, bro. We were on one.
Nah, good.
Real talk. When you have the console selling out in pre-orders all over the world, and then of course launch day they're gonna have
all over the world.
They're gonna have more consoles allocated. You really honestly think that the Xbox One X is not gonna win November? Honestly?
Yep.
It's you know what? I bet you $20 right now.
I already got up there with that year.
They're going at $20. They're going at $20.
And the funny part is, I told them no this podcast, and I'm like, bro, in my opinion, like because this was already
they're going at $20.
Yo, this was already November. I'm like, yo, this shit is won because by this point, Sony announced a $250 Uncharted bundle. I'm like, it's over. $250 versus $500, it's over. Like, stop. Like, this is thieving now. But yo, he pressed on. But this podcast, I said no.
I already have a look on it.
You talking trash? You talking about red?
Okay, I already have a bet. I already put my money where my mouth is. I've been had this bet with Z. I've been had this
bet with me too. $20.
Hey, no, I'm gonna do this.
One at a time. One at a time.
You want these papers?
Okay.
One at a time.
All right. Hey, listen.
That's Poster. Poster was always the one that tried to regulate the podcast. I remember. Poster was always like one at a time, guys. He was always the regulator.
Let me tell you something.
You always try to keep it calm and cool.
Hey, it's crazy. D used to talk that big money shit.
Yo, he did.
But when it came time to pay that $20,
they're gonna talk about it. Oh, my man used to be like, they understand my presence wherever he walks.
Hey, yo, the presence. Hey, yo, hold on. Before you
they know my presence.
Yo, they came in the chat. He came in there like, yo, I got a secret. What's up? Yo, what's the game?
It's Assassin's Creed or some shit.
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
It's gonna be 60 frames on Xbox. And we was like, what? He was like, I just came back from this event. Because, you know, he said he used to do the Samsung events and shit like that with the TVs and all this. He said, I just came back from an event. I talked to this dude from Ubi. And he said that Assassin's Creed was going to be 60 frames per second on the Xbox. And I think C was like, why would he tell you that? Who is you? He was like, it's my presence, man. I have presence. He said when the way I walked up in there, man, it was like I had a orchestra in a sense, and they could just feel my presence. So he told me, he was like, your fucking presence. What the fuck is you talking about?
Yo, I was saying this motherfucker walks around with two cheetahs sitting on a throne with two pillars of ivory. I'm like, who the fuck?
Bro. He's that bro was talking about aura before it even became a term. And he said he walked up in there, bro, and they just felt this aura, and dude just started spilling everything.
Unleashing all the info.
Bro, Assassin's Creed came out and it wasn't 60.
Yo, it was not. That shit was 30 like a motherfucker.
Yo, hey, D was wilding back then. D was wilding.
God. Yo, he would like when he would say something, when he said, he said the Switch was gonna be 4K 30. Oh my god, because of them CUDA cores.
The CUDA core.
I gotta find that podcast. Yo, D,
tell you something.
Next it was
Z
like
ain't never let that nigga let
30. The Switch. The Switch 4K30.
Hey, Z ain't never leave. Z ain't never leave that nigga alone about them CUDA cores.
The CUDA cores. He was hyping the Switch 4K30 on the Switch.
Yeah, bro.
Yo, Z was asking him like, "Yo, do you know what you're saying, bro?" He's like, "But them CUDA cores." He's like, "CUDA cores, CUDA cores." Oh man, yo, that shit was wild.
Oh man, I forget D. D used to be on there.
He was on.
D went on a generational run. Bro.
I already put a AAA game versus me and Z, so you can't say, well, you don't really need it.
November, so this is free $20 for you. You don't want it?
Don't worry about it. Hey, I already got my guy with Z.
So you ain't all about that talk then.
I already got my
You ain't that confident.
I already got it. I already did it. You can't say you're not about that thing because I already did it. But
So
I'm not going to bet 100 million.
Because Microsoft's going to lose. So
I'm not going to bet 100 million people.
I'm going to give you $20. You should be confident then, right?
I don't need you to give him a try. I just need you to bend the knee in December. That's all I need.
Hey, Target sold out. Microsoft's going to lose its free money.
As you've heard, D-Batch got very fired up and challenged Puerto Rock to a bet, multiple times. And Puerto Rock constantly turned him down. But the plot got thicker as we got closer to the month of November, as D challenged Puerto Rock again, a couple of weeks after the first one.
So Puerto Rock, what are you still sticking by your prediction, seeing how GameStop reported that they sold out of most of their first allocations of the console?
Yup.
Oh man.
Because right now the new prediction is the estimates is that Xbox might sell 1.5 million worldwide by the end of the year. That ain't shit. 1.5 million worldwide by the end of the year?
Yes.
The end of the year. There's like 6 more weeks left in the year, right?
Right.
No, what I'm saying is
that's on top of that.
Just to act 1.5 million. Sony sells 6 million in the holidays worldwide. 1.5 ain't shit.
Listen,
they're talking about the X alone.
Listen.
Hold on a second. Sony no longer discloses just their PS4 Pro sales, right? They include all of their consoles, all their SKUs, right? You know this, right?
No, I know that, but I'm taking it. How much you think Xbox One S is gonna sell? You think it's gonna sell 5 million? Xbox S don't do that.
I know it's gonna sell more. I know it's gonna sell more than PS4 this holiday season. I could say that.
Okay, so
the PS4, honest to tell you, it's not looking good, man. Like, did you see the comparison today for Assassin's Creed? They said at some points it reached up to like 90% difference in pixel quality compared to the Pro version. Are you fucking kidding me?
Man.
Okay.
Hey,
are you kidding me? We are gamers that we want to play the best games. Now, when you hear something like that, okay, let's just average it off and say it's 50% more. It has 50% more pixels in that game. Let's just average it off. Now, as a gamer, when you hear that, you're not gonna go home and look at your PS4, your PS4 Pro the same way. You're just not going to. So if you think the PS4 Pro and
according to you,
like right now that we listen to it, like, man, this shit went left, bro.
Yo, why you saying like that? You're just not going to.
You're just not going to. 50% more pixels. Like, bro, this dude is wilding out, man. Like, yo.
He was on the generational run. He has said some shit. I just forgot how much of the shit this nigga didn't talk.
Now, when you look at hindsight, you're like, oh, shit, bro. Like, this is wild.
If you think the PS4 Pro and the PS4 are going to sell well this
year,
shit
is wild.
That's something coming.
I want that shit de-smoking right now.
Hold on a second. Let me finish and I'm going to let you talk. Next year, when they have their exclusives out, yes, I think the console will wrap up a few sales because some people are looking for those games, myself included. But right now, this holiday season, I'm sorry, man. Xbox One X is going to capture gamers' hearts. You're going to take an L for that, man, straight up.
Okay, you ready? You ready for this?
Wait, before you say that. Hey, Puerto Rock.
Look at Z.
Who's got these niggas with these silly looks on their faces?
The console has been out 2 days, and the analysts have already doubled
Yo, what's funny is because Z was feeling himself because he was confident. Like, D was boosting him up. So Z's like, yeah, I'm going to win this bet. And you know Z hates losing bets. Oh, man, he won't pay his bet, but he hates losing. Oh, man.
2 days, there's like,
this shit is funny as hell.
Yo, this shit is hilarious.
This nigga D-Bats, bro. You got to send me this link. This nigga.
Like
this
crazy.
nigga D was out there, bro.
Double it.
You ready?
Microsoft stocks jumped up. Everything.
Can I say my part now?
Before you say a part, ladies, if you go in, hit the like button.
Puerto Rock eventually accepts the $20 bet D-Batch proposed, because he got pissed off at him when D called him delusional.
Are they wrong? You already opened your mouth. You already said that question. You already said no. We're gonna answer that question.
I'm finishing what I'm gonna say.
Fellas, we're talking about video games here.
What I'm gonna say.
Let him finish, and then you go, D.
What I'm gonna say. You had your chance. Shut the fuck up. That's it.
Why these niggas with this?
I am.
Don't run in with your mouth. It's $20. Just shut up and put your money.
Hey, we gotta stop this shit.
I don't need all these words.
Fuck it.
$20.
Yes.
$20.
I'm a rob.
There we go.
I'm gonna take your money then.
$20.
You want to lose money that bad?
$20. $20.
Yes.
Yes.
We could bet a $20 PSN card, a $20, whatever the fuck. Whatever you want.
Any way you want it.
All right.
What's the bet?
Fine. All right, the bet is who's gonna outsell who? PlayStation family or Xbox family in November?
I'm thinking that.
Lord.
As you can tell, Puerto Rock didn't really want to make the bet with D, and there was a good reason for that. He revealed it himself after the NPD numbers came out and the PlayStation 4 was declared as the winner.
You should have taken their money, by the way. That's what I would have done. You know, you knew that PlayStation was going to win. You should have taken their money.
I'll be but here's the listen. I understand. Like, listen, I'm gonna show my age. I'm 40 years old, and there's a time where my morals and I'm not gonna take advantage of other people's stupidity. I just maybe if I was 20 something, I would have done it. But now I'm like, yeah, I get it. You're betting. You want to bet the house against me, and it's like one of those. The only reason why I took D's bet is because he called me delusional and started cursing me out. So it's more of a lesson to humble himself. Like, relax. It's not that serious. He didn't have to call me delusional. It's just an opinion. But hey, you want to go that way? Fine. I hope you. So I hope D learned the lesson. Like, relax. It's a different opinion, but if you want to think I'm delusional, fine. I'll take your money then. If this is what you want, if this is what you want to go after, fine.
So yeah, getting back on the bet between them was which console family is gonna outsell.
Yo, bro, that month, like almost Tim Dog, a lot of people wanted to bet me. But in my opinion, the bet was already won. That's why I didn't take a lot of people's bet. Because even Randall thought so, all those people, you should have just taken the money. And I'm like, but in my opinion, I felt it was already certified. When Sony announced that $250 PS4 Slim with Uncharted 4, bro, like how can like it's done. A $250 PlayStation with Uncharted 4 bundled in. It's a wrap. I'm like, this bet is over. I don't even know why people kept talking about it. Z was different because we did it back in January. So it was early. We didn't have no advantage. So to me, that was fair. But October, November, I'm like, oh, man, this is easy. I got this shit in the box. And people, even more people were like, oh, yeah, we're going to bet you. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? A $250 PlayStation 4 with Uncharted bundled in. Well, what are y'all talking about? I'm like, nah, I'm not betting y'all. Y'all just trying to give me money. Like, what the fuck?
All the other. In other words, Puerto Rock bet that the combined sales number of the base vanilla PS4, the PS4 Slim, and the PS4 Pro were going to outsell the combined sales number of the base vanilla Xbox One X, the Xbox One Slim, and the almighty Xbox One X. And after this bet was made, the king of L's Mr. L Mega had something sneaky to say.
The bet is who's gonna outsell who? PlayStation family or Xbox family in November?
I'm thinking that.
Lord. All I got to say.
No. Don't fall for that bullshit trap.
Oh, now it's bullshit.
It should be all about the pro. If it gives you a little bit.
Nah, it's the PlayStation family.
They're not gonna tell you the numbers separately.
Listen, hold up. Listen. I said from the start that I said from the start that the X individually against the Pro the X has a chance of outselling the Pro.
So
Because if you're winning, listen.
This is when Ken Mega try to switch it up.
Better than the Pro. You're already conceding that it's going to outsell the Pro.
K-Mega. Since when I never
K
said
Mega
that.
knew.
I always said that.
Good point. Good point. Push up. Hit the like button.
You're telling me now? You're telling me now? Hold up. K-Mega, you're telling me now you understand that point. Now you're telling me. After like 10 months.
I wasn't the one that said I understood it. That was somebody.
That. So why are you trying to emphasize it as if I never said that before? I've been said that.
Because you're trying to do because you.
I think it's pretty funny how K-Mega is now backpedaling the stuff that he was preaching a couple of months ago, because as we got closer and closer to November, some of these Xbots lost their confidence on the X. All of a sudden, they started to change the goalpost.
Yeah, they just said, you're about to hear the goalpost moving. This shit is funny.
Tweaking their predictions to only the Xbox One X is going to outsell the PS4 Pro, when he himself did preach that the Xbox One Slim and the Xbox One X were going to win November.
Why you do not think that the most powerful console will not dominate November? It's not even a question. The Pro is insignificant. The Slim, people have already bought as many Slims as they're possibly going to get. You know what I'm saying? So all I got to say is that, look, stop crying about it. Take your L, bend the knee, because the time is up. November belongs to the Xbox brand. You know, that nobody is going to actually get out and go purchase the Xbox One X or the Slim when the PlayStation ran off of the Slim and off of that Uncharted, you know what I'm saying, bundle. It just the writing is on the wall that this is Xbox end of the year. This is their fall. The Xbox is going to dominate. It just, the writing is on the wall, bro. It's, you got the X and you got the Slim, you got the Minecraft Slim. Those things are going to sell off the racks.
2,000 years later.
All right, the bet is who's gonna outsell who? PlayStation family or Xbox family in November?
I'm thinking that. Lord, all I got to say.
No! Don't fall for that bullshit trap.
Oh, now it's bullshit.
It should be all about the Pro. If it gives you a little bit.
It's the PlayStation family.
I guess the K in his name stands for contradiction, and Mega for mega damage control. Word of advice, stick to your words, pal, especially if you want to make your brand look strong.
What sound does the letter L make? You ever hear the letter L? Yes.
So, the Xbox One X launch day came by, and these Xbox fanatics sounded really confident. I'm not really going to say much in this section of the video, because it's better to just let them do the talking. These guys are such a marvelous bunch.
So right now I'm at the Microsoft store. I just came out because they got a lot of music playing.
But okay, you're right now. You at the Microsoft store. Now I'm asking you a question, D. They asked me in the audience. I don't know if you can see the chat. They say, "Are you out there with your presents?" Now you told me the last time was that's
see? There you go. You out there with your presents.
And what's crazy is when he went in there and told us that, he was like, yo, don't tell nobody that. Don't tell nobody that Assassin's Creed is going to be 60 frames a second. And then soon he left, he went and did a video about it. So he only said that because he didn't want us to beat him to the content. So he said, "Don't say nothing. This is highly confidential. Don't say nothing." And then soon he left the motherfucking chat. He went and made a video about Assassin's Creed. That nigga was wilding, bro.
Hey, now that we're seeing a lot of the mad
right now, look at him.
Look at that. So, do you guys smell an NPD win? What do you think?
That's Nitos, man. How's he doing, man? Nitos was used to be down with us too. You heard from Nitos post?
I heard from Nitos. He be in the DMs.
In the DMs, I know he's in the DMs, but I haven't seen him like podcasting or going anywhere.
Yeah, but he hasn't podcasted. I mean, I think I don't know if he's still doing school and working and shit.
Yeah, he has that radio voice. I didn't even know he was Indian.
Yeah, the guy ruthless too, but
yeah,
that man, boy, his receipt game flawless.
Yeah.
He kept receipts on everybody, bro.
Indiscriminate too. Xbox fanboys play. He launched anybody could get it.
Anybody can get it, bro.
I mean, it's gonna be PlayStation.
Z got money on it, so you got to smell hardware.
Yeah, it's crazy. Puerto Rock was starting fights with me all week. Because he's trying not to get out of paying me, right? I've been ignoring his text, right? I'm talking about insensitive. This tablet. I've been talking about this, mind you. But my verdict ain't changed for the last 19 years. I've been on YouTube. Now he's worried about what I said about I said something about the Pope supposedly a year and a half ago when he saw the video, and he's upset with me about that. So he's trying to get out of his way of not speaking to me and paying his debt. But yes, the Xbox is going to be, the Xbox. Actually, I'm trying to find.
Hey, Amazing Audio coming at you. Halo Storm, what you gonna respond with?
Are you gonna tell Puerto Rock he's the best and then call Omega a bitch? That was that.
What the hell is
Fucking
Xbox to say when Xbox wins November?
He gonna
like,
say,
oh, my bad,
here go your game. Wasn't that the point?
Didn't you have a bet with him or something?
Oh, is that Halo? That's Halo Storm?
Yeah.
Oh,
Z got a bet with him.
Now you gotta make Puerto Rock sell his PlayStation on air or some shit.
That's input on the rents about you biased as hell, dude. Not credible.
But as I said earlier, people were telling me that the X would sell roughly the same as the Pro. Just look at this midnight launch. Are you eating Crow yet? Just look at this midnight launch. Are you eating Crow yet?
Well, so the Xbox One X sold out in Japan too.
That shit was wild when they talked about Japan. I'm like, oh man, they're trying to bring up Xbox sales in Japan. Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Yo,
This was wild time. That boy Halo Storm tried to invite Z out to Burger King to buy him a Whopper. Man, bro, it's so much. Yo, that's why. Hey, he
I remember, yo, I wish I could find that video. When I was talking shit to you, and you were like, "Oh, so you're gonna talk shit, Puerto Rock? If you want to go, you want to go." And you were like, "Well, Z said aliens visit him in the projects and said, let's ride."
Yo, Z told that story when aliens pulled up to him in the project, and
nobody else saw it. Just him.
Bro, nobody. Bro, he said he was abducted. I say abducted. He said, "Yeah, I was in the projects." They pulled up, man.
Jersey.
Jersey. I said Jersey in the project. Say true story, post. Before pulled up in the project and abducted me. Man, bro, it's so much shit. The Halo Storm, Z tried to take Z out to Burger King and buy him a Whopper. He told Z, "I want to buy you a Whopper." Bro, we used to make fun of him for that. Bro, we did not never let him lay that down. It got so bad he left the podcast. We ain't seen that brother since. We used to be like, Whopper. Yo, man. It was so much fun back then, bro.
Shit, bro. It's that everybody was just in their natural state, bro. We were just talking. We would just talk, bro. And shit would just come out. Remember P Reaper? Yeah, somebody said in the chat. T Reaper when he pissed on the console and posted it and added the Sony execs doing it. And then everybody looked at Z and Z like, yo, I don't know what to do, man. He's just a podcast man.
Calling that brother PP Reaper.
PP Reaper. Oh my God, bro. That motherfucker straight
PP
pissed on the
Reaper
PS4.
didn't do nothing but play games.
Oh shit.
All day. I'm talking about 24/7. He just played games, ain't do nothing else.
Yo.
And he had that luxury.
Yeah.
PP Reaper.
Fucking guy pissed on the PS4 and fucking recorded it and uploaded it on Twitter and added Sony execs. Yo, this shit was wild, bro. I text Z that day. I'm like, yo, Z, what the fuck? He's like, bro, I didn't tell him to do it. Yo, Z's like, I don't know what to do. Why are y'all talking to me for? I'm like, yo, he's on the multiplayer podcast and he pissing on shit. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? Yo,
they sold out there.
That shit, man. So We had
Hey,
classic,
Z, they
hella
gonna-
classic.
They ain't gonna win November, right?
Yeah, they gonna win November.
You're right. It's like the only Xbox to ever like sell out in
Doing the
Japan.
Bill
It's
Gates.
not gonna win November. Okay. It has the most pre-orders of any Xbox console, but it's not gonna win November.
You about to unlock this in front of everyone?
Oh yeah, that was it. The 199
With the
PlayStation.
November NPD results getting leaked earlier than expected, hinting that the PlayStation 4 might have won Black Friday, red flags for the Xbox fanboys were constantly popping up left and right. The Xbox went through a minor meltdown.
Like that.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Sony started their Black Friday early. Before everyone else. People are already buying 199 Slims on Monday.
Yeah. Well,
this shit is out.
Sunday.
But he
That's
had
Sunday.
no PS4s for sale.
Oh, Z, listen, bro. Take your medication. This is gonna be awesome. Hold on. This is what we're gonna do, Z. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this back to the 90s, alright? Yo, we gonna.
He's on that cough medicine.
Yo, this is gonna be.
Yo, Z, drinking
When
cough
the numbers
medicine.
release, the next
Yo,
show,
Z,
when the
damage
numbers release,
control
man,
at its finest.
when the numbers release, the next show.
My brother.
I tell you something. Y'all better be at the next show after the numbers release.
That was Post. That was you.
Better be at the next show after the numbers release.
They released the article back in July. That's what it happened. No. It's gonna be a Patreon special on this one. I'm telling you,
Hey, we might have to put the next show behind the Patreon.
Praying. He's praying. He don't lose that
Posto
$50.
say, yo, we might have to put this show behind the Patreon.
Man, it was getting ugly. It was getting ugly.
Yo, that's
And Zeke knew it too. He praying.
He knew this shit was over. He said, I remember that because Sony was slick that week. Instead of waiting till Black Friday, they launched Monday before anybody else. So they launched the Black Friday deal on Monday, and before Black Friday even came out, it was already sold out.
Yep, it was over.
It was over.
And they launched that Black Friday prices on that Monday.
Yeah,
they had a week start. Man, bro, they was they was doing crazy moves in that era, bro. They was doing crazy shit, bro.
But that's because, Xbox was a competitor. And this is what we talk about, having a competitor. They do things like this. You understand what I'm saying? Sony said, man, fuck Friday. Launch that shit now. Drop it. That shit was already sold out by Wednesday. Done. Shelves cleared before people realized it.
It's gonna be so funny, bro.
Look at Z, bro.
And Target? Yo, bro. Z, let me tell you something. Listen, we're gonna take this back to the 90s. We're gonna go to the retail outlets. We're gonna buy a triple fat goose. It's gonna be a cold winter for you. Right?
He went back to the triple goose.
Yo, I said, see, bro, we're gonna buy a triple fat
he is
goose.
guzzling.
It's gonna be
he guzzling closer. He guzzling closer. Y'all need to see them. The man was entertaining, bro.
Oh man,
The man was just entertaining,
Yeah, he was.
and it was natural.
He was on that
natural.
syrup. This was all entertainment, bro, for the crowd. Because that's really what it was about, man. How can we make this shit funny for the audience and shit to crack up? And everybody was loving it, bro.
It's cold. It's gonna be cold like a
He said you gonna be out here like Stephen Sonic, Z. It's crazy, man. He's crazy.
I'm gonna ask you
Triple goose classic.
You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be cold as hell. Take that medicine again. We have to spread it to the whole land.
Trying to say there was no PS4 rock out the store. At Target, this is what we doing here. There no PS4s in stores.
Yeah. Oh, so what they said was the PS4 slimmed that since it came out Sunday.
Slimmed out?
They
PS4
sold out.
Look at him.
That was our one, bro. Z don't like to lose in anything, bro. Whether it's Gears, Madden, bets. Oh man, he does not like to lose, bro.
And I think he cooked D-Bash the next time he came on the show.
Oh, he was so fucking mad, bro.
Sunday, by the time Black Friday came around, they was all out of stock.
They had canceled.
As the days went by, with articles like this, Black Friday 2017, the most successful for Sony in PlayStation's 23-year history. It was
when everybody saw that, they're like, wait a minute, not only did Sony win, but this is the most successful Black Friday ever? That's when everybody knew, oh, this is a wrap. Xbox lost November.
Getting more and more obvious that the PS4 most likely won the November NPDs. So the tones of the Xbox fanatics changed drastically. It's almost like you can feel the inevitable defeat from their voices.
We're gonna have a great show today. Now, the title of today's show is now D trying to flip it on me just now. The title of the show is, will D take another L or will Porter Rock get it? Hell
no.
On today's show.
That's what yo, even though he also had the bet, now does D take an L?
He pushed that shit on D so smooth. Now, that ain't got nothing to do with me. This that nigga fault. That nigga got on the podcast talking all that shit. I ain't said nah, even though I got a $60 bet, but it's default. Hey, that nigga. Wow.
He named the title, will D accept the L? Yo, that shit was funny. Yo, D Badge like, nah.
He controlled that narrative instantly, bro. He said, I know he gonna try to put it on.
Yo, that's the funny part. He made it about D. He made it about D. That's what's funny. Everybody jumped on top of D. Yo, that shit was funny, bro. Yo, Next Gen skated off of that bet. Yo, he found a way to put that shit on D, and everybody was ragging on D for $20 when Z had $60 on the line.
Bro,
but D made it worse, though. D made it worse by not paying the bet.
Came on the show. Yeah, every time he came on the show, motherfuckers have reminded him about that $20.
Yeah, right. Listen,
and then when he tried to pay it, he tried to give you
Game Pass code.
No, with Game Pass codes
and Assassin's Creed Unity. Yeah. So I'm like, yo, this dude tried to give me Assassin's Creed Unity, and Z was like, it was on a podcast. I'm like, yo, D-Batch is trying to give me Assassin's Creed Unity codes, and Z's like, wait a minute, they giving that shit away on CD keys for $1.
Oh, CD keys for $1.
Like, what? Yeah. Yo, the D-Batch, get the fuck out of here. You better give me my 20 bills.
That nigga D-Batch went on CD. Couple of calls for a few dollars and tried to give it to you.
Yo, I looked at CD keys. They were selling the Xbox version of Assassin's Creed Unity for $1.
Yo, that shit was funny as hell, bro. I was in the DM. I saw that with it. I say, did this nigga just try to get his nigga Assassin's Creed Unity for? Oh man, D was wilding back then.
Oh my god.
D was wilding.
God, that shit was funny, bro.
The Porter Rock get the W. That is it. You bet him 60. I bet him a meager $20.
Hey, this ain't got nothing to do with this bet. Trust me, he got some other shit on you. Listen, this ain't got nothing to do with this bet. I wouldn't even, if it was had to do with that bet, I would have named the show that the number. I do believe he won, but that's neither here nor there.
It's hard to say, man. It's going to be an exciting NPD. This is going to be one of the biggest ones that we've had. You know, the winner gets the spoils. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. For sure. Did I get a chance? Oh, my man, the glorious, my man, the Defiant. What's going on, good brother K-Maker?
What's up, brother? What's happening, everybody?
Hey, you know what I mean? All right, so anyway, shout out to my brother K-Maker hopping on the show. Now, like I said, I spoke to you Sunday, but you may have changed your tone. I'm be honest, I think Microsoft was about due for a win, you know, on the Xbox. It'd be good for our morale. But who do you think, like, you know what I mean? Do you think still that maybe Microsoft may have won, didn't win, could have won? Talk to me.
It's just like what I said on BGST, man. I mean, personally, for me, I don't really care. I don't care about the number situation, but
notice how they changed their tone. Now they don't care.
Bro, you see that tone, that energy in his voice was, man, this Xbox time, man. This just is what it is. Xbox is not gonna. Well, man, it's like I said on BGST, you know. Yo, back then was, man, this shit is hilarious. Shit is hilarious.
It could go either way. It was close last year, and the PlayStation edged out, and PlayStation can win again this year. Xbox could end up third. Nintendo could be first. Xbox could be first. The PlayStation could be last. I mean, this is going to be really interesting. So, I mean, if you asking for a prediction, I'm thinking that Xbox is going to edge it out. And just because of, like you said, it's, a lot of people like to put the Amazon, but what some of the Tim Dog put up was where the Xbox One S and the Xbox One S beat out the PlayStation in both, I guess, overall favorite for the year, and then just, I guess for Black Friday or whatever. I have no idea, but look, it's going to be really close, and the winner is us at the end of the day. It really is.
Okay.
Oh, so we are all winners now? I thought Puerto Rock and the PlayStation Nation was going to lose. That's what you said, right?
We've been out to lose that bet. You're gonna lose that bet.
I don't fucking know.
You're gonna lose that bet, bro. Look. I got love for you, Rock.
So shake the hand and bet. Shake the hand and bet.
Me and Steve already have a bet. We already have that bet.
Yo, K-Mega, you lost some money. I don't know if you want to put some money up on this bet, but
Fucking Alex.
Puerto Rock on this one.
That was another dude that was wild. Hey, Alex and Hebot. Oh, I gotta find that show, bro. When fucking Alex was ragging on Hebot. But Alex was another wild one, bro. He gave no fucks, bro.
At all. At all.
Okay, we have Puerto Rock on that one. That's cool.
PlayStation 4 has done the best it's ever done in the history of the brand.
Damn.
Man, hey, can I tell you?
No one expected
100.
Even I. Listen, hold up. Let me finish. Let me say my last part. Even I. Listen, hold up, real quick. Even I. No, hold on. Even I.
What the fuck is he talking about English? Fucking 100. He used to come on a podcast drunk every fucking time, bro.
Drugged in the motherfucker, bro.
Fuck, he was
always sipping on something.
Yo.
I never expected that the PS4 was gonna outdo what the PS2 did or the PS1 did. Even I never even hyped it that bad.
Oh Lord!
So come on, bro. Come on.
Until the number, I don't know where you're getting on.
One is they doing what Microsoft do.
100. Let me reply to him. We don't know the final numbers yet, bro. We don't know them. So I don't know why you're all getting so braggadocious. And you know what, bro? If you win the bet,
nigga said braggadocious.
And you're bragging $20 in your account, so you can buy that cheap ass champagne you like to drink.
Now he's talking shit.
What do you want?
But it's gonna be cheap.
So you know what? Congratulations, Sony. End of story. We got nothing to talk about.
Yeah, it's cheap champagne, but it's still your $20. I'm gonna do it with.
There we go.
Took a year though.
That Mad Dog 2020
for $20, bro.
Okay, good. And I'm gonna brush my teeth for your $20.
And you can have it. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. I'm not gonna make a bet that I'm scared to lose. Like if I lose it, I lose it. Who cares?
And the funny part is, I tried to say let's not do the bet the first time, but you got braggadocious the second time. So now you just have to learn your lesson.
If you win, congratulations to you. Let's wait till the numbers come in. Let's move on.
Puerto Rock, can I preach you, my brother? My brother.
Oh, here we go.
My brother that's from New York, you know what I'm saying? I do not like the Yankees. Fuck the Yankees. I'm a Dodger fan. That's how much that, you know what I'm saying? We didn't like you in Brooklyn. So let's get with this thing. You bragging about PlayStation doing the best ever, right?
This nigga drunk. Don't listen to him.
No, what other company? Hang on. What other company said they did the best ever? Because of what? It's called inflation. Stuff it costs more.
What?
You know what I'm saying? People are spending more. No, people are spending more.
Oh yeah, he drunk. Everybody.
My man. Don't this dude move great, bro. I think you're trying to take over that U-Haul stock too, bro.
Who cares? Let's see who wins. Who cares?
Yo, now
I said what I said. I made the bet with you. Let's see who wins, and whoever wins has to pay, and that's it. That's it. End of story.
That's it.
Here we go.
But that's what it is. I don't understand what you're getting at. We made a bet. Who's gonna sell more? Who cares on the veracity of the win?
Hey,
a win is a win.
Hey, D, I got your back, dog. I double it up.
Damn, somebody in the chat said Puerto Rock acting like a shady ass accountant that's sniffing coke right now.
K-Mega was about to behead this nigga.
Hey,
the other day.
Hey, D, I got your back. Whatever you do. Hey, Puerto Rock, if we lose, me and him together, we lose, I send you a dub. That's some PlayStation money. That's what you play on anyway.
And here we are, the last person to make a bet with Puerto Rock. Now I don't know exactly why he would bet against him, especially when rumors of the PS4 winning the November NPD was getting clearer and clearer. But I guess he was either drunk again, or that's just how the Xbox Brotherhood of Steel do things. Brothers, till the end.
I don't get the big deal. People get shit wrong all the time. We make bets, and that's how we settle disputes with a bet.
I'm a gambler.
Pays the bet, and that's the end of it. That's what men do. I understand all this bickering back and forth. Let's wait till the numbers come out.
That's so funny because you weren't like that before. Before you were like Puerto Rican delusional, and you were quick to bring up the bet.
I don't know if I got up all of your feelings when I said that, but don't take it too serious, bro. I think you're all right. Okay, now let's move forward.
Yeah, get him.
Yeah.
Get him. I got your back for 50 grand. I'm gonna do something that another YouTuber don't do. I'm gonna have my man back. Win or lose, you going strong.
Man. That's what I'm talking about. Are you not entertained?
You ring my bell.
It's official.
Remember him, Smokey Dog? I haven't seen them. I think he went political.
Yeah.
He's all positive, but Smokey Dog was another one, bro. That dude was another funny dude.
It's official. See, I remember I made that video, a week or so ago, and I said PS4 won the NPD month of November. And a bunch of Xbox nerds crawled out from under rocks and said, now wait just a minute. Wait just a minute. No, Smokey. No. That's not official numbers. That's just a rumor, Smokey. This is a rumor. I want to wait till all the facts come in. I want to wait till the fucking... And I said, nope. They lost. Bet on it. Guarantee it. And now here we are. They're out, the official numbers. You lost. You fucking lost. PS4 sold more consoles than any time in its lifetime.
So finally, here we are. It is official. The PlayStation 4 has outsold the Xbox One in the month of November, despite the launch of the Xbox One X. We all saw this coming from a mile away, and now it is finally over. The Xbox One and Microsoft lost, and so did the Xbox One fanboys.
We're gonna have some fun today. All right, net neutrality out of the window. We want to talk about NPD? We want to talk about PUBG?
Let's talk about NPD. Let's get it over with.
You don't want to say the best for last?
Yeah, the best for last is me playing Sea of Thieves. So let's go ahead and get this shit over with, man. Let's go.
All right.
Let's get it out the way. Let's go.
Now listen, I don't mind how you say holding the loaf for taking my L. I just thought traditionally when new hardware comes out, that it normally is a given that it wins NPD. And my thing is, I said, like, who doesn't have a PS4 by now? You know what I mean? But I forget that there are a bunch of new kids that are coming up. It's gonna be their first console, first graders, second graders, and god damn, you know what I mean? Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think Sony can be stopped. Like literally, even like if this, like I said, they're going, unless they just do some dumb shit again, like $600 and just piss everybody off. I don't think Microsoft stands a chance unless now, I mean, like I said, the rules of it, they're going to really have to double down on their exclusive content. You know what I mean? Because now the narrative has changed. It was about having a better version of multiplats, and now it's about...
Oh, this is post. This is when you were on your realist. I don't know if you remember what you said, but you were on your real shit right here.
Exclusive, so, you know what I mean? That's the only way.
What I said. What? You about to... This was so long ago. You were like, it's over, Z. You were trying to calm him down. Watch.
Microsoft competing.
It's over, Z. Ain't no competing. Generation is over.
Fucking you an hour, boy. You were these guys trying to make a delusional. You set them straight on this one.
No.
Let's talk about it.
Hey, Post, I'm talking about...
Man, I love Post, though.
One thing D told me in my last debate, Post, you gotta know when to just fall back. You gotta know when to fall. And I always remember that. Hey, no, brother from another mother, and I love you, player.
I'm talking about going forward.
No win, hold him.
In the 10th generation, going forward. You know what I mean? This one is over. This is going to town.
My man Zaire is going to be on BGST. Y'all niggas made me atheist.
Yes. Look at him.
Y'all know this could be so
What is his soul at? What defines him? And no one want to listen to me.
If they keep going, they're gonna hit PS2 numbers. Easy. Their trajectory, they're gonna, and they're not too far. In the next couple of years, I think they're gonna hit PS2 numbers.
I don't think
it's
so.
gonna be. I do.
I mean, it didn't end up
they're not
happening.
too far from it. 70 million.
But
man.
they did make a comeback from
The
PS3.
sales aren't slowing down.
The PS4
They're not slowing down. They're only
years, bro. The PS4 will be out for the next 2 or 3 years. Even when the new system come out, it's still gonna be selling, bro. And the price gonna be like $100.
Exactly.
Man, that thing doing PS2 numbers, bro.
If they can get down to $100,
I'll take an L. I'll take an L.
But listen. Hit on the real though. Now maybe what I gotta say makes sense now. Now that things are after the fact. But point is, we saw this shit before. I
They
tried to
can't
tell
say
you
I didn't
guys,
cap.
This happened
you didn't.
before.
You did. You actually you didn't. You didn't chime in. You were like, you know what? I'm out. I'm out of this combo. I'm gonna let y'all be because it's true. You weren't hyping the console sales. You left it. You were low key.
The PS2 outsold the 360 when it was brand new hardware.
Shit, it was a wrap, Kratos. It was a wrap. We seen them.
Oh yeah, that was his old avatar. He had the Kratos avatar.
It outsold the PS3. It outsold the Wii. You know, because it was the most popular console of the time, and everybody wanted it, and it was so popular that it went deep into the next gen. The Xbox One X, I tried to tell you, it was primarily for you enthusiasts.
The thing of it is that the gaming market is healthy. Remember, we can go back where everybody was thinking the cell phone market was going to take over and PC gaming was going to take over. Consoles are huge, and that's contributed to the PlayStation selling like hotcakes. It's got its momentum to be like the next PlayStation 2. Now, only thing Microsoft can do is just go ahead and soften the blow, keep fighting the good fight, and get ready for the next generation. But bring those IPs. That's the main thing that they have to do. Advertise and bring the IPs. They're solid. The Xbox One X is going to sell itself, especially when it goes down next year. Get ready for that. Yeah. Well, the one I would say this is that as frustrating as it is, the Xbox should have.
Hold on 1 second. K-Mega Gamer M says he gave us £2. He said K-Mega say wait for E3.
Okay. Anyway, listen.
Yo, remember that? I don't think a lot of y'all in the chat.
Yeah, buddy.
Yo, that was like a reoccurring thing for Xbox. It was always the next E3 that they were gonna get it right. Wait for E3, wait for Gamescom.
Yeah.
Z had it when they said wait for Tokyo Game Show. When they told Z that, he was like, Tokyo Game Show? Yo,
Yeah.
that shit was wild last
Yeah.
year. The wait for E3, like every
Yeah,
E3.
that was the last. That was the last straw when they told that nigga game shit. That was the last straw with that nigga. That nigga was like, "Fuck this shit, nigga." Yeah.
When they said, wait, Tokyo Game Show, he's like, Tokyo Game Show? He's like, what? Yo, that's when he did this flip. He's like, I got the world's most powerful console.
Powerful console, yeah.
Yo, that shit was funny. But you used to kill him. I'm like, where you playing Madden at? Exactly. Shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
Because he was playing Madden on Xbox.
Xbox. That nigga love.
I think he only played Madden on PlayStation because of me.
That's the only reason.
That's the only reason.
That was the only reason. You didn't have an Xbox at the time, and that's a lot of reason why we broke.
I did have the Xbox One, but I wasn't playing Madden on that shit. I'm like, oh hell no.
Right.
I played on PlayStation.
That's also the reason because Kratos gave me his Pro. His PS4 Pro, that's the Spider-Man edition.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why we started playing Madden on PlayStation.
Yeah, because you
weren't going. You were like, I ain't playing that shit.
Yo, you remember, man, I wish I could find that video. Because by that, when we started playing Madden again, I haven't played Madden like in 3 years, 4 years. So I said, you know what, I'll play a game, right? And Z was live streaming, and everybody was talking shit, and I lost. And when the dude said, yo, Portorock, man, just stick to Demon Souls. You ain't about that multiplayer. Yo, that shit pissed me off, bro. Yo, I was mad. I said, you know what? Fuck this shit. I started playing. That's all I was playing. I was back on that Madden grind. And I said, yo, Z, I want to play again. And when I beat him, remember he wouldn't let me go? Even you was like, yo, Z, let the dude go, man.
No, because when Z lose, he want to run it back 50 times and say he get his one win, and then that first loss don't mean shit. He gonna go cut up the tape like he won every game.
Oh, fuck. Yo, I won like 7 games in a row, and he's like, nah, we gonna run it back. And you were like, yo, Post, let the man. You were like, Post, like, yo, Puerto Rock, leave. He gotta go to work. Like, Z, what are you doing?
That nigga kept saying, one more, I got this. One more. Yeah, he wasn't trying to go.
He waited his money, Jack. This is what I'm gonna say. Is that
damage control.
what?
I bought one of them joints, man.
Look. Everybody turn these fucking wood buffers off. An L is an L. Whether it's by 1 or 100, it don't fucking matter. L is an L. Microsoft lost. Move on from that shit. They lost because they got outmaneuvered. Sony made a maneuver. They won. End of discussion. All this, they could have done this. They should have done that. They didn't.
But here's the thing.
They're not going to do it in the future because they don't give a damn. They made revenue. They made the most money this month. That means to Microsoft a W. To us, who are out here talking about, sales numbers. They don't give a fuck. They care about that dollar. That dollar said they did better than everybody else. That's all that matters to them. That's all that's going to keep mattering to them.
What? Okay, bro. If that was all they cared about, that they wouldn't have gone with the
I can't even get that shit out.
Mega can't even. He can't even talk.
It was the disaster.
Mega can't even get that.
He can't even talk. Yeah. They were so flustered, man. I know they were pissed off at me, bro.
Xbox One launch. It was a disastrous Connect attached to it. A higher price.
Yeah,
it was a weaker console, and it was priced higher. And then the exclusives. The first few years they didn't have shit. It's true, but then afterwards the exclusives started to come out, and whether we like them or not, they had a variety of different type of games for every type of gamer, plus the fucking multiplats, right?
Exactly.
And then they got VR. And so they have a lot of variety over there on the platform. Now, I don't think they're the best for their consumers because they do a lot of fuckery. So I'm not going to agree with that part there. But they have a good palette of shit that you can do in their ecosystem. Like the VR one,
his whole energy.
You can feel they don't know what to say. Like their whole energy.
How he was when he was saying they was going to win. When they was going to win Black Friday to where you at now. Yeah.
You could tell they just flustered.
VR's now.
And a shitload of VR games.
Forget J-Dub.
Exclusives, and that's whether we like them or not, or we think they're good or not. And they have more exclusives coming on the horizon that gamers know about compared to us. And that's why we're losing. Not because our platform sucks or our exclusive sucks. It's because the gamers, the PlayStation has the gamers' mind share, and they're just fucking killing it right now. It is what it is. Microsoft needs to come up with better exclusives and do their best to stop the bleeding from this generation going into the next one.
That's I'm glad we're watching this because you said it's about the exclusives. It's about the games, man. And a lot of us were thinking that Microsoft was gonna head more toward that lane for the next gen, especially when they announced all those purchases. I think it was 2019 when they bought the Hellblade devs, Compulsion Games, right? That was like 2019. Am I right? I think it was 2019, right? They bought those studios, right?
And the 5 studios.
The 5 studios. That we thought that was the start of them ready to produce exclusives for the next gen. And man, bro, and I'll tell you, during this gen, and I'll say this to the chat, everyone was all about the exclusives. During this era, you would hear nobody was saying exclusives don't matter.
Nobody thinking about no multi-platform. Nobody thinking about Xbox putting games on PlayStation and things like that.
Yeah,
that was about exclusives.
Yeah, motherfuckers will slap you if you came on a podcast talking like that. Boy, you would get dragged
back then. Yeah,
it's the best they can do. Honestly, you know what?
Facts, D.
Bad overall because they're doing better than they were doing with the 360. So they're not losing money, which is a good thing for us Xbox fans. But it is what it is.
Yeah. They need right now. They need a Fable game.
Right? Yeah, they need to.
They kill line. They kill line heads. We'll probably never get a Fable. They
that Fable is coming back. Fable.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
When though, like
Technically, he's right though.
If we're waiting
next gen, he's kind of right, but it wasn't that. It didn't happen that gen, but it is coming back.
in 2 to 3 years,
Yeah,
like
look at Kratos with them same talking points he's been using for the last 15.
He ain't switch up. It's the same thing.
He was a big assistant. He was just talking last week on Z Show about they got rid of Lionhead Studios. It's 2025. It's 2025. We know they got rid of
Still
Studios.
talking about it. Oh shit!
Do you have any
Shout out
certainty
to
of when these PlayStation games are coming?
I'm telling you this. You said Xbox is floundering. They're trying to win.
Listen, K-Mega is the one that said that. No. Listen, K-Mega is the one that said they're trying. K-Mega is the one that said that they're trying to find their strategy.
About any of the shit these fanboys be talking about. They're making money. They're not floundering. Xbox needs to put out fucking games. Period.
Yeah,
that's it.
There's a difference from
who's that? They're drowning and all that.
Wii U was floundering.
Listen,
Xbox One X is not floundering. The Xbox S is not floundering.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? At the beginning of the podcast, I think we all were in agreement. Basically, this generation is over. That's it. There's no sense of even arguing about that. What can Microsoft do?
Well, hold on. People thought that the so-called generation, well, the generation was over last year because the Darling is the winner of that generation. The 360, regardless of what people say, what happened afterwards with PlayStation catching up in sales, everybody knows the 360 was the darling. The Wii had the opportunity. They outsold both consoles, but it's an
what?
He went to the 360. Oh, K-Mega was good. K-Mega was good. K-Mega was good. Oh, brother. Oh, brother.
You gotta remind people the Darling was 360. You gotta remind people the Darling was 360.
Yo, shout out to K-Mega. J-Dog was talking about the Xbox. It was over for the Xbox One in the era. Like, it's over. It just he switched to the 360 camera so quick. I'm like, where he come in with the bro?
That was beautiful. Tell you, we were the masters of that. We were the masters of the deflection.
Bro.
God, we were
that was crazy what K-Mega just did. Yo, that was.
I think he changed it, and then we had to talk about that. That became the combo.
Yeah, last year's Darling.
All right, so that's pretty much it.
Yo, I just realized
I hope you guys
that.
enjoyed the video.
Yo, he did that shit smooth as hell.
Oh, I'm gonna copy that link. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you in the DM so you can have it, bro. But yeah, man. But that's a little flashback, man. I'm telling you, man. There was so many good memories.
Hey, Puerto Rico, man, I'm gonna have to get you. I'm gonna have to find one where we cooking y'all PlayStation.
Oh yeah,
Cause you just cooked my Xbox, homies. That was a
cookie.
But it just shows how fun it was. Whether people lost bets or not, the content was fucking hilarious back then. D-Bath was on the generational one with the shit he was talking in the Xbox One era. I just forget how much of big shit he used to talk back then. And you listen to D-Bash now, and you don't even know that person exists anymore.
Oh yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
We got lots of tapes on how our characters was, how we was. Yo, you know what I'm saying? Even Kingsblood was an Xbox dude before he became a 4090 guard.
yeah, he PC master race now.
Now he talks shit about consoles, bro.
Yeah.
Oh man, but it was just good times, man. And the crazy part is the console war put us all together. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It linked us up, man.
Yep. And it was fun. It never got personal. At least I think
with the
tend to know.
Like Z started putting people randomly.
Yeah.
Like I'm like, what the fuck's happening? Hey, who are you inviting on the show, man? It's just getting weird, bro.
I ain't no snitch. You ain't finna call me, bro. It's so many, bro. Y'all gotta go back.
Anybody. Z started putting random dudes. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on, Z? Who are you inviting on the podcast?
Yeah.
Like, bro.
But that little pocket that we got in,
yeah,
time that we was in, It was an incredible run. It was funny, and it was natural. Nothing was planned or any thing like that. And it was almost as if we was improving.
Yeah,
the entire all the show was everything, and we were so in rhythm and in tune with each other. We knew how to play off each other and things like that. And it was just an incredible run, man. Shout out to Z. Shout out to Z.
Yeah, he put that together. We all knew how to connect, how to talk shit. We knew when to amp it up, raise the temperature, slow it down, and shit like that. And we made almost every topic funny. Like almost every topic was funny as fuck. We found a way to make every topic funny as fuck, man. That shit was
and
good,
Z
bro.
was just a master at controlling everything, and then his entertainment. Sometimes he'd pour water on himself. He would shit to entertain that nobody else was doing on YouTube in the gaming community. He throwing water on himself, taking Percocets and shit in the middle of a show, drinking bottles of medicine, and it made Z used to do all types of shit, bro. He was shit that no other content creators in the gaming community ever. I'm talking about on a live stream, like he'll just, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, bro, he definitely.
Remember that when he was taking Percocets live on there. I'm like, yo, Z, you
Percocet,
wildin', bro.
And later, bro, I'm telling you, and be geeked up, bro.
Yo,
and he was just doing shit. He definitely a pioneer of this shit, bro. You gotta get.
Man. Yeah, shout out to G, man. He put us all together, man. He put us all together,
sir.
Little by little.
Yes, sir.
The Pony versus Xbox podcast. I mean, debate channel too. There
debate
was some
channel?
masterful shit, man. When he started doing that, there's just, man, all the one-on-ones.
And then you had other people start doing debates too.
Mm-hmm.
Now, other people started doing debates too. But yeah, man, that shit was, man, that took me back, bro. I'm about to go back and listen to some of that shit. That shit,
bro,
funny.
that shit was the height up. But there was two things you were doing on Sunday: watching football and watching BGST.
BGST. Yeah.
Yo, that shit was fucking. That was with
and
him,
that's
Mooch,
crazy.
Crap Gamer, Tim Dog. Yo,
and that's
that
crazy.
Wild, bro.
For you to say that, to put that in the same as the NFL, nigga. That's how big. That's crazy, bro.
It was huge, bro. You were doing, the gaming community was doing two things. You were watching BGST and then you were watching football. That shit, man, everybody was watching BGST. Even the PlayStation dudes. That shit was at the height, bro. Man, that shit was such a funny fucking show. God, I remember I was watching BGST Sony E3 edition, the 2016. Yo, I swear to God, if I find that link, I'm gonna post that link for everybody. But yo, you will never see a funny live reaction show ever, because that was the E3 where Sony announced Spider-Man, once you God of War, Days Gone, and you hear Z excited. He's like, "Oh shit, Spider-Man! Oh, this looks dope." But Mooch, Crap Gamer, they were silent, bro. They're like, that looks okay." Yo,
that was there. They weren't giving Sony no W.
No, but
at all.
Yo, Z was like, "Oh shit, God of War. Yo, you see that, Mooch?" And he's like, "Yeah, it looks all right."
Yep.
Yeah. Z was excited, and the other ones were like quiet, bro. They couldn't even bash it because it looked good, but they were not gonna give it props either. Oh my God, I was dying listening to that, bro. I was dying, bro. And we didn't use words like cope, because if we did, I would have been like, "Oh, these dudes are coping." Yo, I didn't know what to explain it, but that shit was funny because Z was the only one that was excited, bro, when he saw that shit. Yo, he was happy watching that right on BGST while Mooch and Crap. Yo, they were so mad. They were so fucking mad looking at E3, bro. You can hear it in their voice. Oh man, they were not happy.
That was one of them E3s. Sony was just in a bag.
Oh man, that Spider-Man, when they revealed Spider-Man, everybody's like, "Wait a minute, is this exclusive?" Like, nah. There's no way. And they were like Insomniac. I was like, "Oh, yo, I remember."
Yeah, we hadn't
seen
Spider-Mans in years, and when we saw it the way we always envisioned it.
Yeah,
this nigga swinging across the city like he's Spider-Man in real life. Bro, niggas went crazy.
And it's exclusive. I'm like, oh shit. People were like, "Get the fuck out of here." And then that was the whole combo. You know, they're like, "Oh, it can't be exclusive." Marvel, and you know, it came out exclusive, bro. That shit came out on PS4 only. That shit was wild, bro. that shit was wild. It was some wild times, bro. It was good times, man. But I'm glad we
Yeah,
were able
buddy,
to
man.
reminisce on this, bro. I know it's
Yes,
getting
sir,
late for
man.
you, bro,
Needed
man.
this.
But yeah,
Yes,
man,
sir.
I want
Yes,
to
sir.
catch up, bro. Man, it was good to catch up with you, bro.
Oh, definitely, man. Like I
Yeah.
said, bro, man. Anytime, bro. Anytime, bro. You know, we came from that era, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no
But pretty
problem for me
much
to pop
console
for you.
war's over. So what do we go?
Yes,
So let me ask you this: how do you see the future content creation be now? Like how do you see it evolving now? Because that's like because you listen, you don't see EA versus Ubisoft. Like maybe Call of Duty Battlefield and on a game, but you don't really see a publisher versus publisher. That's not a thing because no one really cares about that because everybody plays it. How do you see the future of content creation for PlayStation fans and Xbox fans? What do you see? Where do you see it going?
I think a lot of Xbox content creators are still in denial. I think they still think it's a case by case decision, but they're gonna find out pretty soon that
even
they
after
just full
Forza?
third party now. Yeah, they still think only certain games gonna go. They still
It's gonna
think,
take Halo, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
gonna take Halo.
I think
It has
Halo
to.
is-
It's literally until
I
Halo
think
shows
Halo
up.
and Gears is I think Halo and Gears is the rude awakening, the wake up call where the realization sets in. From here, from Xbox content creators, you can't talk about console sales anymore. You can't console war. You're just gonna talk about Game Pass and the value that it gives you. That's it. You know what I'm saying? PlayStation dudes, I don't know. Right now, I don't know the future of Sony in terms of where they want to go. They're under reorganization. A lot of things going on. We got to find out. Even though y'all told me, I'm finna cook the chat right now. Even though they told me for years that don't nobody manage studios like Sony, they the best managers of studios. And then the CFO come to find out and say these studios don't know how to manage money and time and ship shit. Well, you motherfuckers lied to me for years. For years, you niggas in the chat lied to. So I don't know, but I do think at some point we're gonna go into a multi-plat era, man. The game because I think our generation no longer matter. We come from the 90s and where hardware sales and all that shit matter. Nowadays, kids don't care what the fuck they play on. Like my young daughters and son, they don't care. They'll be on the console, then they'll move to the phone, then they'll move to a tablet. They'll play Call of Duty on the phone, but then my son will play Call of Duty, the phone version of Call of Duty. They really don't care. They're not really concerned about hardware, stuff like that. So I think the more we move along, these Sony Xbox, they're gonna start catering to these new generation of gamers who is growing up in a way more technical and different world and having access to shit that we didn't have access to growing up. We ain't had an internet, Pete.
Yeah,
we had it. It was a time we didn't even have cell phones, Pete.
Oh,
Think
we had
about
beepers.
that.
We had beepers.
You know what I'm saying?
Beepers in the phone booth.
You know what I'm saying? You feel me? So we come up in the era where console sales matter, but now, you know what I'm saying? Even I think Sony at some point is gonna, branch out to platforms that people don't expect them to do. And I know people say, well, they did this in 2011. They was on cell phones. Yeah, at the time they didn't have a reach though. And the people who was further away from them data centers was experiencing crappy quality.
Too bad,
So they had to stop that shit. Now they can get that reach. They can get that reach.
I mean, they added cloud on the portal now, so that tells you
exactly. Yeah. That tells you all. And people been playing it sort of everywhere to test out the latency and things like that, and it's been doing pretty well. So we'll see. We'll see. I think at some point both of them gonna get away.
Interesting. Interesting, man. This be interesting. Let me do the last super chat. Gordo P23. He said, "Great podcast. We definitely need more of these." Shout out to Post Up. Thanks for coming on. We're gonna need Doc Dark and Boomstick next. I don't know about Boomstick. I don't think he liked me, but definitely I could get Doc Dark out and stuff.
Boomstick cool, man.
Okay, yeah, I mean it's cool, but I did throw some shots, not personal, but his
you
takes.
threw some shots at him.
My man said God of War coming on PlayStation. How can on Xbox? How can I not say something? In this year, like this gen.
I don't think Boomstick don't care about that.
No, but
I've seen Boomstick podcasts with people who threw way worse shots than that.
All right. Well,
I don't think you really care.
But I'll see if I can get on. It'll be interesting. We'll see who I could get on next week. But Post up, I want to say hats off to you, my brother, man. It's been a
same to you, brother.
It sounds like it's like our last shot, but you never know. Shit's different, right?
No.
But I will say the years we spent, man, it's been a pleasure, man. I absolutely cherish all the times we hung out and talked.
Yes, sir. Definitely, bro.
In front of the camera and behind the camera, especially more behind the camera because we talked a lot. We all like a lot of these dudes think that we don't talk behind the scenes all the time, man. It was a great time.
Oh no! See, that's where they get. That's why I say. That's why I call. That's why I call you family.
Yeah.
Because I've known we had personal and family conversations behind the scene that supersede gaming. Like that's why I say when I tell people, I say it's bigger than gaming. Even with Z and everybody else, we have real personal conversations behind the scene. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think they know that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we go back. You know what I'm saying? Sam, ain't no problem with me pulling up. Thank you, and also congratulations. I'm gonna just leave it at that. But congratulations on what we talked about, man. And thank you too. And thank you as well. I want to tell you that. But yeah, anytime, man. I pull up with you anytime.
Absolutely. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got the great post up in this end of the podcast. I hope you enjoyed everything we talked about, reminisce of some memories and stuff like that. But anyway, man, your only friend is YouTube Streets, Puerto77. I'll see you Tuesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern time with 60 frames, no lag with the crew. And then another live next Friday at 8:30 p.m. And I'll see who'll be the next guest. If I could get one, I'll announce it during the week. But until then, hey, you guys take care. Love you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel.
Peace.
I hope you enjoyed the show. And don't forget to hit the like button. You guys take care. Peace.